Hey, hop in my car, swag, get my swag. Niggas smack us, I got swag in the bag. Bought this bitch a bag. I put this bitch in the bag. It can't fit in my pocket. Cash, put that shit in the bag.
Holiday season. Social on the lead.
Swag.
Mixing up the medicine, nigga.
Holiday season.
Hop in my car, swag, get my swag. Niggas smack us, I got swag in the bag. Bought this bitch a bag. I put this bitch in the bag. It can't fit in my pocket. Cash, put that shit in the bag. Michael Jackson bag. I'm moonwalking with the cash. Walk the bank with bags. Moonwalking with the cash. This is extra man.
Get Mac fit.
All right, guys, and now for the final video. This is a smash or pass with the guys who be doing the smash or pass thing. So shout out to them. I don't know their names, but this is a smash or pass, but it is the it's an elimination round, but the mother is the one saying smash or pass. The mother is the one who's like, okay, can you date my daughter? And look at the criteria of the mother. Look at the criteria of the mother, and you can look at the criteria of the daughter. Just like if you say, look at the criteria of the father, and you look at the criteria of the son, it's the same thing, but it's worse now because there's only mothers in the house. So what do you think her sons are? If she has sons, which she probably does, we know that's not her only child. Let's keep it a binuck. Okay, so let's get into it.
Round. Kayla's mom will eliminate one by one until we have our final player.
How you doing, Mom? Nice to see you again.
What you want?
What you gotta ask me?
What are you here for?
I'm here to take your daughter out.
And what else?
Show her a good time.
You ever been locked up?
Nope.
No kids?
Nope. That's crazy.
Wow. She said, you ever been locked up? He said, nope. And like, he thought that was a good thing. He was like, nope. He answered it fast too. You ever or you got any kids? He said nope, like it was good. And she said pass. He said that's crazy. Yo, it is crazy, but that's how these women are dating in the community, bro. Oh my god, bro, it's so bad. It's that bad. Yo, shout out to Austin Holloman, bro. It is that bad, dog. It is that bad. It's that bad, man. So we're going to watch it one more time, and we're going to break down the whole situation.
Elimination round. Kayla's mom will eliminate one by one until we have our final player.
How you doing, Mom? Nice to see you again.
What you want?
What you gotta ask me?
What are you here for?
I'm here to take your daughter out.
Okay. He says he's here to take her daughter out. Now, the daughter is okay. She doesn't look like she works out. Her stomach's a little pudgy. And that fit is crazy. Like, why are you wearing that fit and you don't have no type of breast? Like, you literally are bee stings, okay? So, but her face is attractive. She's got the laid edges. Like, I don't care about that. That's not her hair. I don't know what her real hair looks like, but I know that's not it because I'm looking at the mother and she got a lace front on. So, this guy right here, respectfully, pause, no homo, he's way out of her league, bro. He's way out of her league. This is like he looks like he might be mixed race or a white guy, you know, who has black swag. But he is way out of this girl's league. I don't know why he's there trying to get her. I guess he's just trying to smash one time, which is cool. You know, I would participate in it too, to smash. But at the end of the day, he could get way better than her. Like, she is definitely, she's a hood booger. It looks like the tattoos are going to the wrist, or maybe that's the Letterman jacket, but her mama got the tats. Is she going to get the tats? That's the question. It's all bad from here.
And what else?
Show her a good time.
You ever been locked up?
Nope.
No.
She rolled her eyes. She rolled her eyes. when she said, "You ever been locked up?" And this goes to the validation that women need as a unit. Like if mama don't like them, she's not coming. She's not coming in, bro. If mama don't like him, bro. Like shorty right here, she's looking at him like you could tell that she likes him. You could tell that she likes him the way she's looking at him. Or maybe those are her lashes like weighing down her eyelids, but you could tell that there's something there. But then the mama don't like her, so he's gone, eliminated. This is the female group thing. She should have said, "Mama, though, I like him." You know what I'm saying? If she was really rocking with him like that. Seems like a respectable guy. Like I said, way out of this woman's league.
Kids?
Nope. That's crazy.
Elimination round. Kayla's mom will eliminate one by one until we have our final player.
We're going to watch it again, and then we're out of here, guys. I just want to ingrain this in your head. This is... Look, man. I'm looking at you right now. I'm outside. I'm outside. I'm literally outside. Like, for real. It's like that.
How you doing, Mom? Nice to see you again.
What you want?
What you gotta ask me?
What you here for?
I'm here to take your daughter out.
And what else?
Show her a good time.
You ever been locked up?
Nope.
No kids?
Nope. That's crazy.
Anyways, you already know what it is. It's your boy Reclaim Your Throne. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Send your relationship question to the email down below with a screenshot of your CashApp so I know you're paying your tithes, man. Y'all need to be on your mark, freaking in with the BS. You already know. Reclaim your throne. What's good, YouTube? It's your boy Reclaim Your Throne coming at you with another crazy video. But first, my goal is to get to 5,000 subscribers by the end of the month. So make sure you go ahead and like, comment, share, subscribe. And you already know. Reclaim your throne. So guys, we have some clerical things to cover. First off, the Reclaim Your Throne Elite D1 training course is about to drop. I'm actually going to start putting that in my description box, but I will do that once I finish. We are going to have to, push this course. We're going to get you guys in shape. We're going to do everything possible to get you guys in shape. Purchasing the course may also, I'm thinking about adding in a 30-minute consultation. I'm thinking about adding a 30-minute consultation into the purchase of the course, but that might be an added perk. Okay, that might be an added perk that I'm going to do, maybe up, it's going to be an upcharge, obviously, because I need to be compensated for my time. But I also am going to drop a transcript, and then I'm working on a meal plan as well. I'm working on a meal plan. I'm going to be doing all of my favorite dishes, from tacos to chicken salad. We've also got, breakfast foods, just things that can help you in your grind and help you improve on your diet so that you can meet your fitness goals, whether that's bulking or losing weight and whatnot. Let's see, people in TikTok. Shout out to you guys in the TikTok watching. TikTok is actually, honestly, I don't know, man. They always be playing with my account. But anyways, it says AA Ron, shout out to AA Ron. He says, I'm 35, bad knees and shoulders from football. Yes. So I actually played D1 football as well at the University of Georgia. And I can tell you that if you do purchase my course, there will be plenty of recovery techniques that you can use, whether it's ice bathing, foam rolling, exercise band stretches, stick stretches. There are so many different stretches that can not only loosen up the stiffness in your muscles, but help you recover from some of those age-old injuries. Also with the diet as well, we're going to have a lot of natural remedies to help with the aches and the pains of guys who are former athletes and whatnot and want to get back into getting in shape, getting their flexibility back, and, getting their body right. You're 35 years old, man. I believe in you. We believe in you over here at Reclaim Your Throne, and we're going to do just that. All right, so guys, we're transitioning into what we're doing, if you are on TikTok, we're probably gonna go ahead and end the stream soon. Damn, I thought I was gonna have to sneeze. We're probably gonna have to go ahead and end the stream soon because this is gonna get really raw. Okay, so if you're on TikTok, make sure you join the live stream on YouTube. Hashtag Reclaim Your Throne. Just search me in the search bar. I should come up. We are about to break down the Andrew Tate and Piers Morgan full interview. Okay, we're about to break down the Andrew Tate and Piers Morgan full interview. I'm going to be reading all chats in the Instagram. So guys, if you're on TikTok, or all chats in the YouTube. So guys, if you're on TikTok, go to YouTube. And then we're going to transition from TikTok to Instagram live if they let me. If not, I'll just go back live on TikTok, but I am going to have to end the stream on TikTok. You know, once I start getting into the thick of things. So guys, if you're on TikTok, we're going straight to YouTube right now. Hashtag Reclaim Your Throne. The link is in the description box below. And we're going to Instagram too, if you want to watch from Instagram. All right. So, all right. So guys, now we are going to be breaking down the Piers Morgan. We're going to be breaking down the Piers Morgan. Damn, that man, George Pickens, is going crazy. George Pickens is going crazy. Former teammate at the University of Georgia. So shout out to him. He's making some amazing plays for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Definitely phenom activity going on there. So let's see if we can go live on Instagram real quick. But we're going to be breaking down. Okay, we're going live on Instagram. All right, so we're going to be breaking down the Piers Morgan and the Andrew Tate full interview. So let us get straight into it.
Tonight on Piers Morgan Uncensored, one of the most infamous men in the world, Andrew Tate's misogynistic tirades have been viewed billions of times online.
So you see how he already threw slights at him, his misogynistic tirades. And like I said before, this is obvious humiliation ritual. This is an obvious humiliation ritual for Andrew Tate, and he has to undergo this humiliation ritual in order to get back into the good graces of the mainstream media. So they have to find some way to humiliate him online, humiliate him, and kind of, I would say illegitimate his. They're basically trying to make his talking points illegitimate. They're basically trying to make it seem like he doesn't really believe in what he says, and you know, I guess anybody you should definitely take with a grain of salt. But the way that they're doing it with him, especially in this interview, I think is interesting. Plus, I think that he capitulated in a lot of his points. So let's get it.
He's now been effectively banned, though, from the internet. He doesn't think that's fair. Tonight, I'm going to try and work out if it is.
Shout out to Too Fast, Too Furious. He says, Piers Morgan is Shabes. That's why. I don't know what Shabes mean, but shout out to you, bro.
From London, this is Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Well, good evening from London, and welcome to a special edition of Piers Morgan Uncensored. Andrew Tate, one-on-one. He's the most famous man you probably never heard of, with billions of views online. At one point this year.
So you hear all these shots being taken. Oh, he's the most famous man you've never heard of. Hella shots being taken at Andrew Tate for no apparent reason, but for the fact that the mainstream media has been taught to hate him.
Year, more people were searching Google for Andrew Tate than Donald Trump or Kim Kardashian. Former professional kickboxer, he was kicked off Big Brother in 2016 after a video emerged of him striking a woman. What they now both claim was the consensual sex game.
Okay, so as you guys can see, there was a video that surfaced of him beating a bitch with a belt or some shit, and they both came out and said it was a consensual intercourse game. They was just playing around. She has come out personally and said that as well. So we don't really know what goes on in these people's bedrooms. But what I will say, though, is some of these girls really do like that crazy shit. Like, I've had women who ask me to choke them. Okay. I've had women who ask me to, you know, spit in their mouth. I mean, even with the Cardi B song, spit in my mouth, like the WAP song, she literally was asking to get choked, to get spit on, to get slapped, to get basically degraded sexually. And the whole world is trying to act like this is not what these modern women are pretty much asking for in the bedroom. So I find it very interesting that, you know, all these women love 50 Shades of Grey, but then when when the guy comes and he's willing to fulfill your BDSM fantasies, now it's a problem.
He's since made millions as a pornographer and casino owner in Romania.
Okay, so they said he made millions as a pornographer. He didn't actually participate in porn, okay? He ran a webcam service. Now, what those girls were doing on the webcam, I have no clue. But to say that he is a pornographer is, I would say, a misjudgment. If I was him, I would have definitely clarified that.
But it's his online videos that have made him notorious across the world, posing as a playboy with fast cars, cigars, weapons, and cash. He rants about his often scandalous views on women.
Or instruct a female to provide sustenance. Cook.
So I think my sister is her husband's property, yes.
Tells young men they can get as rich as him by paying for his digital life lessons.
I have 100 business tips I'm going to teach you, which will allow you to make your own money instantly.
But amid a global media backlash, the net has closed on Andrew Tate. While millions still share his videos, he's effectively banned from the web, booted off Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. To his fans, he's a misunderstood satirist and the victim of big tech censorship. To many others, he's a malicious misogynist. Tonight, I'll try and get to the truth. Well, some of the opinions Andrew Tate shares in his videos are undeniably deeply offensive. We're going to show you some of them on this show. I think you should see them for yourself, not simply hear what he says about them or what other people say about them. Tens of millions of people across the world follow Andrew Tate, and with a big following comes a big responsibility, as well as a public interest in holding his views to account. If outrageous opinions are read aloud, they can be challenged and exposed for what they are. If they're silenced, the person holding these views can become a martyr. So that's why I invited Andrew Tate.
Yeah, so that's a good point. People, all this did was just make his message even stronger, because now he has become a martyr. He has become somebody who it makes it appear that he is the victim now, instead of him, quote unquote, victimizing women.
To come here tonight, and he joins me now live. So Andrew, well, welcome, first of all. You come all the way from Romania to do this interview.
Correct.
What do you hope to achieve from this interview? Why are you here?
It'd be interesting to have a conversation with you. You've certainly been the subject of your own divided opinions in the world. There's a lot of people who would say some of the things you say are perhaps dangerous or toxic. So I thought you'd be a good person to speak to about this subject.
I didn't know much about you before this year. And then I suddenly became very aware of you, as the world did, because, as I said earlier, you were the #1 subject searched.
Like I said earlier, we broke down the pitfalls that Piers Morgan has also gotten himself into. You know, he's not innocent himself. He made a 6-year-old girl cry, and the box that he tries to fit Tate in is the same box that he could be classified in. As a matter of fact, what he did could be deemed as more egregious than what Tate has ever done or said.
On Google ahead of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I don't think it was even possible. Why did you get suddenly so popular / infamous, do you think?
I exploded. I certainly didn't do that with magic. I've been on the internet for a very long time. I think in the world we live in now, as the other side, the people who disagree with me, as they get more and more tyrannical in their censorship.
Okay, so when he says the other side, obviously he's talking about the left. And yeah, this is a big issue. When it comes to the left, when it comes to the media, I mean, I don't know if you guys saw the no voting, no vucking ad campaign by Trina and Saucy Santana, which I'm going to break down on my Black Gen Z Mindset channel. It's very disturbing that they would use that type of marketing channel to get Black men, specifically who they were targeting with that ad, to vote. Okay, look at who they used. a washed up female hip hop artist. Then they use a homosexual man. So how does this how are these two individuals going to convince black men to vote? It's also very interesting because you see that Trina's niece just passed away, which she didn't pass away. She was murdered, in Miami, which we're going to break down on my Black Gen Z Mindset channel. So I just find it so peculiar that they would use that type of marketing channel to somehow convince black men to get to the polls, which, we really don't have a problem with. The problem is who they want us to vote for. It's not that we have a problem with voting per se. It's a problem with who they want us to vote for. So we're going to have that political discussion on Black Gen Z Mindset, maybe even later today if I feel up to it. But I think that's one of the biggest slaps in the face when it comes to that. So let's just say that anybody who speaks against that left-wing media, that left-wing idealization is pretty much going to be chastised, is pretty much going to be ostracized from the dominant society, even when it comes to the CV and all that stuff. I mean, Biden literally just announced that the pandemic was over. How the fuck could he end it if it was such a contagious disease? How the fuck could he just snap his fingers like Thanos and it's just over in the blink of an eye? Shout out to Too Fast, Too Furious. He says modern BWs is more under left turds than black men under barrel. Yeah, absolutely.
Ships and their hate mobs, etc., as standard masculine practices are deemed toxic. I didn't put a magic spell on everybody. I managed to accumulate a large amount of affinity with the male populace across the Western world because I'm simply saying things that many men believe, think, and feel.
The problem I would say is I want to play you just a clip off the top. This is from Joe Rogan. He's somebody I absolutely love.
Sure.
And I think it explains to me what...
Joe Rogan, also controversial figure as well. I mean... He had the N-word scandal. He had so many different things, conspiracy theorists on his channel. And he's even underwent like censorship from YouTube. I don't know if he got completely taken off of YouTube, but he was dealing with some censorship from YouTube. So let's hear what he got to say.
What I presume my issue with you is going to be, right?
Correct.
And you have absolutely got the right to try and persuade me otherwise.
Sure.
But Joe Rogan said this about you.
My 12-year-old and my 14-year-old asked me about Andrew Tate.
And
my 14-year-old asked me, I said, he's a legit world champion kickboxer. I go, I like him a lot. Why do you like him? And I was asking him. And they said he says a lot of funny stuff on Twitter and TikTok. He f***ed up with the misogynist. Yes. Because if he didn't do...
So there you go. He fucked up with the misogynist. What the fuck did he really say that was misogynist? Let's keep it a buck. Because even they're going to talk about the machete clip. They're going to talk about the machete clip that was completely taken out of context. So even with that, and that was like one of the main things that I could draw and say, yo, like this was kind of wild. Even with that, he clarified that in this interview.
Do that if he just did the pro male stuff.
So I thought that was interesting because when I've gone over everything that's been at the center of the debate about Andrew Tate, I come down with Joe Rogan in the sense that there's a lot of stuff you say I agree with. I've got 3 sons in their 20s. It's not easy actually being a young male in the modern.
Yeah, it's not easy being a young man. And as a matter of fact, it's way harder. See, and that's the problem. Being a male advocate, being a guy who speaks up for men is deemed misogynistic off rip. It's always going to be deemed misogynistic off rip because anything pro man is anti women to women. Okay, it's not just it's not just the left, and it's just to women. Anything pro man is going to be deemed as misogynistic. So yes, it's a lot harder to be a man than to be a woman. And the fact of the matter that even that this is a debate, it's kind of crazy, honestly, because if you look at the lifestyle that a lot of these chicks are living, it's not hard, bro. Let's keep it a buck. It's not hard, but they over exaggerate things. They get very emotional about things and tend to make things more difficult than they actually have to be. They stress about things, smaller things or little things a lot more than guys do.
World. And I think a lot of the things that you say about that can resonate with them. Yeah. The problem comes with the, I don't know, 10, 20% or whatever of your output, which on the face of it appears to be blatant misogyny. And when you couple that with your massive influence and huge reach, that is why the social media companies have decided to effectively cancel you. I don't believe in cancellation. I don't believe in censorship particularly. That's why I've invited you to come on the show. But I do think a lot of the things you've said are blatant misogyny. Do you accept that?
So you made a very interesting point there. You just said on the face of it appear to be blatantly misogynistic. I understand that on the face of some of the long format content I've made, if you're going to take a few seconds out of hours, chop it up, put it all over social media, accompanied with my massive fame, then things can absolutely not be taken out of context. I do not hate women in any regard. I have no negative relationship with women. No women have come forward saying I've hurt them. I have no criminal record for hurting women. There's no way I can be seen as
So you heard what he said, no criminal record, and people keep saying, oh, he's under federal investigation. That's bullshit.
Face or the devil in regards to how men treat women on the planet. I'm absolutely and utterly the opposite. I believe in protecting and providing. I've been misunderstood. There's been large contingents of people who have tried very hard to purport lies about me. And the truth of the matter is I've been producing content for a very long time. Hours and hours of videos been cut down to 2 or 3 seconds of clip. Those clips have gone viral and people misunderstand me.
But I think you use this phrase and be taken out of context. And I'm not sure that is correct in the sense that it still comes out of your mouth. Some of the
No, I mean, and he has been taken out of context. Like you said, if you clip up a 30-second clip, it's going to be taken out of context. People are going to read into it and be like, yo, like, what the hell is going on? He's saying this, he's saying that. But if you don't listen to the full video or at least 30 minutes of the spiel to give him the ability to explain what he's saying, then it's going to be a problem. You're going to get an interpretation that pretty much makes no sense.
Completely.
Some of the things you've said, I just think are blatantly.
Well, let's do them. Let's hear them.
Let's go through some.
Sure.
Right.
Let's get it.
So you said this about Me Too / rape. This is probably 40% of the reason I moved to Romania. In Eastern Europe, none of this garbage flies. You go to the police and say.
So he's talking about the Me Too hysteria, the Me Too witch hunt, which it was. Random people were getting accused. People who were innocent were getting accused and then vindicated by FBI investigations. Okay, Judge Kavanaugh, for example. So there are people who were victims of the Me Too movement. That's the reality of the situation.
He raped me back in 1988. They'll say, well, you should have done something about it back then.
Yeah, so the point I was making was obviously at the height of the Me Too scandal, and also if we look at Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, there's been a lot of high-profile cases where men have been accused of things they did not do without evidence.
You heard him, Amber Heard, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. See, people just glaze over that as if it didn't even happen. When you mention that now, people act like they don't know what the hell you're talking about. People act like they don't know what the hell you're talking about. Okay? Because they want to discredit the male advocate spaces. That's really what's going down. That's really what's going down.
Their lives have been completely and utterly destroyed. Right. When I say these things, people...
Oh, and he lost a lot of money too. I forget exactly how much money he lost, Johnny Depp, but I mean, he lost millions, maybe even hundreds of millions when it comes to opportunities that he was not able to take advantage of because of this long drawn out court proceeding. I mean, I think the whole process was like 3 to 5 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Sit and say that, oh, he hates women. I don't hate women. I think rape is disgusting. I would take a stronger stance on rape than the British government. I think these people should face the death penalty. But to sit and say that women...
I don't know about all that now. The death penalty... Look, it's a horrible thing, but the death penalty, I think you take a life, then your life should be taken. I think it's more like that. If you take the WAP, then maybe you should be castrated. I'm not mad at that. You know, you take some WAP, they take your genitalia if it is proven to be true. Now that would definitely prevent it. But the thing is, there has to be due process. There has to be justice. There has to be truth in these situations, because you can't just go willy-nilly. Also, that process needs to be long and drawn out and able to be appealed and whatnot. And then they need to take into they need to factor in the activities that you do in prison, how you participate and act in prison. So yeah.
Without evidence can go forward and just make up accusations against men, even though they've been repeatedly proven to destroy men's lives at will, is absolutely not.
What about a woman who was raped back in 1988 and goes to the police?
Then the man should face absolute and complete justice.
But do you understand that when that clip appears on TikTok as a clip, and all right,
as a clip, completely
okay, but it's still something that came out of your mouth. Do you accept that when that appears on TikTok, a lot of young, maybe not as smart as you, young men, right, impressionable teenagers, will read that and go, what's he saying here? Is he saying that rape doesn't exist?
No.
Bro, what? How can you come to that conclusion? Dude, even teenagers understand false rape allegations, because if you've ever had a discussion with a team, I mean, a lot of them don't really know who Emmett Till is, to be honest, this newer generation. But when I was younger, when I was in high school, that would be the first example that people would bring up, the Emmett Till situation. So these teenagers, they're very well aware of the Me Too movement, and they're very well aware of the false allegation trend that is going on. Now, that's not to say that these things are not happening, but at the rate in which they're trying to make it seem like it's happening, it's absolutely false.
Completely. I'm not going to sit here as a professional and say that I can't be taken out of context. What I will say is that one small sentence you've taken was from a 1-hour video where I explained that, of course, rape is disgusting. Of course, everybody should be punished for their crimes regardless of when they happen. But people are not perfect, male and female. And if you give women the opportunity to destroy men's lives without evidence, there's going to be a contingent of women who will do that. I'm trying to make a balanced and nuanced argument in a world where people have no attention span. They're going to take a few seconds, put it online, decide someone's good or bad, not be interested in the longer format video. And here I am. No, I'm certainly a person who takes personal responsibility. That's who I am as a person. But we live in a world now with TikTok videos 5 or 6 seconds long. There's no content.
Do you think women are the property of men?
No. The point I was making.
Why have you said they are?
Because I made a religious.
Okay, so he tries to pin him down with this "are women the property of men" thing, okay? He tries to pin him down with the "are women the property of men" thing. We've already broken this down as well. You're given away by your father to your the spouse, the husband, in marriage. It is more of a metaphorical thing. It's not a literal, oh, this is now your man. But like I said earlier, if you ask your girl, look, babe, are you mine? Like, go, if you're in a relationship right now, go to your girl right now and ask her, are you mine? Like, are you my girl? Like, are you my girl? Like, say it just like that. And if she says no, then, you know, she don't really fuck with you like that. She don't really like you. That's really what it is. Because any girl that really likes you, any girl that really loves you like that, she gonna be like, yes, I'm yours. You know what I mean? That's really what it is. But they're trying to make it seem like he's just saying, oh, she's an inanimate object and you can do with her what you want. That's not what it is. Obviously, men are territorial, possessive about their women, and women are possessive about their men as well. Okay, so let's not act like this isn't a two-way street.
This point, I said that when a man marries a woman, the woman's father walks her down the aisle, and hands her away to the man. Traditionally, this is what it says in the Bible. I'm a religious person. I believe in God. I live in the most.
So you do think that the woman becomes the man?
I think she takes his last name.
I mean, let's watch the clip that you said about this,
sure,
so that we can get it in context.
So I think my sister is her husband's property, yes. When a bride is walking down the aisle to marry the groom, the father walks next to her and gives her away. True or false?
Absolutely.
But I've been married twice.
What's wrong with that?
As it turns out. And on both occasions, I didn't believe that the woman was being handed to me as chattel, as property.
I mean, nobody said she was chattel. Nobody said she was chattel, because chattel is slavery. Now he's trying to conflate what he actually said.
Perhaps the way the reason I'm asked that question repeatedly, and I'm asked in a loaded way.
So would you rephrase what you said there?
Now, that's an interesting point about phrasing. The way I would say things before I was famous, I have to take personal responsibility and accept that if I make a video that 500 people see and 1% of them misunderstand it, that's not a problem. If I make a video that 5 million people see and 1% of them understand.
So specifically on that point, I think my sister is her husband's property.
She took his last name. She married him. She wanted to join his family. She has said it herself.
Right. So she's
still a sovereign individual. She's absolutely not a sovereign individual.
Property means that the husband owns your sister.
Listen, my friend, if we want to argue about this, you need to go back to the Bible, to the Quran. You need to argue with religious.
No, I'm not talking about anything in the Bible or Quran.
But that's what it says.
No, I'm asking you what you think.
I think that if a woman marries a man and she decides to take his last name, that they have different roles and responsibilities within that marriage. And I believe that.
That's not the question.
I believe the father.
The father hands her. Don't behave like a politician.
The father hands her to the man.
Right, but don't be a politician, because I think you're a straight talker, right? You keep telling me you're a straight talker. I think my sister is her husband's property. Do you regret saying it like that?
I understand that with my newfound fame, perhaps it could be phrased differently. However, I still believe that a woman is given to the man in marriage.
See, and they want him to apologize. Like I said, this is a humiliation ritual in order to see if he can be trusted, if he will toe the line. If being on social media is more important than spreading the message that he wants to spread, is being on social media more important than him telling the truth? That is what this is. No, nothing more, nothing less. Shout out to TikTok. We got a lot of haters in the chat. But if you want to interact, if you want to get your chats read, make sure you go to the YouTube. Shout out to Too Fast, Too Furious in the YouTube chat. He says, faking Shab Goy or gay Piers Morgan, and he's BS. Oh, he said effing Shab. I don't know what that means, bro. The Shab thing, I'm lost on that.
That's what I believe.
Yeah, but not as property.
No, the property is the word that other people use when they ask me the question.
But as an equal partner in a loving union. That's what marriage actually means.
Equal partner in a loving union. That's what they want us to think it is. But then if you do that equal partnership thing with your wife, like he said, he's been married twice. You try that equal partnership with your wife and see how long. Dude, if you weren't Piers Morgan, I guarantee you would not be married. Point blank. The reason why he was even able to get a wife in his current physical condition is because of, you know, the fame and the status that he's built for himself. So let's not act like, oh, you know, he's had 2 wives because they just like had so much, you know, sexual attraction to him that he was just, you know, kicking bitches off. Like he couldn't keep a bitch off him.
It means it doesn't mean that when you get married, the woman is given to you as a bit of chattel.
Agreed.
So why say it?
But that's the way that people ask me the question. People say to me, they ask the
question. Hang on. You can't blame people for asking you questions. Surely, if you want to be accountable for what you've said, you've got to own your responses, not blame the question.
I own the response.
Like me asking you a question now and you say something and then say, well, actually, I blame.
Shout out to Noel D. He says, not going to lie, Andrew is usually more prepared for debates. This was probably his worst performance. Absolutely. I absolutely agree with you. He didn't stand on a lot of the things he said. He skirted the question. He didn't stand on it. If I was him, I would have just did my research on Piers Morgan. He has enough dirt. He has enough scandals. He has enough situations where anything that he asks you, you could literally flip it on him. Even with his relationship with Meghan Markle, he has been, you know, pretty disrespectful to her on air. And you could come at him in so many ways. You could say that he's disrespectful to Black women. You could say that you know, he's disrespectful to children because he made a 6-year-old cry on America's Got Talent. You could go back into his history on Britain's Got Talent, America's Got Talent, whatnot. Even Simon Cowell was a lot less callous than Piers Morgan. So Piers Morgan definitely has a history of scandal and provocative takes, if you will. And I think that Andrew Tate didn't do his research at all, and he was not completely prepared to stand on everything that he said in his live streams. Me personally, you can go through all my live streams, and I'm standing on that shit. I'm standing on it.
I understand, Piers. Piers, I understand. I believe the woman is given to the man. I believe she's given away by the father. I believe she belongs to the man.
So fundamentally, all right. So fundamentally, you do believe that a woman becomes a man's property.
I believe she belongs to the man in marriage. Correct.
Right. You see, that to me is misogyny.
and you're entitled to your opinion.
Right.
Okay, so I don't see how saying that the woman belongs to the man in marriage is misogyny. Honestly, like I said, for one, the format of marriage is outdated. But even if you go ask your girl, are you mine? Do you belong to me? I guarantee if she actually loves you, if she actually gives a fuck about you, she's going to say, yes, I'm yours.
But do you not understand why people think it is misogyny?
I understand why some people can be very offended by what I say. What they do is they take a point like that and they ignore all the other points I make the other way around.
Yeah, but that's why I've repeatedly asked you about that line to see if you've changed your position. But the reality is you haven't.
It's not about changing positions. I'm a full-grown adult and I stick by the things I say and I'm responsible for them.
Which, by the way, is fine.
Absolutely.
But what you did say at the start of this little exchange, you said, you know, I wouldn't maybe say things the same way now that I did before I was famous. And yet, actually, you've doubled down and said exactly the same thing.
On certain points.
So that is what you believe. And that's my point.
Yes.
I'm trying to work out, look, I don't know you. We've
Correct.
just met, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to work out who Andrew Tate is and what you actually believe. I don't want to twist anything at all.
Then let me make it very, very clear to the camera. I believe a woman is given to the man in marriage. I believe that. I also believe a man has a duty to protect and provide for her.
Yep.
I believe a man should lay down his life if something happens or his wife's life is threatened.
Yep.
I believe that women and children first are on the lifeboats.
But men,
I believe that men.
But a man doesn't own a woman.
It's not.
Look. See, and this is where we've gone wrong in society. There's no type of, a man has to have the ultimate responsibility without any authority. So it's not even the sense that the man owns the woman, but he does have authority over her, and she forfeits her own autonomy in order to give a man that she loves authority over her. It's not that, oh, he owns her and she's his property. It's that she forfeits willingly to a competent, strong, and valiant man. She forfeits that autonomy that she has over her own life and gives it to that man because she trusts him to protect, provide for her. Shout out to Too Fast, Too Furious. He says, Top G, Andrew is prepared for everything, but this mouthful OD BS Piers Morgan is trying bite him. Okay.
Oh, no, it's
And
okay.
if they literally buy them as a slave.
Well, obviously, we're not talking about that. We're talking about religious, biblical marriage. We're talking about something else.
Yeah, but I'm a Christian. I don't believe that I own my wife.
Do you believe your wife was given away to you? When
Do you?
took your last name?
I believe that there is a process.
He said, I'm a Christian, but I don't believe I own my wife. Well, then I would ask him, do you think that you are the head of your wife? Do you think that you are the head of your wife? Because there is a hierarchy to this shit. I've already told you. There's a hierarchy to this shit. It's God, man, woman, and child. There's a hierarchy. So like I said, ownership is a different word, but I guarantee if you ask your girl if she really fucks with you, are you mine? She'll say yes. But ownership is a different word. What we're talking about is that authority and that responsibility, which pretty much could be interpreted as ownership. Now, it is a consensual relationship between those things, and it is willingly given up by the woman, but and it can be taken back, right? She can say, hey, I don't want this anymore, and be gone. And now you no longer have that authority over that woman. Now she has to find covering from another man.
Process where a father traditionally walks his daughter down the aisle and hands his daughter to this man, and they stand there and become a union of two loving people in a partnership. No.
Shout out to Van Lee. He says,
there's no ownership involved.
I didn't say
ownership. He's not selling her. The father of the bride isn't selling his daughter.
No.
He didn't say ownership. He said she's his property.
Absolutely.
That's what property means.
She becomes a member of your family.
Is it?
I think we're arguing over semantics.
We're not, though, because fundamentally, I don't believe a man owns a woman. You do.
Well, I don't think a man owns any sovereign individual. I don't think we live in the world of slavery. I don't own any men or any woman.
Right.
Nobody owns
When
anybody.
you use phrases like property, that's what you imply. That's
I understand.
And so my point again is, you're a smart guy, right?
Correct.
There's no denying that. You're smart. You're a good talker. I've seen a lot of the stuff. But what I don't think you quite fully understand.
No, I understand
is
very
when,
well.
When
Piers.
young, impressionable people
I understand
who
that
are
very
not
well.
as smart see things like, I think my sister is her husband's property, yes, and you've just reaffirmed.
Van Lee says, funny thing is, Piers has 3 20-year-old sons, and I hope that they get lots of punani and dominate the dating market.
Confirm that belief. They think that they have the right to own women.
I understand that very well, Piers.
That's why people think you're a misogynist.
Completely. I understand all of this very well, which is why when you're saying I was backtracking, I'm not.
Do you have any regret, though, over the way you phrase this stuff?
Well, this is the point I was trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is when I was not nearly as famous and I was making long format content, I was not sitting there anticipating I'd become the most Googled man on the planet and that a few seconds could be taken out of context. That was not my anticipation.
No, but it's still what you believed. It's what you believe now. So what's the difference?
It's not about, you're asking me, you're saying that young people who are
If
impressive.
you said to me, look, Piers, honestly, I've had time to think about this and I wish I hadn't said it. I don't believe that. That's one thing. Actually, you've said the opposite. You said, actually, that's what I think. Yeah.
I think that when
it doesn't really matter whether you recorded it when you're famous or not famous. It's what you actually believe, right?
I believe that a man has a duty to protect and provide for a woman. I believe that a woman's father gives her away to the man. That's what I believe, and that's in my marriage. That's the circumstance I'm going to live under. If people want to live in a different scenario, that's completely theirs. Their prerogative.
You went on to say about authority over women. If I have a responsibility over her, I must have a degree of authority.
Yeah.
For the same reason, if I have responsibility over and people are going to use their mind, it's an example, an analogy. Responsibility over a child, I have to have some authority.
Yeah.
So you believe as part of your ownership or your property of the woman, you have authority over her.
No, I believe if you have
that's what you said.
I believe if you have responsibility over something, you have to have a degree of authority or you can't be responsible.
Yeah, but authority means, again, that you're the boss.
The point I'm making.
Yes, you are the boss. Dude, if you are in a relationship with a woman as a man, you're the fucking boss. Point blank. If she can't get on your program, she's got to go. What's wrong with that? Shout out to Van Lee. He says, Piers is a master debater. Not sure if this interview was a good move for Andrew. He's far left. Yeah, I think that Piers, definitely got the better of Andrew on this debate because Andrew refused to fucking stand on what he said. I mean, it seemed like he did, but there was a lot of capitulating and backtracking. And I wish that he would have just stood on that shit. But hopefully throughout this interview, it gets better.
If you'll please let me finish at this point. The point I was trying to make was talking about the safety of a woman. She was walking alone at night. And I was saying, well, I wouldn't let my woman walk alone at night. And they said, well, you're not in charge of her. You don't get to decide what she does. I said, I understand, but if I'm responsible for...
Yeah, so they were basically talking about going out to the club, the woman going out to the club and doing all this stuff. Yeah, that's not going to happen. If you think that I'm going to let my girl go out to the club by herself and, you know, just be in some fucking sexy ass clothing and go out by herself and then she gonna come back and still be my girl? No, fuck no. I don't know any guy who willingly wants that to happen. Now, there are simps out there who allow it to happen. Why? Because they don't believe that they can get anything better and they don't believe that they can demand anything for themselves. Okay, and I'm going through my YouTube right now. Literally, they literally demonetize every single video that I've ever posted. Damn, that's crazy. It's ridiculous. But anyways, let's keep going.
For her safety. And I'm the person who's burdened with making sure she is safe. I have to have the authority to say, don't put yourself in unsafe situations. The two things are linked.
Well, you don't have authority. You can absolutely have the right to say to the woman you're with, I don't think you should. But ultimately,
if she decides, then I can't force her.
Right. So authority implies that you have the ability to control someone.
No, authority.
You know, it's like I said, it's willingly given from the woman.
The authority implies that I have the moral right to sit and say that that's an irresponsible thing to do and I'm responsible for
That's not what authority means.
Well, I'm not going to, if you think I'm going to lock somebody up in their room, is that what you're implying?
No, I don't think you know what authority means.
I know what it means. I'm saying that if
I just a different description of what authority
means. If I have
no, you can have authority and it doesn't have to be a blatant ownership. Like let's do it like this. I'm a police officer. I have a police chief, a police sergeant, whatever. But I'm just a regular deputy. Those sergeants, those individuals have authority over me because I work under them. Now, if I leave the police department, they no longer have authority over me. Now their relationship to me is different, which I mean, honestly, they still do have authority over me, but the relationship between the authority is different. It doesn't mean that they own me, but they tell me what to do, okay? Or they enforce the laws that are on the books. So they don't have to own you to have authority over you, all right? Like if I'm in the U.S., the U.S. law has authority over me, but if I move to another country and, you know, I might be breaking a U.S. law, but in this country it's legal, then the U.S. no longer has jurisdiction, which is the legal term that they use, or like I said, authority over me in another country. So it's not ownership because the U.S. doesn't own me. I'm not property of the U.S. They just have authority over me while I am in the country. I have to abide by their laws and their rules. Van Lee says, how does that happen? YouTube has ultimate control over the content on the platform. So that's how it happens. But I guess I'm going to have to go through and dispute that one by one. It's just going to suck.
Responsibility for her safety, then I have to have the authority to tell her not to do unsafe.
Yeah, but authority means that you have some form of control over this woman.
I think you're trying to, what you're trying to
I'm
do.
only trying to get to what you think. Honestly, I am. I come with no agenda here at all.
I understand.
And see, I know Andrew's mind works fast, but I'm just a little disappointed in the fact that he couldn't bring up an example to clarify his point.
I'm explaining very, very clearly. If I have responsibility over said subject, I have to have authority over it. So let me say you have children, right?
Right.
You have responsibility for them.
No, I have legal authority over my children. That is very different having legal authority over my wife.
You have legal authority over your wife as well. Especially if y'all sign those marriage documents, because if she leaves me, I'm going to have financial responsibility toward her. So the issue is they're taking away the authority. They're taking away the authority, but giving you all the responsibility. See, that's what the men are upset about. And I wish he would have made this point in there. But I think, you know, maybe he was a little nervous. Maybe he didn't do his homework. He didn't do his research. He didn't have these ideas thought out. He kind of came into this debate not really knowing what questions they were going to ask him. But that's the issue. I have full responsibility over this child and this woman, whether I'm with her or not, i.e. alimony, i.e. child support, but no authority. That's the issue.
For my female partner.
Completely. But the point I'm trying to make.
So you accept that?
I accept that.
Because you used the analogy of responsibility for a child.
My friend, these are
actually really important things.
They're important things, but you interrupt me every 5 seconds. So it's hard for me to actually explain my point. The point I'm making here is very simple. You have children and you're responsible for their safety. So you're going to have authority to say, don't go out at night, perhaps because you want them to be safe.
I have legal authority.
You have a legal authority.
Yeah.
Legal authority. I'm saying that if I had a woman, and the question where you've raised this soundbite from, I was asked about protecting a woman, making sure she's safe. And I would say, I wouldn't want her to go out at night on her own because I'm responsible for her safety. And someone said, well, you don't have authority over her to do that. And I said, well, no, I can't force her to stay inside. But if she were to ask me, how do I protect myself at night? I would say, well, you should stay inside. That's how you should do it.
I don't have an issue with what
So
you
we
just said.
agree.
No.
It's the semantics.
No, it's not semantics. And this is where I don't think you quite get why there's a furore over what you say, with respect. Because the semantics point would be if we're saying the same thing in different ways, but we're not. I'm saying to you that when you say I have to have some authority over a woman, I say to you, you have no right to any authority over a woman. You do over it.
And that's the damn problem right there. We have all the responsibility and no authority. And he's absolutely right. In this day and age, in this modern time, you don't have authority over any woman, whether you're dating her, fucking her, or married to her. And that's the issue. I have the full responsibility with no authority. And I wish he would have said that, but, you know.
A child, if it's your child, because you are the legal appointed guardian of that child.
Understood.
You're not a legally appointed guardian or authority over your wife or female partner.
Legally appointed, absolutely not. I agree. However, when it comes to things like personal responsibility or personal safety, men, largely by society, are accepted. We're the protectors and providers. We can sit here and pretend that in the world we live in, if me and my wife were walking down the street and men were to come up and try and attack us, I wouldn't be the one fighting. But we both know in reality I would.
Right.
I have a degree of responsibility to protect her. So if I have a degree of responsibility to protect her physically, then the point I'm trying to make is I will do my best to make sure she's never putting herself in unsafe
Do you wish
situations.
you hadn't used the word authority?
The authority is...
Authority is a great word to use in this example. I think it is. I really do.
Something that she would give to me.
Yep.
She would come to me and say,
So there you go. Willingly. Yes. I mean, honestly, it really sounds like Piers Morgan has never really genuinely had a bitch who just like was 100% down for him. Because if I'm fucking a girl, she gonna do whatever the fuck I tell her to do. There's no ifs, ands, or buts around it. Like, if I'm fucking you, you're going to do what I say. And it's not that I'm forcing you. It's literally that she is willingly giving up that personal autonomy in order to satisfy my needs. We got Jim in the building. She says, this is the reason why women are making their own money. Men choose women who make less money than they do, so they have an upper hand on the women due to finances. No, the women, it's the other way around, ma'am. The women choose men with more money than them because no woman wants to date a man who has the same amount of money that they do. They want a man who has more. That's what's happening. It's not that men don't give a fuck about your money. If the women who made money weren't such bitches, then we would be great with that. And if they were willing to share their money, because let's keep it a buck, the women who make money don't like to share their money. They don't share their money. But men who make money, they have no problem sharing their money. So it's not that men are choosing women who make less money. Fuck no. If I could find a girl who stays in her feminine, but also makes a dummy ass bag, then yeah, I'm gonna take that. Why would I not take that deal? Okay, it makes no sense.
How can I make sure I'm as safe as possible?
But I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to point out that's not what authority means.
If someone gives, a person can give
voluntary authority is not authority.
No, but that's the point. If
it's
a
not.
Woman, Piers,
Andrew, stop.
Piers, if a woman,
voluntary authority is authority. You voluntarily work for a job. If I go and work in corporate America, that corporation has authority over me. Jim says, I don't agree. I hear men say they have to make more money than their woman does. Yeah, we do. Otherwise, the woman won't respect you. That's the thing. It's not that, oh, I have to make more money than her to date her. It's that the woman loses respect for men who make less money than them. Dream Reality says hypergamy, Jim, is OD. Now there's no respect for reverence for men now, 2022. Exactly. This is how you know that, Jim, you're a little detached from what's actually going on. And I understand that because you're a woman and you live in a bubble. But what's going on is that the women, obviously, like what Dream Reality says, it's the hypergamy. Okay, so a woman can't settle for a guy who makes less than her. And if she does, usually those situations are very controlled and that woman is a lot less attractive. The bad bitches are not dealing with guys who make less money than them because they know that they can get better. Okay.
comes to me and says, I want you to keep me safe, she is handing me authority for her safety.
But do you understand the difference between having authority over somebody and somebody giving you permission to have authority?
Completely. I never said
one is consensual and one isn't.
But why are we pretending I do unconsensual things?
Because you literally say, I must have a degree of authority. I have to have some authority. And the point
only if I'm responsible for her safety. If I'm not responsible for her safety, I don't have authority.
If she's not my bitch, I have no authority over her. If she is, then yes. Jim says, but do you not think that men don't become insecure once their woman makes more money than they do? There's two sides. No, the only guys who become insecure are niggas who don't have shit going on in the first place. See, the reason why a lot of these women talk about, oh, these insecure men is because they're literally letting niggas who fuck them And this is different between like actually taking him seriously, because usually they don't become exclusive with these guys. But what's happening is a lot of these chicks are targeting the scammers, the drug dealers. I mean, we've already broke down the video of what would you rather have, scammer, drug dealer, 9 to 5. And they're targeting these men because, for one, that money is not guaranteed. Okay. For two, they know that they can have a degree of control over him because he can't qualify for anything with any financial institutions because he doesn't have established credit. He doesn't have tax returns. He doesn't. So a lot of times those niggas have to live with the woman, and they like that because they have that control over that man. And then they'll say that he's insecure when in all actuality, that man is not insecure because that woman makes more money. He was already an insecure individual before they even got together. And she chose him for that reason, so that she could have control over him. And she thought that he wasn't going to cheat. But them niggas, the bummy niggas, are the main ones who are going to cheat, and they're going to lie to your face. At least a rich nigga is going to keep it a buck with you. Noel D said, when a woman isn't willing to give authority to a man, it's probably because she is already giving it to another man or is too stuck in her ego to submit to a man. Absolutely. Jim says, I see women who are all bad all the time and make money, and they end up dating bum guys who don't have anything. That's literally dating down. Yeah. So they might see there's levels to this dating down shit. And I'm glad you brought this point up. There's level to this dating down shit. There's dating down in the sense of financial, and then there's dating down in the sense of physical. So when you see these bad chicks, which your barometer of bad is probably thrown off because every woman thinks that every woman is a fucking 10, which is absolutely ridiculous. So I don't really trust a woman when she says, oh, another woman is bad, because literally you'll call Lizzo bad. You'll say, oh, Lizzo's a bad bitch. No, the fuck she's not. But anyways, she said, I see women who are bad all the time and make money, and they end up dating bum guys. Yeah, see, they date those bum guys because that guy is hot. Okay, so that is another level of hypergamy, where she is attracted to a bummy guy who's super hot. So that's why we use the terms Chads, Brads, Tyrones, and Pookies and Ray Rays, because these guys are conventionally attractive. They have attractive features, whether they're super tall, tatted up, they have dark triad features. And that woman is looking to him as a physical specimen, even though she probably knows that this isn't going to go anywhere. She just wants a consistent nigga to break her back out. So that's what's happening in those scenarios. It's not that she's dating down financially, yes, but she's dating him temporarily in order to get that sexual urge filled. And that's why competent men don't want to wife up a chick who has a body count, because he knows that you dealt with a nigga who didn't do shit for you over somebody who could do something for you just because of the way that he looks. Dream Reality says, BWs better stop playing. It's about to be a famine in black men. We going overseas. Travel bros. You're absolutely right. Jim said, not all of the time. A lot of these bum guys are extremely ugly. They are just able to make her feel a certain way. Then I guarantee those women are ugly too. I guarantee. That's why I said I don't trust when a woman says that, oh, another woman is bad, because y'all literally call every fucking ugly bitch. Y'all call the ugliest bitches a bad bitch. So I don't trust your rating scale. If we want to start rating women, then we can do that, but we're going to be very objective here. You're going to have to start dropping some names and say, okay, this is a 10 to me and this is a 0 to me, because I don't trust your standard on what you would rate a woman, because every woman thinks that every woman is every woman's beautiful. No, that's not fucking true. That's just like me saying every man is tall, strong, and attractive. It's bullshit. I would give Mia Khalifa an 8. No. Stop it right now. You can't bring in these manufactured bitches. She is a surgically enhanced bitch. She does not count. Okay. She does not count. She is surgically enhanced.
The position now is that with her permission, I would like to have authority when we go out at night to protect her. That's a different
That was
thing.
always my position.
But that's not what you said.
But that was always my position, Piers.
So again, I simply say to you,
It is what I said, though.
Do you wish you'd phrased it a different way?
No, because we're talking about long format copy where I'm talking about a woman who has come to me and said, you're responsible for making sure I'm safe. I said, well, then I have to make the decision.
No, she said, name a woman who's natural, I'll rate her. No, you name a woman who's natural. You can't find one natural woman to rate. You name a woman who's natural. You name somebody who's an 8, 9, or a 10, and I'll tell you if you're right. And then you name somebody who's a 0, 2, 3, or at least below a 5, and I'll tell you if you're right.
When an 18-year-old boy reads, I must have some authority over a woman, what do you think he thinks?
Well, I understand that. And I said this earlier when you tried to say I was backtracking, which I'm not doing.
No, actually, I'm not. I don't want to.
Okay.
I'm not trying to gotcha you.
Cool.
I'm trying to work out exactly what you
I
actually
understand
think.
with massive fame comes massive responsibility. I understand that a percentage of the population are always going to take everything that's said by anybody out of context.
Would you change the wording of what you said?
No, I would just encourage.
Shout out to Tracy Jones. Hey, you.
People to watch my long format copy and understand it
Would
fully.
you tell an 18-year-old boy you don't have?
Okay, he said, okay, or Jim says, okay, do you want to go off Instagrams? I'll drop an Instagram of a girl who's a 10 and a 0. Yeah, sure. We can go off Instagrams. Absolutely.
Authority over women.
Absolutely.
You would say that.
Unless a woman comes to him and says, you're responsible for my safety, please make sure, keep me safe. Like
I
my
see.
woman
Now
says,
that
comes to me.
Andrew Tate, I can sign up to.
Well, then we agree.
Yeah, but I don't agree with what you said before.
Because you're taking a soundbite from a 2-hour
yeah, but you haven't been
conversation.
taking that.
Yep, that's what they're doing. They're just saying, especially if you write it down on paper, then it looks even more crazy.
The context, because I read you the entire sentence. It's very.
Well, you've ignored all the context around the sentence, my friend.
You can't ignore a sentence that says, I must have a degree of authority.
But you can when there's a 2-hour conversation where a woman is telling me if she makes me responsible for her safety and me explaining, well, if I'm responsible for your safety, I have the authority to make decisions.
All right, Dream Reality says, Jim, that's bullshit. A man can be across the board, fi with looks, dimmer, and packing with the height, and still get passed over. The game is rigged. Thirsty men and bad choices of women killed balance. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So yes, you've ignored all the context.
Do you respect women?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't I?
Do you think that 18, 19...
Okay, she said Sydney Blaha is a 10. All right, let's see what she's talking about. Let's see what she's talking about. Because, I mean, we could... Yeah, we could bring up some Instagram models for show. We could bring up some Instagram models for show, because y'all know on Quarantino, that's all I used to do was give a bitch a rating. You know what I'm saying? Sydney Blaha. Sydney Blaha to Poland. Fuck no. Oh God. You said this is a 10? Oh hell nah. Bruh. This is a basic white girl, bro. This is a basic white chick, bro. Come on, dude. She's a 5, bruh. She's a 5, respectfully. I mean, you know, she's in shape, whatever, but let me show you who she's talking about. This is a plain Jane white chick, y'all, that she brought up and said was a 10. That's why you never trust a woman's rating. Dog. She said, shorty right here is a 10. Bruh. My nigga. She's a 10? With no ass, no titties, but she's a 10? Shorty got 2 bee stings, dog. I mean, she's in shape, yeah, but what the fuck? Sir Jack says she is a 4 or 5. Yeah. See, I'll give her a 5 because she's in shape. But there's like, her face is regular, like nothing spectacular. Jim said, is that guy a top tier guy in her photo? Man, hell nah. No, bruh. I mean, respectfully, shout out to whoever that dude is, but is he a top tier guy? No. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Very average guy as well. You could tell. I mean, he works at Crunch. And respect to all my niggas who work at Crunch, but he ain't making no bag. So he's very average. Sir Jack says, dude is delusional. Tracy Jones said, Mariska Hargitay from Law and Order. Okay. Jim says, like I'm asking if he's bigger than you. No, he's not. I mean, he might. He not. Nah. I mean, I'm way more cut than him. He's taller than me, maybe. I can't really tell. But yeah, no. Let's see. Mariska Hargitay. What are you saying about Mariska, Tracy? What are you saying about Mariska? What are you saying about her? Are you saying she's a 10? Is that what you saying, bruh? Oh, Lord.
18-year-old woman are more attractive than 25-year-old women?
I think there's attractive people. That's a loaded question. I don't know.
Well, it's not really, is it?
I can't.
You know why I'm asking it?
Of course I do, but I can't sit here and
for
say.
the benefit of viewers who don't know why I'm asking, you said this. In general, this is also one of the reasons men find youth attractive. You want to blow up the internet? I'll blow up the internet right effing now. The reason 18 and 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25-year-olds is because they've been through less dick. People say, oh, you can't say that, but yes, I can. A 19-year-old is more attractive than a 26-year-old woman, and I'll tell you why. Because that 26-year-old has talked to more guys, been to the club more times, been effed and dumped more times, more arguments, more mess, more for me to clean up. That is misogyny.
Absolutely not. That is not misogyny. And what I will say about that, he's absolutely right, and he should have stood on that shit. Tracy Jones says she's beautiful. She's an 8. How old is she? What is she, like fucking 40? She's 58 years old, and you said this is an 8? I mean, I love her in Law and Order, but she was literally born in 1964. Are we rating her when she was younger, or are we rating her right now? Because she's a 5. She's a 5, bruh. She's a 5. No ass, no titties, basic face. Bruh. What the fuck are y'all talking about? Do y'all want me to show you a real 10? A real 8 or 9? This is the best that you got? This is what y'all think is an 8? Bro. Come on. See, that's why you can't let women. This is why you can't let women rate other women, because that's who she think is an 8. It's ridiculous. Jim says Keela Ayers is a 0. Okay, I'm gonna look her up. Sir Jag says, why is Piers Morgan acting like a fool for ratings? Exactly. Tracy Jones says, sorry, bro. I like cougars. Okay, I feel you. Jim says, what have girls rated you? So from women that I've dealt with, they've rated me like 7, 8. Jim says, respectfully, I don't know if you could pull a woman like Sydney. Oh, Sydney Blaha? Bruh, you got to be fucking kidding me. Bro, it's hella basic, plain Jane white girls at Crunch who, like, I've been tooken down. Like, literally, my girl looked better than Sydney. What are you talking about? I couldn't pull a bitch like Sydney. Bro, she basic as fuck. The only limiting factor that would probably stop me, I don't know her dating history, but she probably is like one of them girls who, I mean, I'm looking through her profile. I don't see a black man in sight. So she probably only likes white men. So that would probably be the only thing stopping me. But Sydney is as muscular as you, though. She may hit you. She's not as muscular as me. Get the fuck out of here. That bitch is not bitch. That woman weighs like $135. I'm literally 200 pounds. So let's see. Who else did she say? Okay, she said Keela Ayers. I don't see no Kyla Ayers. Oh, okay, we found her. So she says Kyla Ayers is a 0. I mean, this looks like a very elderly woman. I ain't even gonna do her like that. I ain't even gonna put her on screen. But yeah, I mean, yeah, she's a 0 because she's fucking old as hell. I don't know what she looked like back in the day. But yeah, I mean, she's a 0. She's old as hell. I mean, I wouldn't touch her, but you know, grandma vibes. She was on my For You page. It was a quick scan. Okay.
Why?
Because you are encouraging a mindset about 25-year-old women that makes them sound out to be infinitely less desirable than 18, 19-year-olds, and having effectively been having too much sex to be taken in a more respectful way.
That would, well, firstly, even if that was the case, that wouldn't be misogyny.
But what did you mean by what you said?
That's not misogyny because it's not anti-women. I'm saying that an 18 or a 19-year-old woman would be more desirable.
Pretty anti-25-year-old women.
Anti-25-year-old women we can argue, but not misogyny.
Well, that's misogyny.
No, it's not.
Being anti any woman at all is misogyny.
Not when I'm saying that women are beautiful and attractive.
Right, and we broke this down before. He tried to pigeonhole him into saying that it was misogyny. It's absolutely not misogyny. He said being anti any woman at all is misogyny, and I brought up the point. So if I'm anti Ghislaine Maxwell, is that misogyny too? So we all know that Piers Morgan is cap on this one, and he's just trying to push this humiliation ritual forward.
Attractive at a certain age. I'm saying the age.
You're saying 18, 19-year-olds are more attractive than 25.
Well, than ageist, perhaps, but misogynistic, absolutely.
Is that
not.
But you just accepted it was misogyny.
No, I didn't. You said it was misogyny. I'm telling you, no, it's not.
So you don't think if you're saying slightly.
Michael McGee says that white guy in Sydney's photo that Tino showed us has better hair than Tino does. What? Better hair? Now you out your damn mind. Better hair? What? Bro, my nigga has a receding hairline, bro. Better hair. Better hair. Jim says, show us a 10. All right. Let me show you a 10 while we keep going through this.
Slightly hateful things about a 25.
That's not slightly hateful.
Well, it is. You think you say that to a woman's face if she's 25?
It's not slightly hateful. When
so you would go up to a 25-year-old woman and tell her exactly what I've just read out.
Why would I walk up to a random 25-year-old
Because you said it in public on the internet, and it's been listened to and watched by millions and millions of young, impressionable boys.
Correct. There was a large panel. There was a conversation. There was hours long of conversation. There were feminists attacking men for toxic masculinity and attacking me and saying things. And I said things back which were going to antagonize
them.
Which you've done yourself a bunch of times.
I think a lot of allegations of toxic masculinity are not toxic.
Correct.
I do think that kind of sentence that I just read out, that paragraph, is actually toxic. If you genuinely mean that, and you say you wouldn't say it to a woman's face, but you said it in public about women of that age.
I would say it to a woman's face, and I have before. Guys, if y'all missed the Don J overdose podcast yesterday, make sure y'all go check it out as I scan the explore page for a 10. I'm gonna look for a girl who's like in the gym. I'm going to look for a girl who's in the gym. Matter of fact, I do have some ideas of what I would consider a 10 as far as physical beauty now, like doing some extra shit online. That's a whole nother discussion. But I'm looking down to try and find a 10 or at least something higher than what the fuck y'all been supplying. Y'all been supplying some fucking duds. Y'all been supplying some duds, bruh. Michael McGee says, if I'm not mistaken, that guy in her photo is the same guy who was dating Drew Afwalo a while back. Nah, that ain't the same guy. Jim says, do you think Shelby 321 is a 10? Let us know. Matter of fact, let me show you. I just found this girl on the Explore page who is... I would say she's probably 7'6". So this is what I would think is like a 7. This is what I would think is like a 6 or 7. So I'm gonna show you guys right now. All right. So this is what I would think is like a 6 or 7. Her face, this is Shy Ram G. Her face, you know, pretty basic, pretty regular, nothing crazy, outstanding about it. Her body, stupendous. Okay. Now, like her titties, it's not the best, but it's attractive. So I would say she's like a C cup, but they're, you know, when you see her in like certain clothes, they're a little saggy, little flapjack-ish. But this is what I would consider like a 6 or a 7. You know, vibrant, body on point, in the gym, okay? Fat ass, slim waist. Yeah, this is like 6 or a 7. I haven't found a 10 on the explore page yet that I can like actually say is natural, but this is what I would consider like a 6 or 7. Fire body, face is cute, but it's not, her face is not gorgeous, but her face is cute. So yeah, that's what I would consider like a 6 or a 7. Let's see. Shelby is top tier shape. Shelby 321. Let's see. Okay, her shit ain't really popping up like that. 2-1. Okay, Shelby Young. Oof. All right. So the my issue with Shelby Young, oh God. Yeah, she is in good shape. I would definitely fuck, but her face, oh nah, she got like a bird face. Look at that. And I'm not trying to make fun of her, but she got a bird face, bruh. Like the nose is super sharp. She really don't have ass like that. Yeah, she basics as hell. I mean, I'll give her a 5. I give her a 5. I give her a 5. But you know, her body looks great. Her body looks great, but yeah, she's a 5. The face threw me off crazy. Jim said Shelby looks better than her. No, she doesn't, honey. No, she doesn't, ma'am. Sir Jag says agree, 6 out of 7. Or 6/7, 7 with a good personality. Absolutely.
I do think that's misogynist. And I think you probably do too.
I don't think it's misogynistic. I understand why it can be insulting.
You wouldn't say it to a woman's face.
Well, it depends. You're making out like I'm walking around the street going up to random 25.
Well, effectively, you're doing it to tens of millions of people online. There's no difference.
Not at all. We're discussing a topic. We were discussing the ideal age of a man.
Should young boys, right, in their teens, are you comfortable that they would have that mindset?
If a young boy is trying to date a 25-year-old, he is in over his head. So yes, if he's not looking for women who are in his age range or a little younger, couple years, maybe even a few years younger, then he is in over his head.
Be honest.
I think that young boys in their teens lack life experience. They lack nuance. And they need to be very, very careful what they're digesting online, whether it's my content or anybody else's.
Yeah, I think you know for a fact millions of them are digesting exactly what you're saying.
Completely. The entire internet, to a degree, I think any subject you can find, there's going to be a whole heap of content.
I come back to the Joe Rogan thing, Andrew. Is that a lot of what you say, I agree with.
Yeah. I'm still looking for a 10, so we're going to keep going. I'm still looking for that 10, though.
Right? I do, genuinely. I've read a lot of stuff you said. A lot of the stuff you talk about, I think, yeah, he's got a good point, right? So we agree about a lot of things. But when I read that kind of thing, I'm like, how much of that is you? How much of that is some act? Do you regret saying stuff like this?
I don't.
And actually, do you see it as weakness to admit you shouldn't have said something like that?
No, I don't live with regret. I think what's happened is that, like I said, long format content, arguments with feminists, arguments with the toxic masculine crowd, arguments with the left, and they're going to take a small clip, small sentence from ours, and they're going to try and paint me as a
But I'm not left or right.
I don't know what you are, Piers.
Exactly. That's my point.
Bruh, he's full of shit. I'm not left or right. Dude, you're full of shit. You're a fucking leftist. even if you say that, like even certain points that he tries to stand on, like, oh, I wasn't for the censorship of Trump and all this other stuff, dude. In order to get in the position that you're in, you have to be left in some regard. Actually, damn near most regard, you got to be a leftist. So for him to just say, oh, I'm not left or right, dude, that's absolute bullshit. We're still looking for a 10 on the explore page. A lot of it I'm seeing, a lot of the things I'm seeing a lot of BBLs, a lot of manufactured, and tattoos, which I can't give a woman with a tattoo a 10 because in my opinion that tat is a flaw. So I'm trying to look for a woman who's not tatted, who's like a natural, at least an 8, 9, maybe even a 10. A lot of Hispanic women coming up on the explore page. Because to be a 10, for one, you have to have D-cup titties. You can't be a 10 without D-cup titties. You have to have ass, you have to have a flat stomach, and you have to have a gorgeous face. That's the only way that you can be a 10. Like I like when I see these women rate themselves, I'm just like, bruh, you're not a fucking 10. You don't have no titties. You have like bee stings. You can't be a 10. There's no way you can't be a 10. Or there's no way you can be a 10 with the body that you have. Straight up. Respectfully, but straight up. Might have to refresh the explore page because I'm getting a lot of 8s. You know, a lot of gym bitches with fucking. All right, I'll bring another example up. So this is what I would consider an 8, a hard 8. Hard 8, because she's got gorgeous face. She doesn't have titties, so she has B-cup titties. But her ass, I mean, shit. The ass is fucking amazing. Look at how far it pokes out. So this is a hard 8. This is a hard 8, all right? Fucking body is absolutely amazing. Her face, and this is relatively no makeup on. Look at the hip to waist ratio. She's gorgeous. She's gorgeous, okay? This is an 8, guys. This is her transformation, what she used to look like, what she looks like now. And I can tell she got her body through working out. I can tell this ain't no BBL shit because she didn't have enough fat to get it. But what could look at the injury. She tore her ACL. She tore her ACL. So that could have contributed to some weight gain that she might have had. And then she worked it off and was able to, you know, put it in her body. Okay, this is completely without makeup. All right, so completely without makeup, the rating definitely goes down because her face looks totally different from what it did earlier. So with this face, honestly, she goes back down to like a 7. Honestly. What, does she have diabetes or some shit? I'm not going to get into all that. But when you go up, she does her makeup very well because she definitely deceived me. Now that I'm looking at like the what we saw earlier, she looks way better like this. So I don't know if her face changed or some shit. But yeah, let me see. Yeah, I would give her a 7 or an 8. So we still looking for that 9. We still looking for that 10. So she says, could you handle a ass that big? Man, hell yeah, bruh. What the fuck? I done fuck bitches with way bigger ass than that. Come on. My girl got more ass than her. What the hell are you talking about? My girl got more ass than her.
That's my point. And I understand. And you're doing exactly as I knew would happen.
That nigga said Tiger Booty was an 8 RIP. Nah, Tiger Booty was manufactured, so I can't give her an 8, but I'll give her like a 6, 7. I remember Tiger Booty. Her face wasn't all that, though. So Let's keep going.
Happen on this interview, which is because you're a busy man. You're not going to watch hours and hours and hours of video.
Actually, I have watched hours and hours of video, and I'm going to come to the stuff where I agree with you, and I'm going to come to the stuff about your censorship, which
Sure.
I have issues with. So this is, it's a long interview, right?
Sure.
I just thought off the top, you said to me, and you were quite bold about it. Well, go on, then let's go through these.
And you should keep going. I will sit here and stand by what I said. I believe that
on that, I just read to you. Then.
Yeah.
Do you wish you hadn't said that?
I understand how it's been misconstrued. I understand how it's been weaponized against me. Do I regret it because it's been weaponized and used against me? Well, that's slightly annoying.
That's not why I want you to
Did I
regret
at the time mean what I said?
See, all this tap dancing, niggas, stand on that shit, man. Stand on it. Stand on it. That's all we wanted from Tate, to just stand on it, bruh. Please, my niggas, stand on that shit. Whatever you said, my nigga, please stand on it. Stand on it. It might be easier to find a 10 on TikTok, honestly, even though I fucking can't stand TikTok. Hold up. Never mind. I might have found an 8. I just gotta make sure she looked good without makeup. Oh, she got a tattoo. Damn. Well, minus the tattoo. She's 22. Yeah. I wouldn't say an 8 though. I'll give her a 7. Adjustable 6. The tattoos definitely threw me off, so I'm not even gonna mention her. Let's keep going.
In the context of the conversation, which obviously you're not familiar with, and the people at home are not familiar with. No, I meant what I said.
The 25-year-old women.
Michael McGee said Etan Quad Father said you were using uncontrolled substances on Instagram, bro. What the fuck? He still got that post up. He still got that post up. Niggas finna get sued, bro. I'm finna start suing niggas. Etan Quad Father. What the hell? I just searched his name. He ain't even coming up. Oh, Ethan Quad Father. Where's that post at? He still got that post? Where's the post? Man, y'all be saying niggas be saying shit about me, but then when I scroll through their page, I don't see no posts about them saying anything about me. So I don't believe what you saying. Shout out to, man, that nigga ain't said no shit about me, man. Fuck out of here. What are you talking about? Sir Jag said Tate is playing chess game with Morgan. He has to pick his words correctly and quickly under time pressure. Nah, I mean, I get it, but he should have stood on it.
Just talk to more guys, been to the club more times, been effed and dumped more times, more arguments, more mess, more for me to clean up.
Well, there's a whole bunch of context and conversation around that's been missed, and I
don't think I'm missing much context.
Well, I encourage people who are interested to go watch it.
But I mean, I've just read out 3 sentences on the bounce there. I don't think there's any context I'm missing. I mean, you made it pretty clear what you think about the difference between 18 and 90-year-old women.
I wasn't talking about myself, even. I was talking with a Muslim guy who was on the panel, and he was explaining how youth is very valued in most parts of the world, and why virginity is valued in most parts of the world. The feminists were arguing against it. And I was sitting there, actually, very much like you, a mediator between the two, explaining why in most of the world still today, perhaps not in the Western world, virginity is coveted, youth is coveted in most of the world, and throughout all of human history. And I was sitting there making the point, explaining why in certain parts of the world they think how they do.
Well, in large parts of the world.
All right. I'm going to show y'all an 8. I just found an 8. So I would consider this one an 8. Teddy Bear Rosito. Definitely an 8. Natural beauty. Big tits. Fat ass. Yeah, I'll give her an 8. Definitely solid. Okay. Well, I'll probably give her like a 7, 8. I don't know if she's like 8 all the way, but definitely thick. Let's see. I think I've actually used her thumbnails. Yeah. I'll say she is 7. At first glance, I was going to go with 8, but so we're still looking for, but that's the standard is what I'm saying. A lot of y'all, you posted some some chicks who didn't. He said, why didn't you show your girl when you said you was looking for a 10? I'm not gonna show my girl because I got too many trolls and y'all be doing goofy shit like sending her clips out of context. So I'm not gonna put my girl out there. I mean, even though she's on my YouTube channel, she's on my community post, she's on my community tab, but I'm not gonna put her out there because y'all be doing some goofy shit. Jim said, well, if you're judging women for using BBLs, could they say the same about you? Bro, I don't use steroids, bro. What the fuck? Dog, y'all gotta stop saying this. I don't use steroids. I never took a PED in my fucking life. I don't use steroids. So everything that I got is natural. Never took no fucking steroids. All these motherfuckers saying that I did are haters because they mad that they don't look like me.
Even though it's very different to the Western world. So I was making a point mediating between two groups very similar to yourself. The conversation has been misunderstood. They've taken this clip of it and it's been weaponized and used against me. I understand that it's because I'm now the most famous Google person on the planet. It's inconvenient, sure. But I'm definitely not a danger to women in any regard. I date women 25, 26, 27 years old all the time.
He says, where we will go if we wanted a one-on-one consultation, hit my DMs on Instagram. We can talk about it.
None of them are offended by the things
I don't
I
think
say.
you're a danger to women.
Of
I
course
think
not.
I think the danger, if it concerns you, the danger is the influence you have on young men to have this kind of mindset about women. And that's really where I'm trying to get to, what you really believe and how much you've just shot off because you think it's like entertaining and you haven't really given it much thought. And whether now you're a bit older and you've had all the fallout, whether part of you is thinking, actually, if I had, as Joe Rogan says, if you hadn't said stuff like this, you'd probably still be on all these platforms.
No, that's bullshit. They still would have got him the fuck up out of here because the platforms can do what the fuck they want. They'll shadow ban you. They'll censor you. They'll make sure that your message doesn't go out. They'll make sure that you don't make money off your shit. They'll cut your ad revenue off. So what is he talking about? Jim says, what if women who say, who you say have a BBL just say that they don't, just like you're doing? You can easily, for one, women don't usually lie about not having surgery. They used to, but it's become normalized. So women don't lie about not having a BBL. Okay. And men who don't take PEDs, when you like, let's look at I think Simeon Panda got questioned about using PEDs, right? He never denied it. I'm vehemently and blatantly denying that I've ever used a PED in my fucking life. Okay. These guys who actually take PEDs and then try and make it seem like they don't, they never deny it. They never deny it. Okay. So we can get into that real quick because look how this nigga answered the question, bro. Let's go to it because I watch these fitness dudes, and the reason why a lot of them come up, I'm not going to take away from their grind or whatnot, but a lot of them come up off of suspicious circumstances. You could say that there's even industry plants in the fitness arena. Sir Jag says exactly. Yep. Key says, what happened was dude put up a natty or not on his IG story and someone tagged your account. So he shared your post and had everyone vote if you were natty or not, along with others. That's bullshit. Well, that guy's going to have to see me. That guy's going to have to see me. Matter of fact, I'm going to hit him up right now in the DMs. He going to have to see me. Yeah. That nigga going to have to see me. Yeah, that nigga going to have to see me. I'm finna DM that nigga right now. I'm finna DM that nigga right now. I'm gonna have to DM that nigga right now. Yeah, that nigga gonna have to see me, bruh. He gonna have to see me. Jim said, yeah, well, I'm not saying you are now because you denied it, but there's a ton of fake natties. Look at the fitness industry. They all are. No, but when you ask them, they be capping. Somebody said vegan gains was the thing. What? So anyways, look at how he answered this question. Watch.
Leave the microphone alone. What is going on, everyone?
Okay, this nigga gonna do his shit. So I guess this guy is a person who like comes up to people and asks if they're natty. Watch how these people answer the question.
to be anything like that. But he is afraid. He shadows himself. He doubts himself. And I want none of you guys to do that. Live on who you are and be who you are.
I figured it's time to talk about the whole Simeon.
All right, so we're not gonna fair use. Look, fair use, but watch. This guy confronts the fitness dudes. If he confronted me, there wouldn't be shit for him to say about me.
The crowd just wasn't working. Now, the awesome part about this whole thing, it was
that girl right there. I would give her like a 7.
Classic situation of right place, right time. I was filming with Laura Lee. I saw Simeon Panda walk by me and I knew that was my opportunity. And I was watching in the crowd and I know Simeon kept like looking over my direction. He knew what I was going to try and do at the end of it. But basically there's an interviewer and then Simeon Panda, they're sitting next to each other. He's asking him questions about his lifestyle, his training, his diet, how he got started in the industry and a bunch of random stuff no one cares about. And then I knew it was going to happen at some point. The interviewer, once he was done asking all the main questions, said, "Does anyone from the crowd?" Fortunately,
all right, let's get into it. Kia says, "I'm saying the guy who they are talking about was Vegan Gains doing Natty or Nots. Nah, they said some nigga named the Fairy. He said what? Okay, so I just DM'd the Fairy Glute Father, and he says what? I have no idea who you are." I'm gonna say, oh, okay, word. I had some people come to me saying you were talking crap, but no problem. If you said you ain't say nothing about me, then we good, homie. All right, so he just hit me back up and he said that he don't know who I am. So Kia says Tino is natty. He's an athlete, not one of these fitness dudes. Everyone else is. Exactly. Jim says show us a 10. I'm still looking for a 10, but I do want to address this natty or not bullshit.
That microphone wasn't working, so I tried to get the other one. You started being too close, and then that's when Simeon came up and stole the microphone.
So let's listen to what he is. He gonna play the fucking video? God damn.
You find one fake natty, more chances than not, there's going to be other nearby or in the area.
Let me talk about this real quick, just for 2 seconds.
So notice how he is not going to answer the question. He deflects and he never confirms if he's natty or not.
In the industry, you're going to get people that troll you. Now, when people troll you, most of the time, they don't have anything significant to offer themselves to the industry. So, as you guys have seen, I said from the beginning, like 10 years ago, my main thing was to provide content to everyone, share my knowledge and share my experience. Then you get people that just troll. That's this gentleman here. So what I'm not going to do is give him the opportunity to, clickbait, get a video, and I will be on his video. This is what he will show in his video. Whereas I will show you exercises, nutrition, and trying to help. This guy is a troll, and that's what he does. So today, unfortunately, we can't have you, spoil what is a good opportunity for me to communicate with everyone. I don't even want to hear anything you've got to say. You don't provide any good content to the industry. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So you see how he didn't answer the question. He deflected. This is a common debate tactic that people use when they are called out blatantly. As for me, every time somebody says that I'm not natural, I address it head on and I say that you guys are absolutely out of your fucking mind, especially if you see the work that I put in and you don't think that I'm natural. Yeah, fuck out of here. Michael McGee says, if you look good, you always going to have a troll. Facts.
You'd be massively more popular, massively more famous, massively richer. So I'm really.
He says Simeon lives in the gym. Tino actually does athletic things. Exactly. I'm not just a gym bro. I actually run more than I'm actually in the gym.
I want to get to on the blatantly misogynist stuff. You just wish you hadn't said it.
With great power comes great responsibility. It was certainly said before the great power came. It's inconvenient to a degree. However, like I said at the time, with the context of the conversation, I know that I'm not saying things which I believe to be detrimental to the world. However, they've been misconstrued and they've been misunderstood.
If a 20
Jim says, I want to see a black woman who's a 10. Okay. She says she want to see the sisters. I'm going to look for it. I'm going to look for it. Now, do you want a dark-skinned woman or you want a light-skinned woman? Because if I pull up a light-skinned woman, then you're going to be like, nah, we need a dark skin. And it's going to be a lot harder to find a dark-skinned 10, honestly. It really is. because they're just not as visible. Maybe they don't have the biggest presence on Instagram. But actually, I have a dark skin 10 in mind right now. I actually have would I say that she's a 10? This girl that I went to college with, yeah, I would say that she's a 10. I'll say that she's like a 8 or a 9 for sure. This girl I went to college with. Okay, let's see. Keith says, I said they were talking about vegan gains doing natty or not because he does them for all types of people. Okay, you right. Jim says dark as can see or dark as can be, I think is what she meant. Okay, let me see. I got a dark skin 10 in mind. Damn, what was her name again? Damn. Anyways, let's keep going. I'll find her.
25-year-old woman was watching this. Would you say, I'm sorry for saying that?
Well, I wouldn't want anyone to be offended by anything I say, but I say things. But I say things that offend, and this is the thing that's interesting, Piers. Please let me finish.
You're behaving like a politician. But hang on, you could say I'm interrupting.
You do,
but you're answering a different question to the one I asked you. So, as an interviewer, you're behaving.
Sure. Okay, let's. Sure.
Okay, you accept that. Let's accept we both got up. Okay. So again, my point is simply, if a 26-year-old woman is watching this and has heard those comments, would you just say to her, "Look, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that"?
No, I won't. I will say that I am sorry that offends you. However, there's a large contingent of the world.
That doesn't mean you're sorry.
No, I'm not sorry. That's the point I'm making. I'm sorry if that offends you. However, there's a large contingent of the world that believe that, and I was mediating for a conversation.
Parts of the world that believe that about 26-year-old women are parts of the world where women are not allowed out on their own.
That's not true at all. I mean, he should have asked Piers Morgan, dude, like, what the fuck? Who looks better? Who looks better? Fucking, I don't even know. Megan Fox or like, I don't know, some old bitch in the industry. Like, come on, bro. Come on. Like, are we really going to play that game where he's really trying to make it seem like, what the fuck? These bitches just be straight butt naked on Instagram, dog. Like, are we really going to play that game? Like, he's trying to make it seem like, he's trying to make it seem like men overwhelmingly don't prefer younger women. All right, I'm finna pull up a dark skin 8/9. Like, why is he trying to act like this? Crazy.
That's a conversation.
They have to wear full burkas.
Well, that's a conversation.
Andrew Tate should have not let him get that point off. And then he also should have called him Islamophobic.
Out to drive cars.
That's not.
All right, let's get into this dark skin 10. This girl, we actually graduated. We actually graduated together. She bad as fuck. I would say this is a dark skin 10 for sure. All natural, dark skin 10. I mean, look at that ass. That shit's crazy. Look at this shit. Key says, do you have an opinion on Coach Greg Duquette? Didn't he coach you? Greg Duquette? I have to see. We had a lot of coaches. I don't remember everyone's name, respectfully. Coach Greg Duquette. Man, that nigga didn't coach me. What the fuck? I don't know who the hell he is. I'm thinking you talking about a fucking football coach. Yeah, so this is definitely a dark skin 10. Shorty bad. She making her own money, all that shit. You know, comes from a good African family. This is an African woman. I wouldn't say that she's a 10. I would say that she's like a 8, 9. But yeah, I mean, she's as close as you can get. Straight bad. Ass, titties. I mean, what more could you ask for? There's no complaints. Natural hair, beautiful natural hair. She grew her shit. She makes her own clothes. I mean, my nigga. There was one picture where she was just like actually showing the ass off for real. Yeah, this bitch is bad, bro. Let's see. She go crazy. She go crazy. Yeah, so this was like this is at a pool called the Mark. It's like a pretty lit pool on camp or off campus. But yeah, she bad. So I would say yes, this is 8, 9-ish, you know. But yeah. Sir Jag says, want to see a 10? Get your passport. I'm not giving out sources / countries though. LOL. Do your own research, fellas. Yeah, passport gang. Jim says Candace Owens is a 6. Yeah, I would agree with that. 5 or 6. Jim says yes, black women graduating college. Love to see it. Yeah, she bad. She was like a showstopper at Georgia for sure. Michael McGee says Tino clapping classmates. Yeah, I was clapping classmates, but not her. Oh boy, it's Jimmy. Says she's attractive. Yes, she is. Sir Jag says I wouldn't consider her dark skin. She's fine though. Yeah, she's dark skin. No one says black women on a scale of 1 to of 10 are typically in the Horn of Africa, Ethiopia. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. Them Ethiopian women are fucking fire. Michael McGee says, was the football players running through her? Okay, so running through her, I wouldn't say running through her. But yeah, she probably, fuck with a couple of football players for sure.
Nothing to do with it.
But is that the kind of world for a woman that you?
I was mediating a conversation.
No, I'm asking you what you think.
I don't live in a country where that happens.
So you're using that as the excuse for why you're not sorry for saying it.
It's not an excuse.
Is that there are parts of the world where this is fine?
My friend.
So my question to you is, well, do you think it's fine?
I don't think it's fine. I live in a world where
you don't think it's fine.
The reason
this isn't that hard, Andrew. You can simply say, Piers, you know what? With the benefit of hindsight, I wish I hadn't said it like that. And if a 26-year-old woman's watching, I'm sorry I said that, because that actually is blatantly misogynist.
Bruh, literally, there was really no issue with what he said, in my opinion. Like, yes, younger women are more attractive than older women. Like, that's just, I really don't see how it's that hard to grasp, and how he couldn't. It seems like he put Tate on the ropes, and Tate just like for some reason was not able to disarm this argument, especially when he started bringing up Islamic countries. I would have said, is he Islamophobic? All types of shit. So this is not his best. He was not in his best light.
And even though that's the view.
God damn, George Pickens just made another crazy ass catch. Sorry for the noise, but double coverage into the field. Past the numbers, Jesus, that nigga's a beast, bruh.
Held by other parts of the world. It's not a view I share. Now, I would respect you more if you said that than if you try and say, well, it's said in other parts of the world, so I'm not sorry.
I think
that doesn't tell me what you think.
It's universally known throughout the whole entire universe. Goddamn, this is not up for debate. Younger women look better than older women. Come on, bruh. Smooth skin looks better than wrinkles. Can we at least agree with that?
Then you need to understand why my content existed in the first place. My content existed because I tried my very hardest to be an absolute and utter realist, especially with uncomfortable truths. I was pointing out that very uncomfortable.
Is that a truth?
It's an uncomfortable truth in many parts of the world. It's not a truth that I'm happy about. It's not a truth I created.
Hang on. You're doing it again. What do you mean that's a truth in other parts of the world? That's what you said. You're not talking about another part of the world. You're talking about what you believe is the difference between 18 and 90-year-olds and 26-year-olds.
I was talking about
your belief.
I was talking about what the people on the panel believe the difference is.
So what do you think the difference is?
I think the difference is age.
What's the difference then?
Well, then a 26-year-old's older than a 19-year-old.
And so you stand by what you said about talking to the guys, being to the club more times, being effed to dump more times. Well, you believe that or not?
No, there's plenty of 26-year-old women who have been with one man or virgins,
right.
Of course.
So you don't believe it?
Bruh, where? He said there's plenty of 26-year-old women who have been with one man or a virgin. My nigga, what? Bruh, did he really just say that goofy ass shit? Like I said, I agree with Andrew Tate on some things, but fast talking niggas. This is what you have to watch out for, because the nigga just about, oh, well, there are plenty of 27. Where? Show me where they are, please. The world would like to know. The world would like to know. Okay. Key said, well, Tate is trying to act not so extreme now. I know why he's acting like that. Yeah, I get it, but come on, bruh. Like, you can't just abandon the basic universal tenets of the red vitamin that you've been adamantly speaking for the last 10 years. You can't just drop the whole ideology. Sir Jag says, dope channel. I think Coach Greg Adams mentioned you months ago. That's how I ended up subscribing. Keep up the good work, free thinkers. Yes, sir. Jim says, it's shown in a negative light when men have standards, aka what Andrew is saying. Jim says, men specifically going for 18 and 19-year-old women is a bit weird, but I do understand wanting younger women between 21 and 23. So, yeah, I think women look the best between like 18 and 25. So it's basically the Leonardo DiCaprio model there. So I wouldn't say that the women who are, if you're specific, you can't really specifically target 18 and 19. I guess you can, but at the same time, you're going to go for what is attractive to you. And it just so happens that the younger she is, the more likely it is for her to be attractive. I mean, just look at a woman before people going to clip this and all this stuff. But even go back to your own high school. How about this? Go back to your own high school and look at all the bad bitches in your high school. Then look at them now. Look at all the bad bitches in your high school. Go back to your yearbook where you were the same age that they were at that time period. Go back in your yearbook and look at all the bad bitches. Then look at them now and tell me which one looked better. When y'all were the same age, or when she is fucking 20. Like, if I go back to my yearbook, I'm actually coming up on our 10-year anniversary. Next year will be the 10-year anniversary of my graduating class. And I'm telling you right now, if I go back and look at the women how they used to look when we were in high school and how they look now, bruh, it's night and day. It's night and day. There are very few who maintain their looks. Very few. And I'm talking about, from the top of my head, if I had and when we had yearbooks, nigga, we used to go through and rate every woman in the yearbook. Like, that's how me and my boys used to do it. So we would literally rate every woman in the yearbook. So if I had to pick like the top 10 girls in my high school and look at them now, there's probably like 2 who were able to maintain their looks. Two max who was able to maintain their looks. Jim says, yeah, if you're 18, you're legal, but 18-year-olds are in high school, I mean, y'all need to look at an age of consent map, because 16 is legal in Georgia. So like I said, y'all need to look at age of consent map. Jim, because half of the country, 16 is legal. Jim said, I think college women look better than they did in high school. That only applies to the ones who didn't get the freshman 15. Yeah, I totally 100% wholeheartedly agree with that, Jim. That's one thing that me and you can agree on. I definitely think that college women who didn't get the freshman 15, or even if they did and it was distributed properly, look better than high school. I agree. Key says, are you going to your high school reunion? You be checking the IGs. I don't know. We have a Facebook group and we're talking about it, and I'm just like, I don't want to see them hood niggas because they gonna look at me and they gonna be like, damn, this nigga came up, and they gonna probably try and rob me or some shit.
Stand by what you said about talking to the guys, being to the club.
I don't want to have to shoot a nigga, so
more times, being left to dump more times.
Well,
you believe that or not?
No, there's plenty of 26-year-old women who have been with one man or virgins,
right.
Of course.
So you don't believe that?
I don't think that the age is the only thing that's going to decipher how many men a woman.
Right, so if you don't actually believe what you said, just say sorry.
It's not about not believing what I'm saying. It's about you understanding that there's large conversations going on.
I'm just reading back stuff you
See, bro, it's like, bro, just stand on it, my nigga.
said.
I know
and I'm
you are.
asking you, do you believe it?
I believe that it's more likely a 26-year-old's had more partners than a 19-year-old.
Right. You don't know that.
You don't know that, dude. Get the fuck out of here. We can easily do the body count formula and determine that. Why, bro? Piers, and this is what these age-old dinosaurs don't understand. These young bitches are fucking more than young men. Let me repeat. The young women are fucking more than young men. So for him to say, you don't know that, yes, the fuck I do. If I take a 26-year-old woman and compare her to a fucking 18-year-old girl, it's night and day if we're counting bodies. Fuck out of here. I don't care what religion I don't give a fuck if she's Muslim. If she's in the West, she's fucking. Straight up. Keith said, you being funny, or you really think that they would try you at the reunion? Dress bummy, bro. Yeah, I do think that they would try me at the reunion, and I might have to shoot a nigga. I genuinely believe that, because it was so many niggas who were haters in high school who couldn't physically beat me up. But now, like, when I look back at their Facebooks and their Instagram, they into gunplay and they weigh like $145, but they shooting shit up. So yes, I definitely think that these niggas would try and rob me at the reunion. Jim says, absolutely. Women start going or gaining bodies at 16 now. I know because I'm 19. Dude, I know women who were 12 and pregnant at my middle school. So yeah, they fucking.
I don't know that. You're right.
In fact, there could be absolutely no evidence for that whatsoever.
Completely agree.
Completely agree, dude. Get the fuck out. Andrew, stand on it, my nigga. Stand on it.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
Weak in the knees, capitulating at every moment. You don't know that. You don't have any evidence to substantiate that. Actually, I do. According to the CDC, women carry way more STDs than men. Even gay men, they're carrying way more STDs than gay men. So another one, women have between 3 to 7 bodies a year, according to the CDC. So, dude, you're gonna fucking sit up here and tell me you don't know that? You can't prove that. Yes, we fucking can. Yes, we can. Jim also says women without fathers tend to be faster. Absolutely. No one says Tate is right. I've been to Eastern Europe, and some of the girls I dealt with there were virgins. The female to male ratio is quite in favor of the men there. Also, the culture is more traditional. We're talking about the West, though. Key says, wait, don't you see those hood guys in public still, though? At the store, etc. They already know you came up. Nah, I don't see them. I don't see them out like that. Cause like we're not in the same city. I'm in a different city than the niggas I went to high school with. No one says some things you just have to travel the world and experience to understand. Yeah, but we're talking about the West. We're talking about the West. But you're going to tell me there's Eastern European women who are fucking 25, 26 and who are virgins? Stop it. I literally just went on a podcast with a bitch from Ukraine yesterday, and she was 25, 26, and no, she was not no damn virgin. No one says the West, they fucking sit 7th to 8th grade. Absolutely.
So why say it? Why stigmatize all 26-year-old women?
It's not about, we're repeating ourselves here.
We're not really. I'm just trying to get to what you actually believe.
I believe that men find youth attractive in general. I believe that in the context of the conversation,
25-year-old women aren't old.
I agree with you. They're not, especially I'm old. I'm a lot older than that. The point I was making was part of mediating a panel, a conversation.
Key says, I know about 10 Christian girls and 9 of them are smashing. Absolutely. Absolutely. Key also says, if you're outside, Catholic chicks are the first ones to go. Exactly. They will literally, the Catholic chicks will literally like go to the bars and clubs with that Ash Wednesday shit on their forehead and get fucked that same day.
Conversation between feminists.
Or Ash Fridays, whatever the hell it is.
I get it.
Okay,
I get it.
Good. So you understand why I said the sentence.
But as far as I know, you weren't espousing what a Muslim man might think. You were espousing what you think.
See, and he needs to, if he's Islam, I understand that, stand on that, be Islam, but don't bring Islam into this. Islam has nothing to do with female dynamics and female nature. Okay? Nothing to do with that at all. Now, you could say, oh, Islam has guidelines to keep a woman pure and chaste. Yeah, you can say that. But we're not just going to bring Islam into this as if, oh, these ideas come from Islam. No, they don't. It's fucking female nature, bruh.
I was espousing what the people on the panel believed.
But you were saying what you think.
Key says, I didn't know Tate was part black. Yeah, his dad was an African American.
I feel like you're trying to pin me down.
If it's not what you believe.
Look, man, Tate, bro, this is art of war. This is art of war. Agree and amplify. Stand on that shit, my nigga. Stand on that shit. Key says, is polygamy promoted in Muslim culture? So it's not polygamy, it's polygyny that is promoted in Muslim culture. And it's not so much that it's promoted in Muslim culture, it's that it is accepted, and it is something that that Islam has established through the text in the Quran, that a man can have, I believe, up to 4 wives that he can financially take care of, which I really don't see a problem with. The only issue is the jealousy in the West. See, if you take that shit out to another country, you're not going to have that same amount of jealousy.
You just say, I don't believe that.
What part wouldn't I believe?
Well, you tell me which part you don't believe. There's the sentence. Which part would you now say you don't believe?
I believe that 25-year-old women perhaps have had, because they've been alive longer, maybe have had more partners, but I don't believe that.
Maybe, bro, this, like, it hurts me to see him capitulating on this point. Bro, we already know she belonged to the streets. Like, bro, why can't you just say that, my nigga? Dog, she's been in the streets way longer than an 18, 19-year-old. You know this, man. Key says, what's the major difference between Islam and Christianity? A lot is the same. I can't find any difference. So the difference between Islam and Christianity is in the details and is mainly in the prophets. Okay, so Muslims believe, and Islam only means submission to God, or one who submits to God. So it doesn't have any type of, when people talk about Islam, they try and put it in the context of something that is just a Middle Eastern thing. It's only that, and it's like, no, Islam means submission to God. So if you submit to God, you are Islam. Okay. When it comes to being a Muslim and following the Quran, in Islam, they believe that Muhammad was the last prophet, whereas in Christianity, they believe that Jesus Christ is. There are some sects that believe that Jesus Christ is God. And then there are other sects that believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. And then you have the Holy Trinity and whatnot in Catholicism and whatnot. And, we can get into that. But the main difference between Islam and Christianity is that in Islam, they believe that Muhammad, it was the last prophet. They also do not believe that Jesus Christ was the literal Son of God. They don't believe Jesus Christ was the literal Son of God. They believe he was a prophet. They believe in his immaculate conception of Mary, but they don't look at her as a deity. Okay, they believe that Jesus's birth was in fact a miracle, but they don't see him as the physical, literal Son of God, meaning that he has the genetic DNA of God, who is considered to be Allah or Yahweh or Elohim. So that is the major difference between Islam and Christianity. So Islam, they also believe in texts in the Old Testament. What they don't believe in are translations that were created and interpreted after the death of Christ. So they believe in the Torah. They believe in the original law of Moses. They believe in the 10 Commandments. They believe in the lineage and the genealogy of Christ. As a matter of fact, they also believe that Muhammad could have been a descendant of a son of Abraham and Ishmael. Okay, so there are certain differences when it comes to the historical context of Christianity and Islam. But the thing about Christianity is they believe in the deity or the deity of Jesus Christ, whereas Muslims do not believe that. But they do believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah. So they don't believe that he died for our sins. They believe that someone was made to look like Christ. So they basically believe the person who died on the cross was a body double, and God actually ascended Christ into heaven, into the heavens, because he did not deserve a mortal death. Okay, so they do believe that Jesus Christ is going to come back and save the world from our sins, but they don't believe he died for our sins. They believe that whoever was put up on that cross was an individual who was made to look like Jesus Christ, and Jesus Christ actually ascended into heaven, which would be another miracle of Islam that they believe in. They also believe in the miracle of Muhammad splitting the moon, which historians believe was a solar eclipse, whatnot. So there are certain differences in that. Key says, okay, cool. One last question about that. Do you believe Jesus is the Son of God? So when you look at the text of the Bible, and this is a very loaded and complex question, which I can't definitively answer right now on air, because quite frankly, I don't know. But when you look at the text of the Bible, Jesus Christ was not the only one who was referred to as the Son of God. Adam was also referred to as the Son of God. Abraham was also referred to as the Son of God. Moses was also referred to as the Son of God. So do I believe that Jesus was the literal genetic a spawn of God? I don't know. I can't definitively answer that. That's why when it comes to my own studies and my own research in religions, I have to go back to the origins of society, and that's in ancient Mesopotamia, where we can see that the Canaanites, a sect of the Canaanites who are considered the Hebrew or the Jews or the Israelites, a sect of them actually branched off from Baal worship, which is now seen to be witchcraft or demonic worship. It's seen to be witchcraft or demonic worship. A sect of the Canaanites actually split off from that Baal worship and worship the god El, which they originally called him, and now has been translated to Elohim. Okay, so do I believe that Jesus is the son, the literal son of God? I don't know. I can't definitively answer that question because I just don't know. From my research, I have not been able to come to that conclusion. In order to understand if Jesus was actually the Son of God, you have to understand the language that Jesus spoke, and that was Aramaic. So you would have to understand Aramaic. You would have to understand Hebrew and the way that they translated those texts, those original texts. Anything Greek or Roman, me personally, it's hard to take that with validity. So anything that was written by Greeks or translated by Greeks, it would be very difficult for me to legitimize those and say that those were people who got the message of God and translated it onto paper. That's why we question the Council of Nicaea, who determined the deity of God, of Jesus Christ, which was something that was blatantly done and definitively done with a council of, I believe, 300 people, including Saint Nicholas of Myre, who is now considered Santa Claus. So, and he actually slapped the shit out of somebody at that Council of Nicaea because they disrespected the deity of Christ. So you can basically see in that time how much the Romans believed in the fact that Jesus was Christ, or how much they wanted people to believe in that. So the reason why the reason why they had to have the Council of Nicaea is because there was another sect of Christianity whose name is escaping me right now. Damn, the name is escaping me right now. But the reason why they had the Council of Nicaea to determine the deity of Christ is because they didn't want Christianity to be split. So they didn't want it to be a different sect. Let me look up the denomination, if you will, is the term that we would use now. The denomination who didn't necessarily believe in the deity of Christ. But the Council of Nicaea was not so much about determining the deity of Christ. It was more so about unifying Christianity. Okay, it was more about unifying Christianity. So there was a feud between I think it starts with an A. Let me see. Arian. Okay, the Arian. Okay, that's what it is. And now there's a very negative connotation with the Arians and whatnot. But it was basically the Arians did not believe that Jesus was God. They did not believe in the deity of Christ. And the Christians, the other Christians, did believe in the deity of Christ. So the Council of Nicaea was to unify Christianity. It wasn't so much to determine the deity of Christ, although that is what the picture is painted to be in this day and age. So I hope that was some good Bible study for you. Great question by Key. I know it was a long, drawn out answer, but that's the best answer I can give you right now. Jim says the Christian Bible does not promote polygyny. That was only in the Testament to populate the earth. So if you do look back, y'all keep saying this word promote. Okay. Let me tell you something. These texts don't promote anything. The word is supposed to be thought as the word, the literal word of God. So this is not God promoting his word. This is him saying, this is what my word is. You can either accept it or not, face eternal damnation or face eternal glory in the heavens. So this is not, the Bible promotes. No, the Bible doesn't promote anything. That is the literal word of God. It's not about promoting. Okay. People promote. The Bible is the word of God and it states what it is, point blank. Okay. Now we can have a conversation about which books are valid and which ones aren't. That's something very very interesting that we can get into. But me personally, anything that was, it's hard for me to legitimize anything that was not written by that has anonymous authors. How about that? Most of the New Testament has anonymous authors. Okay. So when you look at the authors of the New Testament, most of them have anonymous authors. So that to me is fishy. And understanding that the Romans had a lot of control back then, it just makes me think that Roman philosophers and theologians pretty much wrote the Bible and said, hey, this is the account of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But they didn't write it, but they had anonymous authors. So it would be very difficult for me to substantiate every book in the Bible. I can't do that. What I can substantiate are the books that were written by prophets of God. Okay. So those are the books that I would legitimize. So when you talk about the whole Bible, the Bible is multiple different books put together, and some books are completely legitimate and some books are not. And that's the reality, because if they have anonymous authors, I'm not saying that you have to throw the whole book away, but it's very suspicious. Okay. Jim says, do you think that Christians and Muslims will both be saved and go to heaven if they both follow the religion carefully? I don't got no heaven or hell to put nobody in. So it would be very difficult for me to say. I think that the Muslims' argument is that you don't have to go through Christ to get to God. You have a one-on-one direct relationship with God, and that is established through your daily prayers. So, Christians, when we pray, we say in Jesus' name, amen. Well, God said you don't have to pray to Jesus to get to God. You can pray directly to God. And that's what the Muslims' argument is. So it's not that they hate Jesus. They love Jesus. They believe that Jesus was a prophet, but they don't deify Jesus because there is only one God, and that is Allah. That is Jehovah. That is Elohim. Okay, so there is only one God, and that is what Muslims believe. So you don't submit to you have respect and adoration for Jesus, of course, but and this is it from the Muslim faith perspective. You don't submit to Jesus. You follow his word and you follow what he said and the way that he lived, and use it as an example for your own life. But even when you see Jesus, who prayed in the wilderness before his crucifixion, he didn't say, when he prayed, he didn't say, in Jesus' name I pray, or in my name I pray. No, he prayed directly to God. He prayed directly to Allah. So do I think that they'll both be saved? I think that God, especially in the Old Testament, said there is no God before me. There is only one God if you read the 10 Commandments. So I think in the Muslims' perspective, if you deify Jesus, you're practicing idolatry. You're practicing a polytheistic religion if you deify Jesus. So that is the argument of Islam. Okay, so I can't really answer that question of who's going to heaven or hell, but I just wanted to differentiate the differences so that you can understand that, yes, Muslims believe that if you deify Christ, and if you are giving your worship and your praise and your prayers to Jesus Christ instead of straight to God, straight to Allah, then their perception of that is you are taking a God before Allah. You're taking a God before Jehovah. You're taking a God before Elohim. So you are taking God before him, meaning you're practicing idolatry, meaning that you won't enter the gates of heaven. That is their argument, okay? Jim says, what makes you believe that the Christian God exists? I believe as well. Do you have any proof? So the Christian God, like I said, is the same as the Jewish God, is the same as the Muslim God. The differences are the practices, the traditions. As far as what makes me believe, I believe that the Christian, Jewish, Muslim, same God exists because of the prophecies of the prophets, because of the prophecies of Moses, who was indeed a living person, because of the prophecies of Noah, because of the prophecies of Abraham, because of the prophecies of Christ, and because of the prophecies of Muhammad. You can substantiate that, yes, there was one God that people of this ancient time served, and this God served to be a powerful God in the face of all the other gods. Because what you have to believe is that before, just recently, honestly, but within the last 2,000 years, or not within the last 2,000 years, but let me put it like this. Within the last 2,000 years, that is really when we have been in a monotheistic society. Before then, ancient BC, ancient civilizations, from 5,000 BC up until 1 AD, people had polytheistic look. The Egyptians, they had multiple gods. They had Ra. They had different gods that they worshiped. There was Baal worship in Babylon, where they sacrificed children and other people in order for their crops to grow during harvest. So they were a very polytheistic society. They believed in multiple gods. They believed in the rain god. They believed in the thunder god. They believed in the lightning god. They believed in the god of architecture. They believed in the god of masonry. They believed in the god of precious metals. They believed in the god of gold, the god of silver, the god of diamonds. They believed we didn't live, but there were polytheistic societies that originated in this ancient time. So the reason why I believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is because there are prophets who spoke of and had direct interaction and involvement with this God, and this God humiliated all of these other idols that people took as gods and proved to them through miracles and whatnot that their gods were false gods and there was only one true God. So that is exactly why I believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who is the same God in Judaism, who is the same God in Christianity, who is the same God in Islam. Okay, so Jim says, okay, great information. You got your preaching in for the day. Okay, yeah, let's get back to it.
That makes him a bad person.
Right. But you understand that the way you phrased it makes every 25-year-old
I understand.
feel a bad person.
No, I don't think so.
Of course you do. You're not stupid, Dad. Come on.
Piers.
Andrew, you're not stupid. You know what that sounds like to any 25, 26-year-old woman.
Completely. And
right? So you have maligned every 25, 26-year-old woman with that statement. And I'm simply asking you, to all those who are not of the type of women that you've described here, are you sorry?
I don't want anybody to be offended by anything I say. I want to be a positive force in the world.
Look, man, he's tap dancing, bro. Come on, Tate. Stand on it.
World. I don't want anybody to hear what I say and make them feel bad about themselves. I want all people to live righteous and good, whether they're male or female. And anybody
you lead a righteous life?
I think I do, yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
You posted openly of having 6, 7 partners at once. So is that righteous? I'm not taking there's no moral view from me. Simply asking you what you think righteous means.
I think righteous is living true to your heart and knowing that you're doing good by people, not snaking anybody, not lying to anybody. I know I live a very righteous life.
Have you ever been in love?
Yeah.
How many times?
Plenty.
So here now he's trying to guilt trip him. Have you ever been in love? Dude, come on. Michael McGee says, why not become a preacher? Yeah.
I believe in love between men and women.
A real love, you know, where it's...
I believe...
How many times would you say?
Enough. I believe men and women are a beautiful union. I think we're slightly different, but when we work together, we're the most powerful force in the world.
How many women have you loved?
I don't know, Piers. A few.
Give me a ballpark.
I mean, why does that matter? If he's been in love once, then he's been in love. That's all that matters. Like, dude, I've been in love multiple times. If you've been in love with a woman once, then that's all that matters. Is he trying to ask him who hurt you?
5, 10, 20?
Let's say...
You don't forget how many people you've been in love with.
Let's say 10. I mean, I've been in love, and I certainly believe that men and women, when they work together, it's the most beautiful force on the planet. I believe in family. I believe in children. I believe in...
If you believe in family and children and love, why are you single?
I'm not single.
Well, you're not married. That's what I mean.
Well, if I was married, the last thing I would do is advertise it to the feral psychopaths on the internet. So
I'm not a feral psychopath.
Well,
you called me friend earlier.
Can be debated, Piers. But the point I'm making as a whole is that all of these...
Do you want to get married? Is my point.
No, but let's please for a second.
You don't, or you do?
Let's please for a second, because you've interrupted me so many times. I've failed to.
Well, actually, I've only interrupted you, just to be clear, when you've actually answered a different question.
Cool. Well, then on all these points
you've admitted that.
On all these points you're making on repeat, you're taking these sentences and on repeat you're using you're weaponizing them against me.
I'm not weaponizing anything.
Okay, it's fine.
No. You're weaponizing the weaponizing.
No
doesn't exist.
You're weaponizing the weaponizing. Is that a real debate tactic? Are you serious? Michael McGee says, love his quick responses, though. Yeah, I love how quickly he responds, but at the same time, I wish that he would have been able to articulate the points and stood on them.
No problem.
But you said to me, come on, bring it on. Read out all the things that you think are blatant misogyny. All I've done is literally read out all the things we identified from all the research that I thought were blatantly misogynist.
Understood.
And giving you the chance to respond. And the only time I've interrupted you is when you've tried to answer a completely different question.
Understood, Piers. But these things were said in large context where often I'm talking about how, for example, on the same...
All right, guys, we're going to have to take a very quick break here because your boy got to use the bathroom. So we will be right back. I'm going to play a short workout clip for you guys. So I'll be right back.
Hey, hop in my car, swag, get my swag. Niggas mad 'cause I got swag in the bag. All this bitch a bag. I put this bitch in the bag. They keep it in my pocket. Cash, put that shit in the bag.
Holiday season.
Social on the lead. Hey, swag. Hey,
good. Holiday season.
Hop in my car, swag, get my swag. Niggas smack us, I got swag in the bag. All this bitch a bag. I put this bitch in the bag. It can't fit in my pocket, man. Put that shit in the bag. Michael Jackson bag. I'm moonwalking with the cash. Walk the bank with bag. Moonwalking with the cash. This is extra man. Get Matt Fit.
Front Street, hey, hop in my car, swag, and I swag. Niggas mad that I got swag in the bag. Hey, that nigga Chief Keef, that nigga don't play. That nigga don't play, bro. And you know the thing I like about Chief Keef, even though he influenced a lot of these super gremlins to go crazy. When he got out of Chicago, you really didn't hear much from him anymore. Okay. You really didn't hear much. Like when he got out, and he's doing well. He's doing fine. So shout out to Chief Keef. I fuck with the rise, and I like how he really. I ain't gonna say he turned his back on the hood, but I like how he distanced himself from the hood shenanigan bullshit, and that's probably why he's still alive to this day.
Same podcast where you've read one of them sentences from. I was talking about how it's a man's duty to die by a woman, and the guy asked me, he said, if 10 men with knives attacked your woman, wouldn't you just? I said,
he said, yeah, man, come on, but Chief Keef is no better than Vaughn. Well, I wouldn't say he's no better than Vaughn. We don't have any evidence to say that Chief Keef actually caught any bodies. So, and he pretty much separated himself from that shit once he got out. He was very young when he ended up getting in that shootout with the police. Even dudes in Chicago say that Chief Keef don't have no bodies and he's a goofy and niggas really didn't take him seriously, allegedly, until he got on his music shit. So, as far as the music goes, yeah, is it degenerate music? Of course it is. But the way that he distanced himself from the street shit and brought his his guys up like Tate and family members and whatnot, I can respect it.
Yeah, I'd stand and die. I'd never just run away because I have a duty as a man. I must die on the spot to protect her honor and my honor. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about a man having responsibility to his duties. I'm talking about the old traditional ways of masculinity. And what happens is a few sentences from such a long conversation is taken and used against him.
I understand that.
So I want you to understand that I'm talking about protecting and providing for women. I'm talking about a man making
sure. Do you want to get married?
No, but we have to all feed into each other, Piers. I'm talking about protecting.
It's not a hard question.
No, but I'm talking about protecting and providing for a woman. I'm talking about a man being responsible for her safety.
I understand.
So of course I believe in men and women. Of course I believe in love. Of course I believe in marriage. Of course I believe in family.
No, but
the idea that I don't believe in the idea that I don't believe in these things.
I didn't ask you if you believed in it. I asked you if you're going to get married.
One day, absolutely.
You'd like to.
If I'm not married already, I will be married one day. If I'm not.
All right, guys, we found a 10. I actually forgot about this bitch. But she's an OnlyFans girl. She does have tattoos, so just disregard the tattoo. I think she has a face tat, but I would consider this a 10. Shorty right here, this a 10. So yeah, just let me know what y'all think. Give her a rating in the chat, but to me, Shorty's a 10. All right. This is what I think is a 10. Okay, so we did find a 10. I actually forgot about this bitch, but yeah, I would definitely say that she's a 10. D cup plus titties, body on point, and then she do like the OnlyFans shit with another bitch who I would say that the other bitch is she a 10 too. Honestly, she a 10 too. So let me show you the other bitch that she do content with. Even though all these bitches are whores, well, these two bitches that I'm specifically talking about, them bitches are 10s, honestly. So yeah, you can see D Cup obviously doing slore shit at the gas station. Look at this white dude. He's like, God damn. So yeah, I mean, obviously she's a whore and whatnot, and she's a slut, and then the tattoos throw me off. But yeah, this is what I would consider them two bitches, definitely 10s. Definitely. Definitely. What I will say though is they do need to hit the gym. They do need to hit the gym, you know. But I would say the closest thing to a 10 are them two hoes. Mr. Jake the Great said, yo, what's up, BGZ? I just got back from Jamaica a day ago. Super Gremlins are on super demon time there. Yeah, I believe it. Jamaica is like one of the highest murder rates in the world. Cash God said, BGZM defending the Super Gremlins. Yeah, I'm defending the Super Gremlins a little bit, just a little bit. Michael McGee says, whoa, let me save her IG for later. Yeah, them bitches are bad. Just don't pay for the OnlyFans, please, bro. Just get the free content. I mean, them hoes, honestly, they had OnlyFans shit leaked on the hub. So if you really want to go that route, then just go to the hub because all them hoes got leaked content on the hub. But yeah, them two bitches are fucking, yeah, they're 10. So like, don't like the ladies in here who watch this video, don't come in here talking about, oh, I'm a 10, bitch. If you don't look like that, you're not a fucking 10.
Well, you might be secretly married.
I could be married, correct.
Why would you not tell me either way?
Why would I advertise to the feral psychopaths of the world who have tried their very best to destroy me for an opinion about my private life and the things that are most sacred to me? Why would I do that?
So you hear that? Andrew Tate is basically saying that he's married. And honestly, he probably is. He's spoken about having a main woman, his main chick, and she allows him. Well, they have an arrangement where he is able to sleep with other women. Michael McGee says, I'll never pay, but if a girl's OnlyFans is big enough, you can type in her username on Reddit. It's all leaked. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, like I said, they all have leaked content. Yeah, these shit, man. I ain't gonna lie. It's like when it comes to the OF shit, like it would, if you're a guy, it would really be easy to get something going like this, because when it comes to these bitches, like let's pull it back up and then we'll get into, you can do something very similar to what Tate did. But when it comes to these OnlyFans bitches, like this picture is fucking crazy, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Shorty looking like mad scrumptious in this picture. But like these bitches like this, basically what happened was, I think they're in Vegas and hold on one second. Okay, so I think they're in Vegas where like the institution is legal. Well, not Vegas, but Nevada. In parts of Nevada, the institution is legal. So what was I going to say? So basically what happened was, there is a nigga behind the scenes who is basically managing their OF. He's also like fucking them bitches. They're getting fucked by multiple niggas, of course, on the OF, which you can see on Reddit and the hub, which is leaked. But they're getting fucked. They're getting managed by this one guy. I think he's like a black dude or some shit. But they're getting managed by this nigga, and he's pretty much like fucking all the OnlyFans bitches. So he created a business model that, like, I mean, obviously this nigga is a millionaire by now, but he created a business model that is pretty much unbeatable. And when you're a male OnlyFans content creator and you're having sex with like corn stars on OnlyFans, like, dude, the world is pretty much your oyster, because once you like fuck a bitch on camera as a guy, that makes all the other bitches like feel safe. All the other what's it called, bitches feel safe fucking you. Y'all get what I'm saying? So like if you're a male OF guy and you're having sex with corn stars on OF, all you really have to do is like have the bitch that you fuck tell her friends, which are obviously gonna be other corn stars. All you have to do is tell her to tell her friends that, yo, you can get a bag fucking with this nigga. Obviously, you're gonna have to pay. Like, you're gonna have to pay her for the content, maybe, or just like a one-time payment, get her to sign her rights away from the actual content. and just get her to pay or pay her like one-time payment. But the business model is pretty much undefeated, and that is a way that you can have like pretty much exclusive rights, not rights, but exclusive. How do I say this? It's a way that you can have. It's a way that you can have. You can exercise sexual variety, which, you know, filming yourself is a whole different thing, which I wouldn't advise guys to do. Like film yourself fucking bitches and shit. But as a guy, you can pretty much stay anonymous doing that. Like you can just do POV videos. You really don't have to show your face. All you'll have to really show is like the bottom half. Cause like, let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. Everybody in here's watch porn. We're not going to act like niggas ain't fucking jerking off the porn. You know, I'm just saying, don't do it all the time. Don't use corn as an excuse to not get no bitch, okay? But let's keep it a buck, okay? All of us are fucking jerking off to corn one way or another. Whether we've done it before, we're currently doing it, or we're gonna do it in the future. Everybody is jerking off the corn. If you're watching corn, niggas don't want to see another nigga. Okay, so like it's like we don't want to see a guy's full fucking body. Like, yeah, we want to see the bitch do a trick on a dick, make it back up, now bring it back. But yeah, but we don't want to actually see the guy. As a matter of fact, when you're watching corn, you're imagining that his dick is your dick. I know it sounds wild, I know it sounds crazy, but all y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about. Not actually saying, oh, I have penis envy in which, oh, I want his dick to be my dick. No, it's more of, yo, like I wish she was actually doing that to my dick. So that's why I'm saying, like, you really don't have to show your body or show your face in corn, and you can literally be an anonymous nigga who's fucking every porn star if you play it right. And all you really have to do is fuck one corn star. Goddamn, I keep saying it. One corn star and have her, you know, give you recommendations. Then your shit's gonna blow up. There's plenty of guys that do it in that way. There's some guys who don't do it in that way. But yeah, let me read these chats. Mr. Jake the Great says the first girl would give a 9.5. Second girl is definitely a 10 though. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're up there. Michael McGee says I got chicks on my Snap I graduated with, and they have OnlyFans. It's hilarious. Yeah, and the funny thing is, you'll have ugly bitches with OnlyFans. It's like, bitch, are you even making money? You're wasting your time. Cash God says, does your shorty get mad when you call another girl scrumptious? Nah, honestly, I be making jokes like about fucking bitches around her. So I mean, she honestly, I really think that like deep down she thinks it's funny, but like obviously she tries to be like, what the fuck? Like try and act like it's, but honestly, most of it is just jokes. Van Lee said, who you talking about? Nick Yardy? Nah, I don't know who that is. Michael McGee said, would you ever post that stuff on OF? Or would you advise other guys to? So, I don't know. It's a very difficult question because obviously being a male corn star is appealing. Like any man can say that, yo, you know what I'm saying? That's not a life that I want to live. Like secretly you would want to live that life. But, you know, having a family and instilling morals, you don't want to look like a hypocrite toward your children. So that's the only thing, like, well, one of the main things that would make it less appealing to me. Hold on. My camera just blacked out. But yeah, that's the only thing that would make it less appealing to me. So, I don't know, man. The POV thing definitely is an appealing business model, which I'm not going to lie. It's something that I fantasized about, thought about, as an actual career path, because basically you can pretty much fuck any bitch that you want by doing that. But at the same time, is it worth it? And I would say overall, I don't know, man. Honestly, it's a hard debate. It's hard to say that it's not worth it, especially if you can remain anonymous. Like nobody can really tell you, yo, that's his dick, unless you have like significant tattoos that people can tell, like fucking what's that dude's name? The nigga off No Jumper, Adam 22. Like he has blatant tattoos that like there's no way that he could make a POV page and like niggas not know that it's him, because he has blatant tattoos on his legs, on his arms that give him away. But as for a nigga like me, I don't have that, you see? So it's like, I really could, like, nigga, I could make a page like that and motherfuckers wouldn't even know it was me. But is it worth it? Like I said, it's up to debate. Honestly, it probably is. Honestly, I'm not even gonna cap. It probably is worth it. But, you know, it might take a lot of work initially up front to get that first corn star. Yeah, it would take initially up front. Van Lee says filming and smashing is annoying. I'm not gonna lie, I actually enjoy filming and smashing. Like, you know, I have made flicks before that I have in my phone, and I ain't even gonna lie, like when I'm fucking and like I'm filming and I'm looking through the camera, my dick gets harder looking at I don't know if it's like conditioning from watching Korn as a teen, but like I'll get even harder if I'm watching it through the screen, which is kind of weird, but yeah, I'm giving y'all the real deal. Jim says, you watch Korn before? Yeah. Mr. Jake says, correct, Rico Strong and the other bald nigga are too verbal. Oh yeah, like yeah, niggas be like, yeah, bitch, you like, man, shut the fuck up. Like, I hate that shit. Like, like if you hear a nigga's voice in Korn, it's just like, it's repulsive. That shit make you want to throw the whole shit away. But yeah, give me 1 second, guys. We'll keep watching this. I'm gonna read the rest of y'all chats, but this is a very funny and interesting discussion that I love to continue.
You said you were married, everyone would hate you.
I don't know about people hate me. It's about me understanding that I'm a hard target, but I am very, very protective of the people I care about.
Right. But you believe in the concept of marriage?
Completely. That's what we were talking about the whole time.
What do you think?
We talked about a man giving a woman away. Okay. I believe in marriage more than anybody. In fact, I believe in marriage. No, please. Okay. I believe in marriage in the traditional sense. I believe a man has a duty to stand up and be a real man. I believe that the problem with the world today that we are facing is that not enough men are sticking to the age-old ways of masculinity. Mm-hmm. I believe that me standing up and saying a man must protect a woman and provide for her, so he needs to make sure that she's safe. He needs a degree of authority to protect her. I have no problem with... But people do have a problem with it. That's the world we're in now.
Andrew, I'm over here.
Sure.
I don't have a problem with what you just said. Here's where my problem comes, right? There are a lot of clips of you floating around on the internet, as you know. One of them has you saying, bang out the machete, boom in her face, grip her by the neck, shut up, bitch. In another, you say, slap, slap, grab, choke, shut up, bitch, sex. When people see those clips and hear you say those things...
Agreed.
Well, I don't think that... It's not hard to misunderstand it.
It is.
You might say that it's consensual. Other people would say, whether it's consensual or not, that's a very ugly way to talk about women.
Completely. Now let's
hitting them with machetes.
No, watch the whole video. It's a girl coming at me with a machete and me saying, here, slap the machete out of her hand. She's attacking me. So you don't understand. This is the exact point.
I do understand.
No, people don't watch them in full. And this is actually what's interesting. And please don't interrupt me on this point. Social media has changed in modern times. YouTube 5 years ago was...
Yeah, so I'm glad that he cleared up that point about the machete thing, because that was really the only thing about Andrew Tate, and he said some other thing about he said something about his sister that kind of rubbed me the wrong way as well. But that machete clip, they made it seem like when they did that expose, that gay nigga did that expose of him on Instagram, they made it seem like Andrew Tate basically said he was gonna chop a bitch up with a machete, but he was saying that she had the machete, slap her out her hand, boom, bam, sex. So they completely perverted his words and took them out of context, and it made him look like he was just like some fucking axe murderer, like some chainsaw massacre type nigga. Cash God says, facts. I don't want to see him. I want to see her from the back giving neck. Yes, absolutely. Cash God says, see Shorty giving neck in the mirror. Cash God says, bro, there's a girl on my Facebook who got an OnlyFans and she was asking for rides to the store. I'm dead. I would have gave her a ride in exchange for some top. Jim said, did you turn your cam off because you was whipping it out to one of those explore page girls? Nah, my cam died, so I had to that nigga wildin', or Jim's wildin'. I had to plug in my USB to charge my camera because it died. Cash God said, I'm crying, bro. That's his D. Van Lee said, Pooh Shiesty mask up. Yeah, that's not, I mean, look, man, That's a good business model. I'm telling you guys right now, look, if you're a guy and you do want to break into the corn industry, honestly, bruh, it's not that hard. I'm gonna give y'all the game right now. And yet, no, I don't have any experience in doing this. I do have experience filming myself having sex, though. Okay, I do have experience in that, but I don't have experience in actually like uploading content to the internet because I'm just, I ain't on that. But I do have experience filming myself having intercourse. And yeah, if you poo shiesty masked up, nigga, you would be straight. You really would. Even if you're doing the POV thing, you could definitely poo shiesty mask up. But I'm going to tell y'all how to start the business model if this is something that you would be interested in, which I'm not saying that you should or shouldn't. I'm just saying hypothetically, it would be interesting. And I've seen other content creators do it. They talk too fucking much. I would just shut the fuck up, not say nothing, and give the people what they want, the bitch on the dick, which is what everybody wants to see. Pause. But yeah, that would be a good idea. Poo shiesty mask up. Even though I wouldn't show my body, it would be like POV style. Jim says they would be able to know it's you because you posted a meat vid on your YouTube. I didn't post no fucking meat vid on my YouTube. Fuck out of here. I literally was in compression shorts. So that wasn't a meat vid. Plus, like, you can't tell somebody's fucking dick. Like, you can't say, oh, this is this person's dick. Like, if I showed you 10 dicks, pause. If I showed you 10 penises, you couldn't pick out, if all of us were the same complexion, you couldn't pick out whose dick is who. Come on, get the fuck out of here, Jim. Even if you're, I don't know how old you are. I think you said you were 19, but even if you had taken 19 dicks, if you lined up every nigga that you fucked and they were all the same complexion, you could not tell their dicks apart. I'm telling you that right now. If you could just see a fucking a small like picture of that shit, you couldn't tell. Stop it. Van Lee says, when I mean filming, I'm talking about angle switches, intros, holding your nut, etc. Yeah. So when it comes to holding your nut, very simple thing. And we're getting in some weird territory here, but very simple thing. If you want to last long, either you have a lot of sex or you just jerk off before you smash a baddie, because like, if you want to hold your nut, literally, if you jerk off like a couple hours before you smash a baddie, then shit, nigga, you're never gonna come, honestly. Van Lee says, is it hard, Tino? Watch Dread interview on No Jumper. What do you mean, is it hard? Jim says, I'm dead. I just wanted to hear what you was saying. Okay. Noel D says, I agree. It is a profitable, but morally, I wouldn't be able to do it. I feel like corn contributes to a lot of the downfall of many men. Yeah, I agree in some ways, and then I disagree in some ways. You know, that's just like saying, oh, well, alcohol contributes to the downfall of many men, but I don't have no problem owning a liquor store. If you drink excessively, that's your own fault. But I know alcohol has actually contributed to good things as well, not just bad. Alcohol can contribute to really good social situations. So, you know, and when we talk specifically about corn has taught me a lot about not only fucking a bitch, but eating pussy, lasting in bed. So I'm not gonna say, you know, I have an issue with guys being chronic habitual masturbators, absolutely. But could I say that corn has given no good to the world? Nah, because I mean, I can't genuinely sit here and say, yo, corn didn't help my sex game improve. Yeah, it absolutely did. I mean, even like watching interviews with male corn stars, and they give you tips on, you know, how to stroke, how to last longer, holding your breath, you know, when you in the pussy, like doing other things to enhance your girth and whatnot. All of these techniques have contributed to, you know, me having a better sex life, leaving an imprint on a woman and leaving a good sexual impression on said woman. So ultimately, I would say that it's a double-edged sword. Obviously, we take a stance on the OF models and stuff like that. because they're blatantly like taking advantage of men. And, you know, we all know that they don't really respect those guys that are pushing them and promoting them and buying their content. But when it comes to like a corn executive, especially if they're, you know, and there's horror stories about them as well, it's a double-edged sword, man. But ultimately, yes, I would say that it's not a good thing. Okay, I would say I would never go out and say, oh, it's a great thing. Yes, corn is good. No, absolutely not. You know, I would say that it's a double-edged sword. I would say that there are benefits to it, but there are also a lot of negative to it as well. I might have found another bitch who's close to a 10. I gotta see her body though first. Let's see. Van Lee said it's hard to break into that industry now as a guy. Okay, so let me show you how to break into the industry as a guy. I'm gonna tell you exactly how. And I've never done this before. It's not something I've ever done, but it's very possible to do. Cash God said, I think you're a little too deep in the corn industry talking to the male actors. No, I didn't talk to them. I watched interviews of male actors on Vlad TV. So I wasn't talking to them personally. I watched interviews of them on Vlad TV. So just to clear that up. Okay, so I'm looking at another girl, but it looks like her boobs are fake. So I can't really give her a 10. Can't really give her a 10. Noel D says, that is valid point. The corn industry is a double-edged sword. Yes, absolutely. So if you are a man and you do want to break into the corn industry, like I'm saying, I'm not promoting this. I'm not saying this is something that you should do. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm saying if this is your desire, if you want to break into the corn industry and you want to do it independently, honestly, all you have to do is, for one, get in contact with a corn star via her agent or whatnot. Obviously, you're going to have to get tested and all this good shit. Obviously, you're going to have to be in a state where it's legal to do this type of content, like Miami or California. But if you want to break into the industry, literally all you have to do is, I mean, there's a financial barrier to entry if you want to do it independently. But all you have to do is pay one corn star, literally just one. Literally just one. And that one video that you make will do all the recruiting. It's like, it'll do all the recruiting for you. It's like, say, let's put it like this. Say that, y'all know how Kim Kardashian was fucking Ray J. Oh, as a matter of fact, well, I don't know if this guy is gay. Hold on. But let's just talk about Kim Kardashian and Ray J. Oh yeah, so he's LGBT. I was looking at this chick's Instagram and she was with some black dude, and I was about to make a point, but then I found quickly found out that he was LGBT. So that would have my point. But anyways, Ray J and Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian opened up the lane, especially when she got with even Reggie Bush, but specifically when she got with Ray J and when she got with Kanye West. She opened up the lane for a lot of white women to fuck black dudes. Like that, she really did. Like she made it acceptable for a lot of white women to fuck black dudes. So that's a thing. So if you are a guy and you're trying to break into the corn industry, all you have to do is fuck one corn star and literally you're in, because it's pre-selection. Like when you see Kanye, when he fucked Kim Kardashian, guess what? After they broke up, he literally was able to replace her with a bitch who looked just like Kim Kardashian. Now, Kanye obviously made a name for himself before Kim Kardashian, so that's a little bit of a lesser example. But remember the Brittany Renner video that we broke down, and Brittany Renner was saying that, I can't go public with a guy because if I go public with him, all the bitches are going to want to fuck him. Why? Because he's fucking Brittany Renner. So that it goes toward pre-selection. So my point is, if you fuck a corn star and you do it right, you blow her back out like Jerry Stackhouse, she's going to tell her other corn star fans, oh yeah, he's great to work with. It's very comfortable setting. It's not crazy, like professional. There's not crazy lights everywhere. You don't have to, you know, in corn, they have to stop and they have to do this and they have to do that. And they have to do all this extra shit when filming. And then they got to fake when a nigga nuts. They got to do a nut on command and all this goofy shit. And then they got to take multiple scenes and this, that, and the third. When it's just you and the bitch, y'all can genuinely have a sexual encounter and it be like a real genuine thing where she's attracted to you, you're attracted to her, but obviously she's a very promiscuous woman, so it's not like she's going to be exclusive to you, but y'all are both attracted to each other and y'all are having consensual intercourse. Once that happens, she's going to tell her friends, and now the floodgate is open. Now you might get threesomes. Now you might have bitches hitting you up saying, I want to be on your channel. I want to be on your OF. I want to be on your hub page or whatnot. So to break into the industry, literally, I mean, honestly, I ain't gonna lie. You could probably pay a corn star, especially a low-level corn star, like a low-level OF girl who ain't really top 1%. You could literally pay her, like, I would say, to be fair, like between $250 to $2,500, depending on how much clout she gets, because literally the women in the corn industry get paid like $1,500, $2,500 a shoot. And they're there filming for like 2-3 hours when you can literally like do a 45-minute session, POV session with a bitch, and like it be Gucci, and you make just as much, if not more money being independent. So that's a way to get into the industry. Just pay a bitch a corn star to smash, and then word of mouth. Literally, that's it. Literally, that's it. And then the guys who like obviously are addicted to jerking off are gonna come. Pause. Because they're gonna come to your page because you have women. So that's kind of how you got to break into that shit. Cash God said, I think you're a little. Oh, okay. I read that. Noel D said that is a valid point. Oh, I read that one too. Michael McGee said, did you have intercourse with one of the man? Hell nah. He said one of the male executives. I popped into your live yesterday. You were speaking on something like that. No. So the story that I was telling about when I was working for a modeling and talent agency, which I'm not gonna divulge, but I worked for a modeling talent agency for about 6 months in Atlanta, and I was driving back and forth, whatnot. And what I was explaining was all the executives or the producers, the main people who are making the decisions are LGBT. So what I was saying is you can't really come up in the male model industry without pretty much either you're just like undeniably like attractive to the point where they're putting you in every gig, or you have to sleep with the executives and producers, which I was not willing to do. And that's why I only did like 1 or 2 shoots, because after a while they start trying you. They really do. Then they'll invite you to private parties, and y'all know about Hollywood and all this other stuff. So no, I didn't, but I know a guy, one of my friends, he was a white guy who worked for Calvin Klein, and he absolutely got fucked by one of the executives, and that's why he ended up going to the military and whatnot. But he left the industry because like it was fucking him up. He started like using drugs heavily because he was conflicted with his sexuality, and that's what the entertainment industry does if you don't have independence. All right, guys, I think I found another woman who is, I would say she's an 8, because from what I'm seeing, she don't really have no ass like that. But I found a woman. She's an 8. She's 21 from IG. We'll show her. All right, so this is what I would consider. Actually, you know what? I'll give her 8.5. Full lips, big tits, obviously D-cup tits, but she doesn't have no ass, okay? She doesn't have no ass. Youthful, 21 years old, bad bitch. This one, too much makeup, I would say. But obviously, I would give her that 8.5. I would give her that 8.5 for sure. All right, but in a lot of instances, she uses too much makeup. Or maybe it's the flash. And she got braces, which is honestly kind of hot. So yeah, I would say that's an 8. Let's see. So Michael McGee says, pay the woman. Yeah, pay the bitch, man. You think you're gonna get in the corn industry if you're not paying the bitch? Okay, they got to make money too. So yes, you're gonna have to pay her. Mr. Jake the Great says, honestly, I've only nutted twice, and that was after 4 months of boot camp. Corn messed me up, bruh. I'm being real. Nah, I agree. Corn can cause erectile dysfunction for sure. Cyrus Cherry said he absolutely got fucked. Yeah, the homie got fucked, unfortunately. I seen the change in him too. Like, you know, we were still cool and stuff, but I started seeing him go into like heavy drug, alcohol binges because he did a shoot for Calvin Klein, and you know, them executives at Calvin Klein, them motherfuckers don't play. Like, they will real live, like they'll tell you to, hey, you know, take all your clothes off, like right in front of them, like dead ass. And they'll, like, you know, examine you and say, oh, well, you know, your dick's not big enough for the Calvin Klein model and shit like that. Like, they'll really, I've literally seen it. Okay. I've literally seen it. And they'll literally tell you to come up back into the motherfucking, and I'm not trying to put Calvin Klein on blast. I'm just saying, like, certain executives, certain producers, they definitely do like casting couch for men. Okay. And this is not something that is talked about a lot of times, but it's the reality. If you're a male model, and you're not down with the LGBT, your career is not going to go anywhere. Guaranteed.
It's 5, 6, 7, 8 minute long videos. Now we have TikTok, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, YouTube shorts, Instagram stories. Now,
Sexy Baby Girl says, they told you that you weren't big enough. Hell no, they ain't tell me that. I said they told somebody else that. They ain't tell me that.
Anything you produce that's long form is cut down to very, very short form. They're interested in clicks. They're interested in engagement. They find the most controversial clips they can on purpose.
You benefited from all that.
Everybody benefits from social media views, as do you.
Was it the Hustler? What is it?
I had an online school
called
Hustlers University.
Right. And their whole job was to promote your clips, make you rich and famous. So you've benefited from this system, the one you now profess to hate. You benefited from all
I never said that I hated
it. You clickbaited like the best of them.
I never said I hated it. I'm saying what happened. I don't hate it. I don't hate social media. I think it's a very powerful force. I don't hate the social media. I'm saying
the point is, I think you can talk. Look, you can talk to girlfriends of yours, maybe a secret wife. I don't know. It's entirely up to you. Or two. Maybe you've got 10 wives. That's your business. I don't care, right? My only thing is, I don't care what you do in private. If it's consensual between you and another woman, you can do what you like, right? It's your life. I believe in freedom and liberty. It's when you say it in public, it's the influence that this kind of thing has on young men.
Agree.
Right? And I speak to someone with 3 sons, right? It's who are, by the way, they're intrigued by you. They're fascinated, right? You're a big thing in that world of TikTok and so on. So they all are aware of you and what you say. So they're all looking. And when they see things like the machete thing, I get the context because I'm a 57-year-old guy who's been around the block a bit, and I can get what you said and you responding to a particular scenario which you'd created where a woman...
But it can be misunderstood.
I understand. So my point to you is, given that you know it can be misunderstood, do you regret saying things like this on camera where it can be disseminated by less intelligent young males who think that is actually what they should be doing to women?
And finally, we get to the point of the issue, which is the point I tried to make at the very beginning. When I made a video before I was famous that got 500 views, me being concerned that 1% of people will misunderstand it was not relevant. Where in my 5 million views video, 50 million views video, 1% of people misunderstanding
it doesn't change what
becomes no, it doesn't. But it becomes a much larger problem.
So
with great fame comes great responsibility.
Right.
So
I agree.
Would I now that I'm famous, do I say things the same way as I did back before I was famous? Absolutely not.
Right.
As neither would you or nearly any other famous person on the planet.
So
once you become famous, you have to be a lot more careful with how you say things.
I understand. So my logical follow-up to that remains: do you regret then saying it the way you said it?
I can't live in regret by saying something before I was famous on a camera which barely anybody watched, and then I became famous afterwards. That would be a very asinine way to view the world.
So
I can't live in.
Do you stand by all those things?
I can't live in regret because I didn't know I was going to become the most famous man on the planet. That regret would be the wrong word. Is it inconvenient? Sure. But I can't sit here and say, I wish I knew 6 years ago I'd be the most famous man on the planet and monitored all of my speech forever. That's asinine.
You see, but one of the problems that people have with you,
yeah, man, it just seems like he wasn't standing on it,
is that they think you have a malevolent influence on young people. This was the excuse that was put out by the big tech companies.
Excuse being the key word.
Well, it may be, actually. You know, I intrinsically, I have a problem with censorship. I don't think Donald Trump should be banned from Twitter, for example, because the Ayatollah of Iran remains on Twitter and other social media platforms. And whatever I think of you, you're not the Ayatollah of Iran, right? So to me, there's got to be perspective here. And I don't understand the inconsistency by what companies like Twitter, how they treat the leader of Iran and someone like you. It seems to me they're much more draconian on people like you than they are with people who perhaps should not be allowed platforms. But generally, I don't really agree with no platforming people. But I think what's interesting talking to you is it seems to me like you have gone on a bit of a journey of self-awareness about the impact of some of the stuff you said in the past. And you have said you wouldn't say it again in the same way. Now, you may not want to express regret for that, but it shows me that at the very least, you have evolved to somebody who recognizes that these can be quite damaging in the way that you said them.
Completely. As a professional and as an adult, it would be stupid for me to sit here and say that now that I'm the most famous man on the planet, my words do not have more impact than they did before. With impact, with power comes responsibility, and things need to be worded in a very careful way. Now, when I do a long format interview, I have to sit there and consciously understand that any 10 seconds of that can be cut and used against me. So I have to be a lot more careful with how I say my words and how I construct my sentences. Of course, we agree with all of that. That's exactly what's happened to me. I agree with all of that. I don't want to be seen as a negative influence in the world. I know that there's a whole bunch of men. I get thousands of emails a week from men whose lives I've saved. I get thousands of emails a week from men who are on the verge of suicide and I've saved their lives. We're talking about...
And by the way, I don't dispute that at all. You have almost certainly, I would think, from everything I've read about you, I think you have certainly been probably able to be very helpful.
Facts. And that's what they don't point out, that Tate actually keeps men from self-deletion. Men are emailing him every day, say, hey, man, I was going to end it all. I felt like Dookie, whatever, and I'm not going to end it now because of you.
To young men who have really struggled for self-confidence and all that kind of thing, right?
Completely.
I'm completely prepared to accept that. But there was also, I think, quite a disturbing piece that BuzzFeed did. And it talked about the negative impact of young, impressionable male minds when they've read or seen some of the more inflammatory things you've said. And they quoted, for example, Sandy, 22 from Washington. My father's gone from a man who minored in women's studies in college, who was kind and in touch with his emotions, treated all people, men and women around him with kindness, to a man who says that whenever he sees an effeminate male stranger, he gets an overwhelming urge to murder them. He loves podcasts. He listens to a lot of podcasts.
What the fuck? And this is a grown-ass man talking about he wanted... Bro, and I'm going to tell you what. This guy that she's talking about, this grown-ass man, her dad or whatever... The reason why he feels that way is because he's going through red vitamin rage. Yes, he's going through red vitamin rage, okay? And this is what's happening. He is upset because he's been lied to his whole life. He was taught the feminist BS. He's been being disrespected by women his whole life. They've laughed at him. They shitted on him. They've treated him like a blue pill beta simp. And now he has woken up and he understands. And now, you know, he's older in age. So he had a more drastic response because he feels like most of his life he's been literally lied to. Now, what he said, if this is true, which I think a lot of it is cap, these women, let's keep it a buck. A lot of these women be lying to prove a point. Like they'll lie and try and like this article, whatever it was. They're blatantly lying, like saying, oh, well, my dad was radicalized by Andrew Tate. That's fucking bullshit. For one, he's a grown-ass damn man, okay? So if you can't take Andrew Tate with a grain of salt and say, hey, this is what I like about him, this is what I don't like about him, then that's on your dumb ass, okay? But this is a grown man talking about, oh, when he sees an effeminate man, he wants to take him out. That's BS. Dude, this guy, if this is true, he's going through red vitamin rage because of the lies that he was fed his whole life. And most likely, I don't think it's true at all because, like I said, especially these women in these on these articles, on these opinion columns, they lie to prove their point. Like they'll literally lie about certain things that happened or didn't happen to them in order to prove a point, which, you know, conflating what this grown ass man did to Andrew Tate is absolutely abhorrent and disgusting. And I think it is a horrible comparison. If you really want to target Andrew Tate, go for the things that he said, not what other people have reacted, or not the way that other people have reacted to his content. Okay. Straight up. Excuse me. Cash God says, I don't watch Tate much, but BGZM, you've helped me a lot. I used to be depressed. Well, shout out to you, Cash God, man. I appreciate I can help any way that I can, bro. Just keep grinding and know that it's going to be okay. Michael McGee said, Tate could be your son, kind of look-alike despite the skin tone and hair. That's funny.
I know he's listened to Andrew Tate.
Whoa. Let's stop for a second. Let's be professional here, Piers, because you're a professional as am
Yeah.
I. First, she said, did you say that my father went? She said, my father has
Her
gone.
father.
That's a full-grown man,
Mhm.
firstly. So we're talking about my impact on children. You just talked about a full-grown man here.
Right.
Secondly, I've never talked about murdering effeminate men in
Right.
anything online ever, in any context ever. So I don't know why they have taken.
The only thing that he said was, yeah, he wouldn't give mouth-to-mouth CPR to a man because it's gay, even if the man was heterosexual. So they're trying to say, oh, that's homophobic. Nobody's scared of y'all. Nobody's scared of y'all. Like when it comes to LGBT community, heterosexual men who, you know, don't have that hate in their heart and slick might be on the DL. Heterosexual men, as a matter of fact, like gay people, gay men specifically, are funny as shit. They're actually like it's almost like parody. It's comical. It's hilarious because they're acting out how they think a woman acts. Okay, let me repeat. They're acting out how they think a woman acts. All right. So what's more disrespectful? You have a full-grown man trying to act like what he thinks a woman is, and he's basically using the stereotypes of a woman to form his personality, or a man saying, hey, you know, I'm not going to give CPR to another man because it's gay. What's more disrespectful? Sexy Baby Girl says that is because Tate has black people features. Michael McGee says they're cool as long as they don't go over the board with it and make being LGBT their personality. Exactly. And even if they do make being LGBT their personality, it's still funny as shit. Nobody is scared of them. It's actually hilarious. Like when you see an effeminate man and he's like, oh, hey, girl, like, oh, hey, how you doing? Like, da-da-da-da, like a Saucy Santana, that shit is laughable. Like it's comedy. Like I literally think that more LGBT men should be comedians because like if you're an LGBT man and everybody loves a gay joke, I don't give a fuck who you are. If you're saying, oh, well, oh, F that gay stuff. Dude, I don't know anybody who doesn't love a fucking gay joke. Gay jokes are actually fucking hilarious. Even gay people laugh at gay jokes. Dude, you cannot deny that gay jokes are not funny. If there was an LGBT guy who was like, had like a self-deprecating bit, not like, you know, just blatantly, oh, you know, like how white people do. Oh, white people suck. Like not like blatantly self-deprecating, but something that is making fun of himself, making light of his sexuality. Dude, that would be fucking hilarious. I think Gerard Carmichael actually came out as gay, but he's not an effeminate man, so he doesn't really have that gay nigga swag. Like imagine if Saucy said, this is why like Saucy Santana's music will never be taken seriously, because he's a fucking joke as a musician. But imagine if that nigga was a comedian and he's like talking about his sexual escapades with other men and men who are on the download, men who are straight, men who are married. Dude, it'd be fucking hilarious. So nobody is scared of gay people. Now, there are some people who might inflict harm on specifically gay people, Jeffrey Dahmer, but look at what they're doing with Dahmer. They're promoting him in the algorithm. They're promoting this type of behavior toward homosexual men in the algorithm. And then what happens in California? You have a serial killer targeting men. So who's really the negative impact on society when Hollywood is literally promoting a movie, which my auntie was in that movie. Shout out to my auntie. She was in Dahmer, not the movie, but the show. She was in the show Dahmer. So shout out to her for getting that gig. But who is really actually at fault for promoting violence against the LGBT community? Because it's not us, it's Hollywood. Y'all are taking a homosexual sadist, cannibalistic, necrophilic serial killer and blasting him to the world and normalizing him, humanizing him, which he was a human, and making it seem like, you know, there was some justification or some reason, or even just giving you the introspection as to why he did what he did. If you watch the Netflix video carefully, which they also promote a Satanist shrine that he had, which if you look at his interviews back in the day, he was a little reluctant to divulge that he was an actual Satanist. But yeah, don't get it fucked up. Jeffrey Dahmer was a Satanist, and he had a mural made out of human remains that he dedicated to Lucifer. So they put it in the show, yes, but they didn't really promote that angle of it. They promoted why he did it, and maybe you can empathize with him and his family and all this shit. If you really watch the show, that's what they're trying to do. Let's see, I read that one. Mr. Jake the Great says, oh, that reminds me, if you want to take my mod privileges on the other channel away, it's fine, but I would blow the back out of the Transformer with the red hair you showed last week. No lie. I'm dead as fuck. And you know what, Mr. Jake the Great? I respect the fact that you came out and said that. Honestly, I can show you like female passing Transformers all over the place, which is kind of weird and it's a little scary. Me personally, I would not blow their back out. But I do respect you for coming out and saying that, and see how we can disagree and just keep it moving. But that's actually pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie, the nigga had a fat ass, and it's not even LGBT or gay or homosexual to admit that yes, this nigga surgically made it so that he has a fat ass. Okay, it's scary that he is as passable as he is. But just for the simple fact that I know that is a man, I couldn't do it. Tesla says, have you ever let a homo man top you up? It's better than any woman, bro. Oh, hell nah. You wildin'. Okay, you wildin', bro. But y'all niggas are funny, though. I'm not going to lie. That was a hilarious question, but absolutely not, bro. Absolutely not. I would rather a crackhead top me up than a homeless nigga or a homo nigga. Pause. But what I will say though, he said it's better than a woman. Look, no, it's not, because I know women who give really good head, but I can understand the logic behind it, even though they're gonna take me out of context. Oh, Reclaim is gay. I understand the logic behind it because I have the intellectual capacity to remove whatever I think about homosexuality and my sexual preference, to say, hey, yes, a man knows what a man wants. Like, I mean, just let's keep it a buck. Obviously, niggas love pussy, but ain't nobody gonna get you right like yourself. Like you're probably better at jerking yourself off than you are, or than a woman would be at jerking yourself off, if that makes sense. So I get the logic behind it. Oh, he's a guy. He knows what he wants. It's the same logic for like lesbian women. Oh, women eat pussy better anyway, which they say all the time, right? It's the same logic. Oh, she knows a woman's body. Well, yes, that logic would be true that, you know, if a LGBT guy was giving top, he would know what feels better to him and relay that to his partner, because obviously he's a man, which is kind of weird to say, but it doesn't take away the truth. See, this is the problem with people. Y'all have no nuance. I'm not saying that I would participate in that. I'm not saying that you should participate in that. And I'm not saying that anybody should participate in that. But there's nuance to this shit. And yes, you can objectively say that, yo, it's probably objective fact that a man knows how to please another man, which sounds fucking crazy, like I said. But it's probably a fact that, yes, he would probably know more about sucking dick than a woman. Let's keep it a buck. Noel D says, you probably should have kept that to yourself, brother. Yeah. Tesla says, yeah. Okay, so he dropped my auntie's name. Yeah, that's my auntie. Mr. Jake the Great says, nah, I had to bring that one up. Couldn't hold that back. Noel D. Cash God said, Mr. Jake is wildin', bro. Yeah, that was pretty funny, though. I'm not gonna lie. Mr. Jake the Great says someone had to say it. I'm dead. That's hilarious.
Some random person I've never met in the world who's full grown, an adult, and come to their own conclusions who I've never met and lumped his name in with mine. That is absolutely unfair on every level. I didn't read this BuzzFeed. I didn't read this BuzzFeed article, but after hearing the first point, I know it's trash. That is complete Garbage.
Absolutely.
To say
what
that
is
I'm
your
the
view?
reason this man believes what he believes.
I've seen a quote from
Absolutely.
you, and you can tell me what you feel here about this.
Sure.
You talk about people don't want to see men dressed up in dresses. Transgender.
That's
people.
not exactly what I said.
What did you say?
I said the reason I am so popular and I'm so famous is that there's a large contingent of men who don't want to wear makeup, who still want to make money, go to the gym, be strong, drive a fast car, be traditionally masculine, and don't want to be shamed for that. And
men want to see in their role models Superman, Batman, Spider-Man. They don't want to see Lois Lane. Men want masculine figures to look up to. Captain America. Like nobody, no man, no heterosexual man at that is looking up to a Saucy Santana, bro.
They don't want to be called toxic for that. That is the reason I'm so massively famous. That is what I said.
What do you think of transgender people?
That's nothing to do with me. I'm not transgender and I don't understand the issue like they do.
That was a real answer. It has nothing to do with me. I ain't got shit to do with me. I ain't trans. I ain't never fucked a trans nigga. And their issue is irrelevant to me.
Are you transphobic? Do you consider yourself that?
Transphobic? What? Afraid?
Right, exactly. Transphobic, afraid. Nobody's scared of them. Come on. Now, is it fun to use the F word? Absolutely, bro. Like it, just like it's fun to say fuck, it's fun to say the F word, okay? The derogatory term for LGBT individuals that rhymes with maggot, okay? It's fun to say the word. It's fun to call your boys the F word, man. It's fun to get under their skin or you know, heckle each other and go back and forth. Oh, you fucking, you know, F word, whatever. It's fun, just like using any other word. But does that mean that you hate Transformers or you hate LGBT people? No, they call each other the F word. It's like saying, yo, that's my bitch. Like, it doesn't mean you hate women. It's just a normalized term. It's just like calling your homeboy my nigga. It doesn't mean that you're a racist. It means that these terms have become normalized in dominant society to be used as terms of endearment and whatnot. And obviously they can be used as insults too. And that's the thing with the English language. One word can mean two things in a different context. So like they're trying to make it seem like, oh, well, you know, you're homophobic if you say the F word, and these are homophobic views and slurs. It's like, no, dude, if my guy, if you know, if I see, let's put it like this. If I'm working out with my homeboy and he can't keep up with me, I'm gonna be like, yeah, you fucking fag, you suck, you're a bitch, whatever. It doesn't mean that I'm LGBT or I'm homophobic or I hate LGBT or transphobic. It just means that I'm making fun of my guy. Just like women will call you gay if you criticize women at all. They'll use it as an insult. If you're criticizing a woman, oh, you're gay, you hate your mom, you don't like nobody, you're a fucking fag. They'll tell you that. They'll say that to you. Okay? And the women use that as an insult, but then, oh, it's all fine if they're using it as an insult, even if they have a gay friend. It's bullshit. Sexy Baby Girl says, do you have anything against the retarded word? Some people do. No, I don't. I mean, it was literally a clinical term in the past.
Well, it kind of, yeah.
I don't live in fear, my friend. I have no problem.
You have a dislike of transgender people?
I don't know any transgender people.
Do you have a dislike of what they stand for, what they are?
No. Why?
I'm not gonna lie. If you've ever like met a transformer or hang with a transformer, they're very eccentric. They're over the top. Can they be annoying? Absolutely. Because it's a man trying to act like what he thinks women acts like. So is it cringe? Absolutely. Does it mean that anybody's scared of them? No. But it is cringe, especially if he's not female passing, right? Like a Caitlyn Jenner. It's very cringe because this motherfucker looks like a goddamn man. But like Mr. Jake the Great said, the video with the transformer, the white transformer with the fat ass, that individual is less cringe. As a matter of fact, when this nigga showed up on my timeline, I literally thought it was a bitch. I was like, I'm not gonna lie, like I was like, oh, yo, shit, like, y'all know, like back in the day when you trick your friend, like you show them a picture of Sydney Star, and then you'll be like, would you fuck? And they'll be like, hell yeah, that bitch bad. And then like you say, oh well, that's a transgender. Then they're like, oh man, fuck you, and y'all might get in a fight, and y'all, you know, like a little scuffle and fuck around with each other. Oh man, you bitch ass nigga, you tricked me. It's like that. That's how guys feel. So it's like when I'm scrolling down my timeline and I see this nigga and it's actually, I think it's a woman and it's actually a nigga. You're like, what the fuck? And then once you click on the profile and you read the bio, it's like, oh shit, this is a man. But if that motherfucker didn't put transformer LGBT in his fucking bio, we wouldn't fucking know. You wouldn't know. So it is cringe when you see a guy who's not femme passing as a transformer, but when the individual is femme passing, it's less cringe, but it doesn't mean that you're homophobic if you still don't have sexual desires for that individual. Matter of fact, I'm going to show you guys a transformer who tricked the whole rap game, who tricked the whole rap industry. I'm going to show you guys right now a transformer who tricked the whole rap industry. If I can get their actual page. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys an individual who tricked the whole fucking industry. Even Drake was like in this nigga's DMs, bro, because he got fooled online. Mr. Jake the Great says, I've only met / been friends with female to male transformers with beards and shit. Low key, I don't get the logic. Yes, I agree. I have been friends with a lot of female to male transformers, and like I said, they tell you how much more difficult it is to pick up women as a man than if they would have stayed as a woman. So even like stud dyke bitches have better chances on picking up a woman than a transformer, especially if that transformer male is more masculine in their physical appearance. So this is a transformer male to female who completely tricked the game. This individual completely tricked the game, and you can see this person says, what the man? This person said, I'm glad she's trans. Wow. So you have some people who really are attracted to trans individuals. But this is absolutely a man who tricked the whole rap industry into thinking that he was a woman. So as you can see, fake titties, fake ass, but femme passing. So it's less cringe to see like because there's no way you would know. If y'all are gonna sit up here and tell me that you wouldn't know the difference between you wouldn't be able to tell, or you would be able to tell that this is a man unless the motherfucker pulled his whole dick out. There's no way you would be able to tell. And that's the scary part. That's the scary part, because this individual literally tricked the whole game. See, this person says, this is an ex-fella ? And then somebody said, yes, I'm dead. But obviously this is a fake account of that individual. I think they wiped themselves off of social media because they were, or at least main platforms of social media, because they were being heckled after they were found out. But obviously there are OF links in the bio and shit like that. But this is a fucking transformer who is passing. So that's I mean, I'm trying to tell you guys, it's getting scary. It's hard to differentiate. Tesla says, yeah, I might take her down, bro. I'm dead. See, me personally, because I know that is a man, I would not do it. Okay. But I could understand if a guy literally thought that was a woman, ended up taking that motherfucker home, and then like getting to the point where it's like, oh shit, before the nigga fuck, the motherfucker say, oh well, I was actually born a man, da 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 da. Before the nigga fuck, then it's just like a decision on how horny is that nigga. I can absolutely see people getting fooled by that individual. Same with Sydney Star, same with the white transformer. what the problem is, the cringe thing is when you are not femme passing and like you're just like a nigga with fucking pecs and shit and you got a dress on. Then it's just like, what? But if you actually commit to getting the surgery and actually looking like a woman, I mean, it's still kind of weird. I mean, it's hella weird, honestly. But you can't deny that, yo, that motherfucking surgeon put in work. There's no denying that motherfucking surgeon put in work. Whether you're sexually attracted to that nigga or not, you cannot say that surgeon didn't put in work. And that's ultimately what I'm saying. Nobody is scared of transgenders, especially the ones who are femme passing. We think it's weird if that individual is not femme passing because they are a man trying to act like they think a woman is. Just like even the femme passing ones are a man trying to act like what they think a woman is. And usually it consists of high levels of promiscuity and being involved in sex work. So this is what trans women think of women. They just think that they're sex objects and they portray themselves as such. As a matter of fact, I have rarely seen a trans woman who is not involving themselves in the sex industry. I haven't seen it. Michael McGee said, yeah, surgeons getting good. Yeah, they are, man. I mean, it's a fucking, it's a miracle. It's a goddamn work of art, honestly, because they literally turned a nigga into a woman who, under any other circumstance, if it was a woman, guys would give her a high rating. Okay. And because I'm not homophobic, I can genuinely say that, yes, they did a motherfucking good job on that nigga. They literally turned a man and a probably an effeminate, thin man into a bad bitch. They did that. Okay. And there's no denying that. There's no denying that. So, you know, guys, if you want to have a little fun, take that individual's pictures to your friends and say, yo, would you hit? And then see what they say. That's a really funny joke. So I actually might do I might do some street interviews where I show them a picture of the nigga and say, hey, would you hit? That would be absolutely fucking hilarious.
Why would I?
I don't know.
That's not my issue. That's not my issue. And that's actually quite interesting because when I was attacked, a lot of these stupid articles like BuzzFeed, because it's ridiculous, that first point proves anyone with a brain knows that that's garbage. When they attacked me, they lump a whole bunch of things in together. They say misogynistic, racist, transphobic. They just put them all together at random. I'm mixed race.
By the way,
I don't know where they get these. They just get these buzzwords and put them in a sentence.
By the way, I completely agree.
It's crazy.
I've had the same thing done to me.
Okay.
And I'm not calling you anything. I'm asking you what you personally believe you are.
It's not an issue I discuss. What I do discuss is that...
So you support transgender people?
I support individual liberty. I'm a libertarian.
Yeah, so you support transgender people?
Sure.
Okay, so that's where I think he trapped him. You can completely... Do I have people who I love who are part of the LGBT community? Absolutely. You know, my sister's LGBT. I've got some male cousins who are LGBT. I love them to death. I want to see them win this life, and all that kind of stuff. All right. Now, do you support LGBT? Do you support trans? That's a whole different question. Now you have to define, what does support mean? I support their right to do whatever they want within the confines of the law. Absolutely. Would I support them financially? I.e., would I donate money to an LGBT organization? Probably not. Absolutely not. Because morally, I am against homosexuality, okay, as a sexual practice. But, you know, I support their rights? Absolutely. I think they should be able to get married. I think they should be able to do whatever the fuck they want within the confines of the law. What I don't like is them pushing the agenda in the media and converting otherwise heterosexual individuals into homosexuality. I think that's wrong, especially when you're targeting young and impressionable individuals. Michael McGee says, nah, bro, don't do the street dudes are too sensitive and they might try to fight you after you tell them it's a joke. Nah, I ain't scared of that. I be having real niggas around me anyway, so I don't think it would be a problem. And it's not, I wouldn't just ask street dudes. I would ask, you know, all types of people. It doesn't matter their race. Tesla says it's only a matter of time until you turn LGBT. Don't switch, bro. Oh, no, hell no. See, this is the thing. Like, I can genuinely say, like, the thing is, which I guess you can say, oh, this is toxic masculinity. A lot of dudes are not confident in their sexuality, and they don't want people to misconstrue their words and all this other stuff. I can genuinely look at a guy and say, yo, that motherfucker is a handsome individual. Okay. That doesn't mean that you're gay. It means that you acknowledge that he is attractive, and he's a conventionally attractive guy, according to, male beauty standards or male handsome standards, whatever the fuck you want to say. That doesn't make that individual gay or LGBT. And I think guys who are able to do that obviously are the men who are confident in their sexuality and could hold a better argument in proving that they're not LGBT, as if you should have to prove your sexuality to anybody. Okay. Because even if I was LGBT, which I'm not, even if I was, that's not something that I would have to prove. Like, I don't have to prove to people that, yo, I like having sex with women. I do whatever the fuck I want to do. And, the cookie crumbles the way that it does. Okay. So you don't have to prove your sexuality to anybody, whether you're a homosexual individual, a transformer, or a heterosexual cisgender individual. You don't have to prove your sexuality to anybody. And I think that's the issue. I think that's the issue when it comes to masculinity and all this kind of stuff, because, guys will try and make it seem like they can't acknowledge that another guy is attractive. Like, dude, if I see a guy with fucking 6-pack abs and he looks better than me physically, as far as like his physique, I'm gonna be like, God damn, that's something that I would want to aspire to. Does it mean that I want to fuck the nigga? Hell no. Okay. It means that I'm saying, yo, this guy is a genuinely attractive guy. And, how do I look like that? Pretty much. And if I can't look like that, then I acknowledge that, yo, this guy is an attractive guy, and I could probably assume that he does very well with the ladies. That's as far as it goes. But I don't think there's an issue in men, being outward, not necessarily outward about that. But I mean, it's like I said, it's not something that you just have to blatantly say. But, a lot of people try and catch individuals in a gotcha moment, right? And I just think you can avoid that by being very clear, uncensored in your take on homosexual questions or whatnot. Just say, yeah, man, the nigga is like, you can literally say, yo, yes, this guy obviously with conventional standards is considered a very hot guy. That's why, I mean, what's more gay? You saying, yo, this guy is a handsome dude, or you saying, yo, he's a Chad, he's a Tyrone? It's still the same thing. You're still acknowledging that guy has an advantage over most men because he is sexually attractive to women. So I don't see any problem with that. And if you get shit from people for doing that or whatnot, I would just tell them to go fuck off, because the reality of the situation is, if you're a guy and you can't acknowledge something good about another guy, then that says something about you, not about that says something about you, not about the individual who can clearly state, yeah, man, I mean, he's a really good looking guy, he probably cleans up with the ladies, right?
Sure, why not?
Exactly, yeah.
So, but my point is, as a whole, you're saying that I'm saying I don't want to see men in dresses. I'm saying no.
You support gay people.
I personally don't want to see men in dresses. So yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm saying there's a.
Do I support gay people? Support, like I said. Do I support their right to do whatever they want? Absolutely. Would I support them if they were comedians? Absolutely. Would I support them if they had a if they owned, a show, or they were part of a media channel and they ran a media conglomerate and they had entertaining shows or movies that they created? Absolutely. So everybody pretty much supports gay people, whether you like it or not, especially if you're on YouTube. I'm pretty sure there are homosexual executives at Google. So yes, you support gay people financially if you're participating in Google generally. So that's a loaded question. Do I support, do I support gay people? Do you support LGBT? Technically, everyone, or damn near everyone, does, unless you're just exiled from society, whether you support them financially or you support their rights or whatnot. So I think it's levels to support. Do I support homosexuality being marketed to children? Absolutely not. Just like I don't support any type of sexuality being marketed to children.
Large contingent of men in the world who like the idea of the traditional masculine.
Shout out to Cyrus Cherry. He says, I really like this laid back channel. Yeah, appreciate it, bro. Tesla says you got 100 bodies. What do you mean by that?
View of the world, who feel happy when they watch 80s action heroes with big muscles and they run around. And there's nothing toxically masculine about having a fast car and a beautiful girlfriend and making a bunch of money. And
Nothing at all.
Absolutely. And those are the people who are my fans.
I'm
saying,
actually, but the problem is,
shout out to Cyrus Cherry. He says the community is so damn rigid. Saying a guy is attractive doesn't mean you want to F them. Absolutely. You're absolutely right. But see, black people, oh my God, like they'll literally clip this up. This is proof that Reclaim Your Throne is gay. And it's like, dude, I don't give a fuck what you say. I guarantee I get more pussy than anybody who would be making a quote unquote expose. Just like when Vegan Gains tried to say this and say that, like, dude, come on, like, look at my girl and then look at yours and tell me who's living a better life. Stop it.
I'm going to interrupt you just to say this. No.
Okay, but you're saying that I have a problem with men in dresses. I'm saying no. The people who watch my content.
Answer that question. You've answered.
Yeah, but the people who watch my content don't want to see men in dresses. Clearly, I don't wear a dress. That's the point I'm making.
Why they're watching your content.
No,
you're not wearing a dress.
No, but that's the point I'm making. That's the point I was making. There's a large contingent of men who are not interested in the things that perhaps the YouTube algorithms trying to feed them.
I think there are lots of. Look, when you support masculinity and masculine traits, I'm with you. Right?
Okay, so you agree a man should protect and provide for a woman?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you agree if you were walking down the street with a woman, you'd be responsible with her safety?
Yeah.
Cool, absolutely. So if that woman wanted to walk alone,
I don't think I have authority over the woman.
Well, see, you have to have authority if you have responsibility, and that's the problem. They want you to have responsibility over the woman with no authority. Dude, I need to have authority because let's put it like this. I have the responsibility to protect my woman. Let's just say that she wants to go to, and we're young, let's say she wants to go to a frat party where it's going to be 80% guys. I'm going to tell her absolutely not, because you don't know those men, for one, and two, there's going to be a lot of alcohol. They could put something in your drink. They could get you fucked up, and then they could fuck you. And now I'm not going to want to be your boyfriend anymore because you make irresponsible decisions by putting yourself in a situation where you could get fucked by another man. So there's nothing wrong with saying, yo, I need authority over this woman. And like I said, it's voluntarily given by the woman, just like she voluntarily gave you her pussy. Because I guarantee if you fucking a bitch and you fucking her good, she's going to say, yes, this yo pussy daddy. So what's the difference between me saying, yo, this is my pussy? This is my property. This is my bitch. What's the difference between me saying that and her saying, yo, this your pussy daddy, take this pussy? What's the difference? The only thing that makes it wrong is it being taken unconsensually. But everything is in context. Everything, you have to have consent with both angles, okay? So if he has consent and his woman gives him authority over her, then that's the end of the discussion. That's the end of it.
Do that.
Okay, so let me ask you another question, Piers, because we are professionals. Let's say your woman decided she wanted to take a nice little walk through the south side of Chicago at 2 a.m. and she wanted you to go with her, and you were responsible for
Great question. If this nigga Piers Morgan, if he says that he would let his girl go to the south side of Chicago, then he got to be out of his fucking mind.
Lying on the spot if she was attacked, don't you think you would say to her, no, we're not going out right now, it's not safe?
Yes.
Okay, so you'd have authority to make the decision. So
no, I wouldn't.
So
I would say, I don't think you should. If she decides to, it's her own volition.
Okay, so if she decides to, she is no longer under my authority, no longer my responsibility, and she is no longer mine. She's no longer my bitch. The minute that she walks out of that door and disobeys blatant orders that I have set, blatant rules that I have set to keep her safe, she's not my woman anymore. That's when the authority cuts off. That's when she no longer belongs to me. That's when she's no longer my property. Is this concept getting through your thick skull, brother Piers? See, my issue is men need to, and I think Andrew's doing a fine job. He's doing an okay job, I'll say. To rate it out of 10, I haven't seen the full thing, but out of this whole conversation, I'll say his debate skills are probably like a 6 or a 7, because I think he missed a lot of good opportunities to really stick it to Piers and flip his questions back on him. But yes, that's really how it is. If she disobeys blatant orders that I set to keep her safe, then she is no longer my bitch. She's going to be lonely. She gonna be lonely. She got nobody on her own.
Well, if she decides you're not going to stop
I
her.
have no power to stop her.
Completely.
But you think you do?
No, I don't think I have power
You
to
really
stop her.
do.
No, I think I have power to make the decision. I think, no, that's not
So
sensible.
if you have the power to make the decision, you have the power to stop her.
No, because it's
No, I have the power to make the decision. I have the power to stop her. Yes. But if she wants to do that, then I no longer hold that power because she's not my bitch no more. And I really don't give a fuck about what happens to her if she blatantly disobeys. Like one time, I'm gonna give y'all an example. I was dating this Indian girl, literally, like, I mean, super hot Indian girl, fucking D-cup titties, very skinny. I mean, she didn't have no ass, but her face was just absolutely gorgeous. Shout out to Tesla. He says Piers is too old. He isn't outside. Exactly.
Hold on. Hello? Where we at? Oh, you want to know where I'm at? We outside!
You're exactly right. Yeah, Pierce, leave this discussion to people who are actually outside. Dude, I was in the club last night. Everything that you're saying is absolutely wrong because the women who have boyfriends who were in the club last night absolutely got fucked last night. Let's keep it a buck. And it wasn't by their damn boyfriends. Okay? Let's get things straight here. Whew. So where was I? So anyways, you know, when it comes to this discussion, once she walks out that door, she's not my responsibility anymore. So like I said, I was dating this Indian girl. She was very I took her virginity, so I wouldn't say that she was necessarily promiscuous. I mean, she is now. Obviously, she's a bottle girl now, but she pretty much did not want to be under my authority. She liked me, you know, we loved each other. We were quote unquote in love, but she wasn't ready to give outside up. She wanted to belong to the streets. So she was in college and she went to Kennesaw State. I went to the University of Georgia. So it just was like there was conflict, there was distance thing. But, you know, when we were together, it was just like it was amazing. I treated her really well. I treated her like the common nice guy. I treated her, you know, like the common gentleman. I treated her like husband material, okay? When she had emotional, you know, episodes and whatnot, I comforted her. I rubbed her, you know, I gave her massages. I fucking fed her, all types of shit. I took care of her as if she was my own, absolutely. And one day, she was in college, obviously, and Kennesaw State is about an hour and a half, maybe an hour 45 minutes from the University of Georgia. So it was a little distance away. And she said, "Oh, I want to go to a party. I want to go to the club, and I'm going out with some of my male friends." I said, "Look, I love you. You're my girl. I don't want you doing that. I don't want you going out with your male friends. I don't want you I don't want you to put yourself in a situation where, you know, guys are going to be hitting on you, guys are going to be flirting with you, and guys are going to be potentially, you know, being able to fuck you, being able to get you in a vulnerable state so they can fuck you." And I told her that, and she basically, you know, did the basic woman shit. "Oh, you're controlling. Oh, that's toxic. Oh, all this bullshit." So I said, "You know what? You go. You have a good night. You have fun." I didn't give a fuck at that point. The next morning she called. Well, it wasn't even the next morning. It was like 4 a.m. She calls me. She's like, "Oh my God. I just slept over some dude's house because I got really blackout drunk and he raped me and and this and the third." I'm telling you right now, I broke up with her. I broke up with her. I said, "Ma'am, do not call me with this bullshit. I literally told you what to do to protect yourself. And I'm not victim blaming, but you're no longer my girl. I tried to protect you. I tried to keep you away from these things." And, you know, she basically called me saying that she got raped. And I said, "Look, you know, you should go to the police." She said she didn't want to go to the police. I said, "Case closed. You're not my bitch anymore." Point blank. Simple as that. Cyrus Cherry says Piers Morgan went into straight simp mode. Perfect example of what a conservative Brit looks like. Exactly. But once she told me that shit, especially since she didn't want to go to the police, I probably would have, reconciled with her if she went to the police. And then I told her, I said, by you not going to the police, you're putting other women in danger. Do you not care about other women? And she said, no. So what that led me to the conclusion that, oh, you didn't get raped. You had sex with this guy. You regretted it. And now you don't want to get him in trouble. So you're trying to protect the guy who fucking raped you. And come to find out, she ends up like hanging with this dude later on in other accounts and like, dating them for a little bit. So I'm like, no, get the fuck out of here. You're not finna like, and I think she probably just wanted the relationship to end because she was in college and she wanted to be young and free and wanted to fuck off and do whatever the hell she wanted to do. And with that being said, you're no longer my responsibility anymore. I wash my hands with you. Whatever happens to you is not my responsibility. I relinquish authority over you and you do what the hell you want and see how you fare. Months later, she texts me, oh my God, you were the best boyfriend I had. You set the bar for how I should be treated. All this bullshit. So that was that. Tesla said, and modern leftists would blame you for not being all soft about it. She didn't listen to you. Exactly. Yeah, you're not my bitch no more. It's not my concern.
That's where we differ. That's why I think it's interesting about you. I don't think you really think through what you're saying.
I think through what I'm saying so carefully.
Yeah, but Andrew,
Piers.
what you've literally just said is that you have the power to stop
No,
her.
I said I don't have the power to stop her. I'm not going to lock her in the room. I'm saying that.
So if she wants to go on her own.
He needs to say what I said. If she wants to go on her own in the club and do all this shit, she's not my girl anymore. So I relinquish authority. I relinquish responsibility. I relinquish power over her. I relinquish ownership over her because she disobeyed my order. It's like the prodigal son. It's like the prodigal son. Yes, this is my son, but he rebelled against his father. Therefore, he is cast out of the family lineage. He is cast out of any inheritance. He is cast out of any ownership, responsibility, authority over him because he directly disobeyed my orders. That's what it is, and that's what he should have said, and that's what he should have stood on. I don't know if he ends up saying it, but let's watch.
Right.
Then she's going to go.
Then
but
you don't have authority to stop her.
Okay, but as a couple, if we're going to sit there and decide if we're going to take this,
you asked me, would I feel a sense of responsibility for her safety? Absolutely.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
So
would
let me finish,
have the
Piers.
power or authority to stop
Piers, let him fucking finish.
For doing it? No.
No, of course not. So let me finish, Piers. You're not going to stop her walking out the hotel. Of course, it's her decision. She's a sovereign individual. My point is that usually in a couple, you sit there as a team and you discuss, and perhaps on certain issues, the woman will know more about X and she'll decide X, and the man might know more about Y and he'll decide Y. So I'm saying if we're as a couple and we're sitting there and deciding as a couple, as a team, and she says she wants to take this late night stroll, I'm going to say, you know what? I'm going to veto this one. I'm going to call veto.
Do you believe in
it's dangerous, which to a degree would give me in that particular scenario a degree of authority. If she said, I don't want to listen to you, Andrew,
it doesn't give you authority.
If she says, I don't want to listen to you, Andrew, I want to go on that walk, then what can I do? Say, well, then
you don't have authority.
Then I wish you the best, my love.
Then you don't have authority.
Cool. Then it's a semantic argument.
No, see, oh God, he missed an opportunity to say, look, I have authority as long as she's my woman. Once she goes off and disobeys my order, I and she consensually come to an agreement where I relinquish authority over her. You still have the authority, but once she disobeys, the authority is relinquished. So he missed an opportunity there. That's why I would give his debate tactics a 6 out of 10.
Not really.
I think
it's the complete opposite of what you said you had, which was authority.
No problem, Piers. No problem. But I think
Let
we
me
actually
ask you about what do you believe about depression? Do you believe depression is a real thing?
I believe that feeling depressed is real. I don't believe depression as a clinical disease is real now.
Okay, so when it comes to depression, like I said, you can have chemical imbalances and all this other stuff, and you can genuinely be depressed. You could have a shitty upbringing. I mean, if you grow up and your parents are literally beating the shit out of you, which happens a lot in the Black community. If you grow up and your parents are molesting you, which happens a lot in the Black community. Okay, when you grow up and your childhood is negative and you've seen a dead body at the age of 7 and that's normalized, you can feel feelings of depression, no doubt. My problem is people self-diagnosing themselves with depression, people medicating themselves in order to combat depression. And this is what Big Pharma wants. They want people to self-diagnose. They want people to go to the doctor or the psychiatrist and claim that they're depressed so that they can be prescribed an antidepressant so that the Big Pharma can profit off of, people taking pills. It's that fucking simple.
Really?
Correct.
You don't believe people can be clinically depressed?
I think PTSD is very real. Unfortunately, I have some friends who suffer from that. I know that feeling depressed is real. I believe that the number one power you have against these things are trying to take control of your own mind and affecting your own life. I believe that it's not healthy to hand over all your power and believe that depression is an outside disease that you can't affect.
Absolutely.
I know that when I've had difficult periods.
Some people are depressed because they can't get a woman. What is the solution? Get on antidepressants or leave the fucking country where the women don't have as high as fucking goofy ass standards. See, it's not the problem that women have standards. It's the problem that they have unrealistic standards. So there are, yes, a lot of guys who are feeling depressed because they can't get a girl. I had a homeboy. He was a virgin until he was 24 years old, and he was depressed. He said that he was depressed. And I asked him, why are you depressed? He said, because I can't get a bitch. Literally, the only reason why he was depressed is because he could not get a bitch, and he was still a virgin where all of his peers around him, me, my brother, my friends, my cousin, everybody else around him had an active sex life, and he was not able to have sex. So yes, he was fucking depressed. But then when he had sex, he was like, oh shit, this really ain't all it's cracked up to be. Yeah, it felt good to lose my virginity, but at the same time, it's really not all that. And I don't even know why I felt the way that I felt, but he wanted genuine love. He wanted genuine attraction. And that is the reason why he was depressed. So what I would say to a person who's depressed over not being able to get women, go to a country where the women don't have these fucking exuberant, crazy ass standards. And I guarantee you will not be depressed no more. And the women will look a lot better, be in better shape, have better bodies, and be more beautiful. Bobby Digital says, my younger brother found him a Dominican woman, said she the best thing he ever encountered. Wow, that's absolutely amazing. Shout out to your brother. Tesla said, do you believe that implicit bias is bad? I believe that any type of bias can be an issue. I don't believe that, being biased to a certain extent is a bad thing. Everybody has a bias toward things that they align with. So I'm black, so I have a bias toward black issues. I want to see black people succeed, even though it's, pretty much a done deal at this point. When it comes to the overall community. Now, are there individuals in the black community who are succeeding and who can succeed and who will succeed and who are doing great in life? Absolutely. But when it comes to, yes, I have a bias toward black people, meaning if there's a policy that's going to help out black people, then I'm going to vote for it. If it's a policy that's going to negatively affect black people, then I'm not going to vote for it. So yes, I don't believe that implicit bias is a bad thing. No, I just think that some biases can be bad and some can be beneficial.
In my life, and also many of my friends, like I've said, suffer from PTSD and been through terrible things. I've lived a very difficult life, and I know people who have. That the things that made them feel better is when they woke up and said, you know what, I'm not going to allow this to damage me anymore. I'm going to take responsibility. I'm going to get up and I'm going to fight this as hard as I can.
And by the way, on that, I agree.
So we agree.
Right? My favorite speech is the Rocky Balboa one.
Okay, so then we agree. No, we didn't.
Here's where we don't agree.
Piers.
You don't. No, hang on. You got to let me interject when I don't agree with you, right? Where I don't agree with you is that there's no such thing as clinical depression. There absolutely is.
Well,
it's a proven scientific medical reality. There's a different argument about have we gone a bit too soft, right, in schools and all the rest of it. Absolutely. Do I think some people moan and whine too much about their lot in life? Definitely.
Okay.
Are we a victimhood society? 100%.
Okay.
Is there such a thing as clinical depression? Absolutely.
So
and my argument is that if you actually bracket everybody who's not clinically depressed and doesn't have the genuine medical condition, then actually if millions of people are deemed to have depression, the ones who really need the help don't get it. Well, that's my point.
Well, that I would agree with. You're right. I think it's certainly an overused term.
But you don't accept there is such a thing as clinical depression.
No, I don't.
And that to me is a damaging view.
Okay. Well, let me explain why. If someone comes to me and says I'm clinically depressed or I feel very, very sad, I would say the first thing you need to do is stop accepting the identity of a clinically depressed person. Stop accepting you have no control over this.
Yeah.
And what you need to stop identifying that way, and let's work together to try and fight
But
against
there
it.
isn't an eminent doctor in the world who would tell you there is no such thing as clinical
I think
depression. Who would not tell you that some people it's simply beyond
I think
their
Johan
control.
Hari wrote a book saying exactly that, my friend.
He's not an eminent doctor.
No, but
He's a journalist.
I said depression wasn't real long ago and was attacked for it. Then Johan Hari wrote a book, which
What's it got
actually
to do with Johan Hari?
because he wrote a book proving me right. Most people.
Johan Hari's a journalist.
Sure. And my point is that a lot of people who are clinically depressed are suffering with something in their life. And if you fix the problem in their life, perhaps they won't feel depressed anymore. That's not a disease.
Yeah, but Andrew,
that's situational.
Andrew, you're simply wrong.
If that's what you believe, Piers,
That's
it's
what
not.
I believe.
I don't believe in things that take power away.
There is not an eminent doctor in the world
Piers,
that would agree with it.
Piers,
Do you think you know more than doctors?
I can't become clinically depressed.
Why do you know?
Because I don't believe in it. I can't be haunted by a ghost if I don't believe in ghosts.
Well, that's like saying I'm never going to die because I don't believe in it. It's ridiculous.
Perhaps, but if it allows me to live a life where I feel happy and
But here's
content
where you
within
see,
myself.
this is that little area where you lose me.
No, I don't lose you.
You are
because
when somebody with your following says
the
there is no
thousands
such
of people,
thing.
the thousands of people who have emailed me saying my doctor told me I was clinically depressed and it's a disease that I have got in my brain and I can't be fixed. And I started listening to you and I realized that that's not the case and I can fix my own life. And you're the only person who has ever.
Yeah, that's some real shit though. You can definitely talk a nigga out of being depressed, no cap, and present him options that are better. That's facts. I mean, like I gave you guys the examples. You have to diagnose the reason for the depression, and that's where you go from there. Cyrus Cherry says, dude, this is a little off topic, but since you talking about this, I low-key tried shrooms yesterday. I'm tired of the trauma from the community. I know you won't agree, but I don't regret using. No. Hold on. I love shrooms. Okay. I am pro-drug, I'm pro-drug in moderation. Absolutely. For sure. I think that all drugs should be legalized. Methamphetamine, heroin, shrooms, cocaine, weed, obviously, but I really don't have any problem with you taking shrooms, bro. There ain't nothing wrong with a good old trip now. I've taken shrooms in college and it was a glorious experience. It made me feel like a fucking animal, like a cheetah. And I don't know, man. I was like climbing trees and fucking all that shit, just experiencing nature. I have no problem with shrooms at all. So yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you using shrooms. As a matter of fact, I think that could be something that you could use to kind of help you get out of your depression. What I will say, though, is you want to be in a positive state when you do shrooms. Otherwise, you may have a bad trip. But as far as like being against shrooms, nah, I fuck with shrooms. Tesla says, being a black guy, how was it at Georgia? Before you was an athlete, did you do well with women? Yeah, I mean, it was fine. Shit. I mean, once you fuck one bitch on campus, the whole campus opens up and like your face card gets out there pretty quick.
Helped me. Thousands of people have emailed me that exact email.
If you think you are single-handedly curing people of clinical depression, you are living in cloud cuckoo land.
I am reading the emails of people who I have cured of clinical depression.
You're reading emails from people who have believed you when you say there isn't such a thing, and they've probably never been diagnosed clinically depressed. They just
see depression definitely can be a mindset. So there's a chemical imbalance depression, there's a mindset depression, and then there's a trauma-based depression. All of these things are different, but they can all be treated and cured, I believe. So the hardest one would be the chemical balance depression, but then you would have to say, okay, what chemicals is this individual lacking? And you have to diagnose that. And then maybe could you find some supplements to, replace that chemical, whether it be, maybe he was a guy who did a lot of coke and had a whole bunch of serotonin highs and shit. And now he has like, low serotonin or whatnot. Tesla says, did people around campus think you were a football player because you so buff before you actually played? I mean, people were telling me, yo, you should play. So, but I already knew I was going to play because I was preferred walk-on. Bobby did, but I had to wait a year. Bobby Digital said popcorn, lemon, sugar, sativa for me. Popcorn, lemon, sugar, sativa. Oh, okay. Yeah. So he's talking about a strain. Tesla says, do you think you have any privileges from being black? Yeah, I think I have privileges from being black. I think that if I walk that, like, see, some people would think of this as a negative thing, but I actually think it is a positive thing. If I walk down the street and say, you know, I have my dreads down and I'm wearing a hoodie and I'm walking down the street, I'm not going to say that people are going to cross the street, but they're definitely going to be, you know, on guard. And I personally think that that is a perk because it's a survival trait. If I'm walking down the street and people fear me, I'm not going to say that it like makes me feel good, but it makes me feel powerful. So I think that's a privilege, the privilege to know that most men think that they're at a physical disadvantage to most black men. Like any other race besides another black man thinks that it's not that they think like verbatim, oh, I just think that any black man can beat my ass. No, but it's like, I would rather get in a fight with, and I'm speaking from another racist perspective, I would rather get in a fight with a white person than a black person because a black person is more likely to be able to fight. That is, you know, what has been established through the stereotypes. Now, are there white fighters and other, you know, races of fighters who are really good fighting? Hell yeah, there are. But what I am saying is you have an advantage on the street. Like if you're walking down the street, people are going to be less likely to try you of any other race. Like for example, a white guy most likely is not going to try and run up on a black guy on the street and rob him for his money. Whereas black guys are going to rob black guys, white guys, anybody. Okay. Because we are like physically people are going to hate me saying this, but we are physically more predatory than any other race. So that's just a fact. So yeah, I think there is a privilege in being black. That's one of them. I could probably name some more if I thought through it. Tesla says, why did they make you wait a year? So they didn't make me wait a year. I just had some physical things going on. I was coming off of a hip dislocation, and I just wanted to make sure that I was 100% right.
Just want to go along with what Andrew Tate says.
I don't think so.
I think your view of that view is dangerous.
I respect that you think my view is dangerous, and I respect you have the right to view that, to think that. I think that clinical depression, I actually agree with you, is massively overdiagnosed. I've already said that PTSD is a very real thing. I've already said
hang on.
Okay.
Again, you're misquoting me. I did not say clinical depression is massively overdiagnosed. I said that people who claim to be depressed but don't have clinical depression, I think that is massively overblown, right? In other words, there are a lot of people who just have a bad day and declare, I've got depression. And I say...
A lot of women do too, man. It's a lot of women claiming they depressed when literally they just got their heart broken by a man.
Well, have you been to a doctor? Have you been clinically diagnosed? If you have, and you have clinical depression, that's one thing. But if you haven't, we could probably work on some mental strength and resilience skills with you. But a clinically depressed person has an absolutely proven medical condition that is beyond their control.
Not according to me and many others, my friend.
Well, look, what do you know about it, honestly?
Dream Reality says Morgan is a clown. Yeah.
I know.
You're not a doctor, or you're not trained, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
You're not a psychiatrist. You're none of those things.
Whoa, so you can't make a medical observation just because you're not a doctor? Like, what the fuck? Like, this, it's so annoying.
Things.
Sure.
You're a guy on the make. He's done very well for himself, spouting stuff off, much of which I agree with, as you've seen in the interview. But some of which is ludicrous, and that's one of them.
It's not ludicrous.
It is.
It's not.
If you said to me, we're in a victimhood society, it's got to stop, I'm with you.
Okay.
But the moment you try and deny clinical depression...
I believe feeling depressed is real. I do not believe it's a disease that you catch from the...
Shout out to Cyrus Cherry with the $10 super trap. I really appreciate that.
Oh, say less.
He says, damn, Gen Z, so that's your secret to success? You low-key discovered shrooms? Man, I didn't go into this for fun. I believe in its healing power. The community should be forced to microdose SMH. So nah, that's not my key to success. I just did shrooms because I was a fucking dumb college kid who was like trying every fucking drug. I mean, not every drug, every natural drug. So like I've only really tried shrooms and weed. I'm trying to think of something else that I've tried. Yeah, only shrooms and weed. I haven't done LSD because I've seen how crazy it makes people. But you know, shrooms and weed, I definitely think is a safe bet. Even though I've seen like a super gremlin like take shrooms and then do some dumb shit. So, like I said, I think that you need to be in a good mind space to take it, because whether you if you drink alcohol and you're not in a good mental state, then you're gonna do something stupid. If you do smoke weed and you're not in a good mental state, you're gonna do something stupid. If you do shrooms, you're not in a good mental state. If you do coke, if you do heroin, if you do meth, if you do any drug and you're not in a good mental state, then it can definitely negatively affect you. I'm not promoting drugs. I'm not saying that you should or shouldn't do drugs. I'm just saying that yes, I have done shrooms and smoked weed before.
The sky and you cannot affect. I believe that no matter what happens, I believe you have control of your own mind and you can fight against it. I believe if you change your circumstances in your life, you may feel different. I'll give you a quick example. I had a guy who emailed me saying he was clinically depressed and he was going to kill himself. I obviously am not a psychiatrist. I'm not a doctor. I told him, because I replied to my emails. I said, have you been to a psychiatrist? He said, yes, I'm clinically depressed. I've been on these pills, this amount of time. I'm on antidepressants. It doesn't work. I said, I don't know what to say to you besides this.
I would tell his ass, stop taking all those pills, get your ass in the gym, maybe go travel, and I guarantee you'll find some different results.
And he said he lost his girlfriend. That's why he became clinically depressed. I said, listen, go to the gym, get a six-pack first. Once you've got a six-pack, email me again. If you still feel like killing yourself, I don't know what else to say to you. But I'd say strong body is a strong mind. Go train.
Yes.
He went. He started sending me progress pictures, emailing me him getting in better shape, and eventually got a six-pack. He's now a professional bodybuilder. And he said, I can't believe I was considering that. I feel so much better, etc. The doctor was telling him he was clinically depressed and couldn't cure it. He started taking control of his own life, and now he felt better. Now, I'm not saying it's the case for everybody.
No.
I'm just saying.
Here's my question, though. Have you seen the guy's medical records?
Of course not. I just told you.
Dude, get the fuck out of you. Get the fuck out of here. Have you seen his medical records? He tells you that the guy is fucking... Look at Bradley Martin. He was depressed too. His dad, he actually divulged in his interview with Sneeko that his dad actually self-deleted. His dad self-deleted. He grew up in a single mother household. He was fucking depressed. He hit the gym and it saved his goddamn life. So are we gonna say, oh, have you looked at his medical records? Have you seen his diagnosis? Dude, get the fuck out of here. I literally told you that this man was depressed. I told him to get a six-pack and then come back and see if he wants to fucking off himself. He came back and said, you know what? I can't believe I was even considering something so dumb. My life is precious. Strong body, strong mind, like Tate said, and I'm Gucci. No, I don't need to see his fucking medical records because he just told me he's great.
So you're just taking his word for it?
Oh, I am taking the word of a man who emailed me with a bunch of medication in specific
doses. You're denying proven science because one guy
proven science. Let's keep it a buck. Psychiatrists and all this shit. That is not proven science. It's pseudoscience and it's theory. It's theory. It is theory, okay? If you want to diagnose what is a narcissist, there's 7 symptoms to narcissism, and in order to diagnose somebody with narcissism, they have to align with 3 of those symptoms. So if they align with 2 of those symptoms and not 3, then they can't be classified as a narcissist. But you got all these bitches out here saying that every nigga that they ever fucked and he didn't cuff them is a narcissist. But they're self-diagnosing men that they've had sex with and men, and they're not fucking doctors. So for you to, psychiatry and all this, it's a fucking pseudoscience. It's not real science. It's not biology. It's theory. It's theory, okay? Like to diagnose somebody with a personality disorder is what they call it. It's theory. Could somebody be bipolar and be misdiagnosed with schizophrenia? Abso-fucking-lutely. Could somebody be autistic, or could somebody not be autistic and be diagnosed with autism? Abso-fucking-lutely. Could somebody not be ADHD? They're just a rambunctious boy and be diagnosed with ADHD? Abso-fucking-lutely. So I don't need to fucking see his medical records, Piers. I don't need to see his goddamn medical records, because if I take my son to school and then you sit him down with a psychiatrist and they say, oh, he's ADHD and all this other shit, and they try and put him on fucking Adderall, I'm gonna tell you, get the fuck out of here. You're not putting my son on no goddamn pills. How about that? How about y'all give him more time and recess so he can get all that goddamn energy out? He can't focus because he's got all this energy, and these classroom settings are not productive for young boys. So you know what I'm going to do to shit before he goes to school? We're going to train. We're going to work out. We're going to wake up at 6 a.m. in the morning. We're going to go, do a little mile run, mile jog. We're going to hit some high knees, stretch, get all that energy out. Give him a 30-minute nap and send him on his way to school by 8 p.m. or 8 a.m. That's what we gonna do. Fuck all that other shit. Tesla said, meditate, don't medicate, and pray most high. Stop making it so complicated, Piers. Exactly. Tesla says, big natural over here, no pills. Absolutely. Shout out.
To you, who you help, and you've not seen any evidence you ever had clinical depression diagnosed.
I'm denying the idea that.
And on the back of it, you go on your rants in public to tens of millions of people denying something because this guy writes to you and says he had it and you cured it. And I think that's a dangerous mindset, Andrew.
That's fine.
And that's where you don't have a responsible view of your...
Dude, get the fuck out of here. Bro, psychology is not science. It's pseudoscience. All of it is rooted in theory. What the hell is he talking about? Yes, we've created terms to diagnose people with a personality disorder, but most of the time people are wrongly diagnosed. Look at the Colorado, the Joker shooter. Look at the Colorado shooter. He had plenty medical records and he was misdiagnosed. They said that he had even though he had homicidal thoughts, he had homicidal fantasies. They said he was not a threat to society, and then he goes and shoots up a movie theater in Aurora, Colorado. Adam Lanza, misdiagnosed by psychiatrists. Okay, they said that he was not a threat. He had OCD, right? He had personality disorders, antisocial personality disorders, but they said he was not a threat to society. What did he go do? He shot up a fucking school in Sandy Hook. So, dude, don't tell me about this psychiatry bullshit. Most of these fucking psychiatrists don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're misdiagnosing people with real mental health issues every goddamn day.
Influence over
disagree.
people.
It's very responsible because I'm saving people's lives. I disagree that if you feel depressed, I disagree that you cannot affect it and change your life and take control and fix yourself and feel happier. I disagree with that.
Do you think
I refuse?
Shout out to Andrew Tate. This one he stood on. He's getting some points. He's moving up to a 7 in his debate tactics for sure. But I wish that he knew more about the study of psychology and would have called him out and said, for one, Piers, psychology is all rooted in theory, all rooted in vague, loose diagnostics or what is it? Yeah, vague and loose diagnostics to diagnose an individual so that you can properly medically treat somebody. That is the reason why we have the science, the quote unquote science, which is actually pseudoscience of psychology, because you really can't know what the fuck is going on in somebody's mind. Whereas, yes, neuroscience is point blank numbers. If this guy has a brain trauma, we can tell if something's fucking wrong with his brain. If he has a tumor, yes, we can measure the size of the tumor and we can tell if it's spreading or if it can be removed. That's real science. Psychology is fucking pseudoscience. I'm sorry to say, but everybody who's majoring in psychology and getting a doctorate in psychology, you're literally majoring in a practice based off of pure speculation and theory. And why do they do this? They do it in order to diagnose somebody so that they can prescribe them some goddamn pills. Don't act like, I wish he would have brought in Big Pharma. I wish he would have brought in Big Pharma. And it just shows me, I'm not saying Mr. Tate is not a smart guy, but it shows me that he really doesn't have that breadth of knowledge that he needed in this discussion. Cyrus Cherry says, you're right about psychiatrists. Been going since I was 14. The constant relapse with alcohol and useless medication. By the way, I can tell you that business has been hijacked by liberals. Absolutely.
Oh, say less.
Exactly. I saw a psychiatrist too. My mom died when I was 8 years old. They diagnosed me with all these antisocial disorders and all this other stuff. I was seeing a psychiatrist. She diagnosed me. She misdiagnosed me multiple times. Antisocial personality disorder, all these different diagnoses, right? Then come to find out, I was just fucking shy. I was shy. I was damn scared of my own fucking shadow. That's all it was. That's all it was. I had separation anxiety for sure, because when you lose a parent, you're like, oh shit, life is real. And what if I lose my dad? That was my I was like thinking about, yo, I lost my mom. What if I lose my dad now? Then what's gonna happen? So I had this separation anxiety, but what worked for me was playing sports. So I didn't need no pills. I didn't need no medication. I didn't need no fucking Adderall. I didn't need no Prozac. All I needed to do was play sports. Then when I figured out I was good at sports, I took leadership roles in sports, and that completely cured me of my diagnosed antisocial personality disorder. So you're going to sit here and tell me that I need pills to overcome my depression? Get the fuck out of here. And anybody who would say that somebody needs pills to overcome their depression, I would say, are you in bed with Big Pharma, you fucking bitch? Not really. I wouldn't say that verbatim, but I would ask them if they're in bed with Big Pharma. But I'm very passionate about that situation, because I've seen people be misdiagnosed and they're put on these medications, and I don't even recognize them afterwards.
Except that there are people out there who cannot become happy, contented individuals. I refuse to accept we live in a world where God has created people.
You know, I just come to the conclusion that I'm smarter than everybody. That's pretty much what it is. Honestly, I'm just smarter than everybody, and niggas got to get on my level. Except the chat, obviously. You guys are just as smart, if not smarter than I am. Shout out to Tesla. He says, I was a shy kid. I was shy as a kid till my mom took me to a therapist and all of that. And they tried to put me on anxiety meds at 7. Exactly. It's fucking disgusting.
Who, no matter how hard they work and how good their life becomes, can't be happy. I don't accept that. I accept that the universe is a very giving place and that God loves all of us. And if you try your best and you work hard, you can become a better person. And I also will argue with you, and I'll counter the point that you sitting here on your platform telling people they have clinical depression, there's nothing they can do about it, is far more dangerous. Okay, well then, if they have clinical depression,
why do you misquote me?
No, because you're saying
hate being misquoted.
No, you're saying if people have clinical depression,
He's saying, Piers is saying if you don't get the approval by a doctor and you don't look at his medical transcript, you can't really say that he's cured of depression. And to that, I say hogwash. Let's use a UK term, hogwash.
They do about it. They go to a doctor and they get diagnosed and they get help.
Then I would argue the point that
it's the complete opposite of what you just said. I said.
Let's keep it a buck. Most people who go to psychiatrists, get diagnosed and get prescribed medication, they're not being helped. They're just put in a perpetual cyclical cycle of them being on drugs and taking prescription meds to pretty much make them docile.
I would argue the point that if somebody has depression of any kind, whether it's clinical, whether it exists or not, whether they
But I do like how fast Andrew Tate speaks and how quickly he answers questions.
feel depressed or not, whatever, that taking control of their life, taking personal responsibility and working hard is always going to be the positive, best thing they can possibly do for their life going forward.
How positive is it?
Them. So sitting here saying, I don't believe in clinical depression, you don't believe in depression. No, I don't. I believe that people can take control and fight against things. Right. I believe in personal sovereignty.
Right. Fine.
Good. So we agree.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
Piers, you're on my side. Afraid of being canceled along with me.
Facts. Oh man, that was the nail in the coffin. You're on my side. You're afraid of being canceled with me. Absolutely true.
As I said to you from the start,
that's all
I agree with a lot of what you say.
Completely. So
but I'm taking you to task over the stuff I don't agree with.
Sure.
And I'm just not sure you understand why it's wrong, which is in itself quite revealing. Let me talk to you about Alex. Let me talk to you about Alex Jones, right? Who I have a bit of history with. He tried to get me deported from the United States.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. What is your view of Alex Jones?
I think that Alex Jones is a sovereign individual who, very much like the rabid left, deserves a chance to speak on his points of view. I think that the truth on issues is usually somewhere in the middle between two extremes. And
So you think Sandy Hook was staged?
I don't know anything about Sandy Hook.
Really? You know he's just been sued by the family.
Okay, so we all know that Sandy Hook was not staged, in my opinion. Could it have been presented or prevented? Absolutely. And you know how Sandy Hook could have been prevented. Oh man, don't get me started. We just spoke about Adam Lanza, who I intimately understand his situation. You know how Sandy Hook could have been prevented? For one, he had a mother who was a gun enthusiast, and she allowed him to pretty much have firearms and practice with firearms, even though she knew that he had personality disorders. Again, he was psychologically diagnosed. His father actually left his mother, because of the parenting disagreements with Adam Lanza. His mother fucking coddled him. His mother babied him. He was psychologically diagnosed with personality disorders. Okay. Many school psychiatrists and private psychiatrists, professional doctors diagnosed him and said verbatim that he was not a threat. He was not a violent threat to society. So you know what could have helped him? If those motherfuckers would have said, yo, this guy has homicidal fascination. He has homicidal fantasies. Yeah, this guy should not be left alone to his own devices. And he definitely should not be in a home where his mother is a firearm enthusiast and openly allows him to play with firearms. Okay? So that's what happened. He grew up in a single mother household. Let me repeat. He grew up in a single mother household, and he was misdiagnosed by multiple psychiatrists who said he was not a violent threat to society, along with his mother's own fascination with firearms and her wanting to be close to her son by giving him firearms. Also, mind you, that he spent hours in his room locked up and sometimes even went days without communicating with his mother. So you know what could have helped him? Some fucking discipline from who? A man. So stop with the bullshit. I know more about Sandy Hook than you do, motherfucker. Okay, so let's not blame people on the back end of what their opinion is of the situation. Let's blame the people who let the shit or who seen signs that led up to this atrocity occurring.
It's for millions and millions.
I have no idea.
You don't know anything about it?
No.
So why would you support someone in public when you know nothing about the most infamous
When
thing
have I
attached to
supported
it?
him in public?
You have supported him in public.
I've been on his podcast.
Yeah, but you said nice things about him.
I say nice things about lots of people.
What do you think of Alex Jones?
I said nice things about you, Piers.
That's fine. so you should. I'm a nice person.
So to sit and say that I've been on a podcast and I say nice things about
But
him.
you said
you
support his right to speak about things like Sandy Hook.
I don't know Sandy Hook. I don't know. And
yes, he has a right to speak on it, just like I have a right to speak on it. Adam Lanza was a disturbed individual. He had OCD, diagnosed OCD. So this is not just me making this shit up. He had OCD. He had to do things a certain way. As a matter of fact, his mother even said that when he was in the household, he had so bad OCD that he wouldn't touch doorknobs with his bare hands. He would use fucking paper towels and napkins. So yeah, that nigga had problems. He had fucking problems. But that's not Alex Jones' fault. And if he wants to theorize and conspirize on what actually happened, then yeah. But what I would say is get to the root of it. Who knew he had this issue? Well, his mother knew he had this issue. His school psychiatrist knew he had this issue. The social workers knew he had this issue. His counselors knew he had his issue. These issues. His classmates knew he had this issue. As a matter of fact, when he was in school, he was actually bullied and called a school shooter. So people knew that he had these fucking issues and they didn't do shit about it. And his mother enabled his OCD. His mother enabled it. Okay? Which by all, his mother enabled his delusion and OCD and his obsession with firearms, just like she had an obsession with fire, and she played into it, and that's what happened.
What it was?
It was a mass shooting
of school children.
Okay, but to sit and it's actually no. Let's stop for a second. Please don't interrupt me. Here's why I know why you're good at your job. First, you interrupt people a lot, which is good. It's a good skill,
Actually,
and then there you go. Prove me right.
But here's exactly
and the timing's good.
Here's exactly what I did. I only interrupt people like you when you either refuse to answer the question or answer a completely different one.
Sure.
And I want to remind you of what the question was.
Fair.
Or when you misquote me back, which you've done repeatedly through the interview, where you say, "You see, Piers, you agree with me," and the viewer who's been watching will go, "No, he didn't."
Cool, no problem. The other thing you do is you try and set these traps like now. So you're saying
what's the trap you think I'm setting?
You're saying that I agree with every single point of view a man has.
I literally didn't say that.
You're saying, well, you support Alex Jones.
Why would you misquote me?
Because you're saying you support Alex Jones, and you said you've been on his podcast, and he said this. I don't know
what do you think of Alex Jones?
I don't know everything he said.
What do you think of him?
I think on.
What do we think about Alex Jones? I think Alex Jones has presented a lot of good information over the years. Redacted information that has been exposed by FOIA acts, okay? So Alex Jones has presented a lot of good, legitimate information over the years. He's eccentric. He is loud, boisterous. He probably is a narcissist, but I think ultimately his intentions are good, and I think ultimately he is a good man. I don't think that he, is at risk to harming anybody. I don't think he's at risk. He said some wild shit, and although I don't agree with his views on Sandy Hook, there have been more people, not just Alex Jones, who have said, "Oh, Sandy Hook was crisis actors and all this other shit." There have been more people besides him who said that, and he is a conspiracy theorist, so yes, he has to explore that. Now, him saying definitively that is true, yes, that's a problem, and if the family wants to sue him, they have the right to sue him. But does that mean that Alex Jones is a bad guy, a bad person, and he's just a bad man? Fuck no. You can't just throw the whole individual away because he made a fucking mistake. As a matter of fact, that would contribute to a man's depression more than, than a fucking situation that happened in life. Like, you're contributing to the depression of a man, just like maybe people could say, "Oh, he's contributing to the depression of the family." It can go both ways, but either way, just because he has an opinion, just because he said some things that were incorrect, doesn't mean that he's a bad guy. It means that he thought the information that he had was true, and it wasn't legitimate, or everything that he said wasn't legitimate, and he made some mistakes. That's all it means.
On his podcast, he was cordial. I think he was professional on his podcast. I've also done podcasts with rabid leftists and people who openly hate me.
Is it wrong?
I do a podcast circuit. Okay. So, and I don't know everything he's ever said.
When somebody like,
and I don't know what what you're trying to get me here because I did a podcast.
If you let me get a word in edgeways, I'll tell you.
It's a lame trick.
If you let me get a word in, sure. I will tell you.
Let's go.
Alex Jones said that Sandy Hook didn't happen. It was staged by actors.
Okay.
This compounded the appalling grief of the families of those poor 20 children who were gunned to pieces by a lunatic with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle.
So you're not a doctor. How can you prescribe him with being a lunatic? Right? You haven't seen the medical records. Is he diagnosed as a lunatic? Because now if you Piers Morgan say that he's a lunatic and he's diagnosed as a lunatic, then he has a mental health excuse for those murders in the court of law. I'm not saying in the court of public opinion. I'm saying in the court of law, if he is proven to be a lunatic, if he's proven to be clinically insane, he has an excuse for those bodies. Therefore, he cannot be sentenced to capital punishment, and he might spend the rest of his days in a mental health facility that is 100% more lenient, lax, and more comfortable than a regular prison. So for you to call him a lunatic and you haven't seen the paperwork, you haven't seen the transcript, you haven't seen the diagnosis, you haven't seen the counselors and the psychiatrists who have diagnosed him with lunacy and these mental health disorders that you're trying to diagnose him with, you're being irresponsible too. So I don't have a problem with him calling Adam Lanza a lunatic. I really don't. As a matter of fact, I would call his goddamn ass a lunatic myself. Anybody who throws their life away to kill children, absolutely, I would call their fucking ass a lunatic. All right. But does that mean does that mean that but at the same time, keep it consistent, keep it 100. Like, don't be out here calling people lunatics when you just said that Andrew Tate can't not diagnose somebody that they've with cured depression, that they've been cured from their depression. So don't just be out here saying that, oh, Andrew Tate can't say somebody was cured from their depression, and then on the back end you diagnosing a nigga. That's bullshit. Tesla says, you break this down excellently. It's a shame out of all the red vitamin creators, you got ghost banned. Yeah, it really is, because I'm really truthful about my shit. Cyrus Cherry says, I knew you lost your mom. I just didn't know you was so young. Wow, man. Yeah, I was really young when I lost my mom. As a matter of fact, not me, but my brother discovered her body, and then we all tried to resuscitate her to no avail. And I was the one who actually called the police to come to the house. And it was a very traumatic situation, seeing your own mother pass away and knowing that you can't do anything about it. But at the end of the day, I was able to move forward from that and, kind of fix that traumatic experience in my life in order to have a healthy existence today. So, I really, I wish that my mother could come back for sure, like absolutely. But I understand that the trials and the tribulations that I went through made me into the man that I am today. So Tesla says, in order for Piers to be logically consistent, he would have to concede to what you said. Where's the paperwork for being a lunatic? Absolutely. And I can absolutely bring you the paperwork for his OCD, Adam Lanza's OCD diagnostic. As a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, he shot his mom too. Right? Yeah, he killed his mom too. And his mom was his biggest enabler. So like I said, I know more about the Sandy Hook situation than Piers Morgan does. And if he wants to debate me, I would literally clean his clock, because I could play every card. I could play the race card. I could play damn near every card. I could play the LGBT card because I got LGBT family members. Any card that you want to play, I can defeat it. Okay. I can defeat it. I got the Uno reverse card for everything, especially when it comes to these liberals. They can't debate me because I am a minority who's logically sound and with conservative, quasi-conservative values, I would say. They can't touch a nigga like me. And that's why they won't let my message get out there. That's why there's only 8 people in the chat, even though I'm streaming on multiple channels, which in all, cumulatively, I have over 5,000 people who this is streaming to, but only 8 people are in the chat. Yeah. Tesla says, in order for Piers, I already read that one. Tesla says, I think that's what makes you go so hard physically and in life. Glad to see you do well, man. RIP. Yes, thank you, man. Thank you, man. That really means a lot to me. Cyrus Cherry said, Alex Jones had me convinced Sandy Hook was staged. There were a lot of people who had people convinced that Sandy Hook was staged because I mean, there's no doubt that there were certain people who were involved who showed up to other mass shootings. There's absolutely no doubt about that. There's footage of it. But does that mean that the victims didn't experience what they experienced? Absolutely not. Does that mean that Adam Lanza never existed? Absolutely not. Does that mean that his mom was not murdered by him? Absolutely not. Okay. So,
they were already grief-stricken beyond belief. And this guy poured petrol onto that grief quite deliberately to make a huge amount of money from his InfoWars fake news bullshit. And
you don't know that he did that for financial incentive. He could have did that literally genuinely because he believed that.
So a lot of the families have now sued him and they've won. And he's going to have to pay back tens, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars in damages to these families. And quite right, it won't do anything about the pain he caused them. Some of them actually had people turn up outside their houses with guns because Alex Jones had told them that these parents were making it all up. They were all staged actors. It was all run by the government. So I simply say to you, now I've told you that, what is your view of Alex Jones?
I don't see why any of that has to do with me. It's very interesting. I've done the guy's podcast. I know him well. He was professional and courteous to me. When I meet somebody and they show me respect, I show them back. Respect. That's what I do, as I did with you.
You respect him?
If somebody shows me respect, I show them
You don't-
respect back.
So if Adolf Hitler showed you respect, you'd respect him back.
I mean, let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. Stop with the bullshit. Hindsight is 2020. Hindsight is 2020. Let's not act like people weren't rooting Adolf Hitler on. Even Americans were rooting him on before he started, before it was divulged, before it was revealed, before it was exposed that he was exterminating Jews. Everybody respected Hitler for his rise. Stop it. Everybody, during that time before the World War II broke out, everybody respected him for his rise. You got to stop with that bullshit, because let's not mention the U.S. companies that were involved to his meteoric rise to power. He was propped up. He was propped up by multiple different governments. He was legitimized by multiple different governments. So for you to bring Adolf Hitler into this and say, oh, do you respect Adolf Hitler? Do you respect you? Nigga, if you lived in that time before it was exposed that he was executing Jews, you would have respected him too. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? The fuck out of here. That's just like a nigga asking, do you respect Kim Jong-il? Hell yeah, I respect that nigga. I don't like him. I think he's an evil man. But shit, if I was in North Korea, hell, fuck yeah, I'll respect that nigga. Fuck out of here.
That's a stupid question, Piers.
It's not. It's a logical extension of your argument.
No, if in 1931 I was walking through Germany and a man come up to me and said, sorry for bumping into you, I'd say, sorry, no problem, mate. I'd show respect back. I don't know. What are you trying to say? That I sanction the Holocaust?
You literally just said if somebody respects you, you respect them back.
I say if somebody shows me respect, I show respect back. That's a good way to go through life.
Whoever it is.
If somebody shows me respect and is courteous to me, I'm courteous back. Yes.
How can you respect somebody who caused such misery and pain to Sam?
I have no idea the specifics of the thing you're discussing. I don't understand any of it.
Well,
there's different levels of respect. That's what he should have said. There's different levels. Like, I think Andrew Tate was dancing a little bit too, but there's different levels of respect. And he didn't want to say this, and I definitely get that. But let's keep it a buck. King Von killed over 12 people. You think niggas in Chicago didn't respect his murder gang? You think people in Chicago didn't respect his murder gang? You think when you go fly out to LA and you got to check in with these fucking gang members who are indeed murderers, robbers, crooks, and evil individuals who do evil and wicked deeds unto the sight of the Lord? Do you think that niggas don't respect them? Hell yeah, we respect them niggas because we respect they murder game, nigga. There's different levels to respect. It's levels to this shit, man. It's levels to this shit. If I was cripping in the 60s and the 70s, you think I would have respect Stanley Tookie Williams? Fuck yeah, I would have. Because that nigga would have beat my ass or shot me in the face with a fucking 12-gauge shotgun. So I respect that nigga's murder game. I think it's wicked. I think it's a horrible thing. I think he's wrong, and I think he should be punished to the full extent of the law. But that don't mean that I don't respect this nigga's murder game. You see all these niggas who respect Jeffrey Dahmer's murder game. So there's levels to this respect shit, nigga. And if you can't see that, you're blind. If you go to North Korea, you gonna damn sure respect Kim Jong-il. You gonna respect that nigga. Tesla says, Piers doesn't understand you respect one's ability to take lives. We don't agree with it at all, but we respect them. Exactly. And why do you respect them? So them niggas don't do that shit to you. Just like if you was in China, you would respect their communist regime. You would respect the fact that they have Muslims in internment camps. Muslims, Christians in internment camps. We think it's wrong. We think it's horrible. We don't like breathing the air in China. Oh, but you gonna respect that goddamn communist regime? Oh, yes, the hell you are. You don't think when LaMelo Ball got locked up overseas in China for stealing out of a Louis Vuitton store, and Trump got his bitch ass back to the United States, brought his ass back to the West? You don't think LaMelo Ball respected the Chinese regime? You got to be out your goddamn mind. That nigga said, please, I'll give it back. I'll get a drip back. I'll get a drip back. Fuck out of here, man. Fuck out of here.
I don't know anything about it. You told me your version of events.
When did you go on the podcast?
I was on the podcast about four times in the last 4 years. I did one relatively recently.
So four times you went on Alex Jones's podcast.
Correct.
Promoting him, helping him make money.
I don't think it was promoting and helping him because...
Well, it's his podcast.
Well, yeah, but I've been on the podcasts of people who absolutely hate me. I've been on liberal left-wing podcasts. I've been on feminist podcasts.
Dude, why don't you have that same smoke for Joe Rogan? Alex Jones has had he's had some of the most iconic interviews on Joe Rogan's platform, and then you just referenced Joe Rogan. See, this is my thing about Tate. He's obviously living in a bubble, which is fine. He's not of the culture. He doesn't really know what's going on, but that was a perfect opportunity. A perfect opportunity for him to say, you just referenced Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan and Alex Jones are goddamn best friends, damn near butt buddies, the type of gay jokes that they was throwing around on that damn podcast, which I have no problem with gay jokes, as we established earlier before. But I'm just saying, he had a perfect opportunity to catch Piers Morgan in a logical fallacy because he referenced Joe Rogan as an arbiter of morality and fucking judgment and wisdom. But Joe Rogan is literally best friends with fucking Alex Jones. And the only reason that he hasn't had him on recently, and the only reason why he hasn't distanced him, or why he did distance himself from Alex Jones, is because of the Sandy Hook lawsuit. And I guarantee after that damn lawsuit, when all the cloud, when all the funk and all the fog clears up, he gonna have that nigga Alex Jones back on that goddamn podcast, talking shit, smoking weed, and drinking fucking cerveza. So don't come to me with this fucking moral high ground bullshit when you just referenced Joe Rogan, who's literally had more physical interactions, more online interactions, longer online interactions with Alex Jones than Andrew Tate has and ever will. They running up my blood pressure, y'all. Tesla says it shows liberals don't know how to go through life. They don't live in reality. You may not like someone, but you respect certain individuals. Fuck yeah.
I know you just sat here saying I would like you to agree. Perhaps we can agree on this point that I'm not a feminist. I go on feminist podcasts. I do a podcast circuit. I do.
You're not a feminist?
No, I don't know.
What do you think of feminist?
See, he fucked up there too. Feminist. The definition of feminism is equality for men and women. That's literally all it is. All these different sects and the third waves and all this other shit. Yeah.
Well, let's not change subject here.
Extra.
Here, stay on the subject.
You mentioned feminism.
Completely. But you're trying to get away from the point, because what you did is you're trying to say, because I did a podcast, I sanction all of this person's views. And I'm saying I do 5 podcasts a week. I do 5 podcasts a week, and I don't sanction 100% the views of any other person on the planet, because I'm an individual and he has an individual views, as do you. So I don't know why you're trying to come at me with one of his views and pretend that's something to do with me.
It's a pretty big view.
No, but it's a lame trick, Piers, and you're better than this. So let's move on.
Would you?
It's lame, and let's move on.
Putin had a podcast, would you go on it?
Hell yeah! What the fuck? What the hell is he talking about? Nigga, if Osama bin Laden was alive today and that nigga had a podcast, fuck yeah, I'm not pulling up, but I will do a podcast with him. Nigga, that's gold content. Nigga, if Vladimir Putin, dude, that's just like, bruh. Oh, if Vladimir Putin, nigga, didn't Joe Biden just do a conference with Vladimir Putin a few months ago? What the fuck are you talking about? Niggas meet with Vladimir Putin all the time. They meet with him all the time. Niggas go on fucking press runs to meet different presidents. Niggas might meet the goddamn president of Zimbabwe or some shit. Doesn't mean you agree with the way that he's running his damn country. What the fuck is he saying?
Sure.
You would. Great. Okay, then we know what you're talking about.
If Vladimir Putin had a podcast, I'd go on it. If Joe Biden had a podcast, I'd go on it. If a feminist has a podcast, I'll go on it. If Piers Morgan has a podcast, I'll go on it. If Alex Jones, I don't see the point you're making. There's no point here. You're digging, but there's nothing to find.
Well, I'm not. I'm taking your position that if somebody shows you respect them.
I think that
I'm saying there are lots of people in the world I do not respect. If Vladimir Putin showed me respect, I would not respect him.
That's your opinion.
And then he would just whoop your ass.
But
no, it's my view. What's
okay, that's your view.
But after he whoop your ass, I guarantee you gonna respect his fist game. I guarantee you gonna respect his MMA martial arts game. So fuck out of here. You may not respect him as a leader. You may not respect him as a person. You may not even respect him as a goddamn Kremlin himself. But you gonna respect his hands when he lay hands and feet on your bitch ass. You gonna respect that. And see, that's where he fucked up. Andrew Tate fucked up. There's levels to this respect shit. There's levels to this respect shit. Do I respect the way that Floyd Mayweather is all flashy with his money? It's not really my cup of tea. But do I respect the fact that if he got me in a ring, he would work my monkey ass? Hell yeah. It's levels to this respect shit, nigga.
Well, your
view is you would.
You're sitting here, Piers, saying that I'm on Uncensored Show. And in your intro, you said that it's important that we don't have echo chambers and we have varying and that we have varying opinions.
Correct.
But then you're saying the people you don't like, you wouldn't go on their podcast.
No.
So you are a hypocrite.
No.
I will go on anybody's podcast and discuss any point.
I don't think you understand what censorship means, do you? Like a lot of words we've had problems with today.
You're just saying what do you
think censorship means?
No, but the point I'm trying to make here.
Censorship means limiting the exposure or outright inhibiting the exposure of a certain individual's views, content, media, intellectual property, and whatnot. That's what censorship is.
Hang on. What do you think?
What they do to me, that's what it is.
Censorship means?
Don't hide from the fact that you're saying you will only do podcasts with people you like.
Why do you think that's censorship?
No, that's your prerogative. My prerogative is I'll
do with censorship.
I'll discuss opinions with anybody, and I've done hard left wing. Why are you not asking me about the podcasts I've done for the people who are hard liberal
left wing?
By the way,
I don't care whether they're left or right.
Okay.
Extremists to me are all nuts, right?
Then we agree.
Yes.
So perfect.
Good.
Next subject.
All right. Here's my next subject. It's a very serious case here.
Jesus. And before you move on, sorry, Piers, but before you move on, I do find it kind of disingenuous.
But I mean, Andrew Tate, he's a fucking class act, bruh. He's a class act. He's a gentleman. He's doing everything in his power to stay respectful, even in a tumultuous conversation. Class act, stand-up guy. This is why, even though I don't agree with everything he says, this is why I can stand behind and defend him. Because even when you watch his fights, go back and watch Andrew Tate's kickboxing fights. Go back and watch him. You'll never see him pull a Mike Tyson, biting a nigga's ear off because he lost. Right? Right? You'll never see him rise to that level of disrespect. He respects the man across the ring from him. If he gets in a squabble, if he gets in a fight with a guy, even if he ultimately and utterly destroys him and beats the shit out of him, you know what he does after that fight? He goes over there and shakes that motherfucker's hand. He's a class act. He's a true sportsman. He is an example and exemplifies true sportsmanship. Not like that motherfucker who fought Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder. What happened after Tyson Fury beat Deontay Wilder, gave him a clinic of what boxing should look like for a heavyweight champion, nigga? What did he do after that? Deontay Wilder said Tyson Fury tried to go shake his hand, tried to be a class act sportsman, which he is, and he battled depression. And guess what got Tyson Fury out of his depression? Getting back into the boxing ring and kicking fucking ass. He didn't have to take no pills. He was an alcoholic. He overcame his addiction. He got in that goddamn ring. He challenged himself physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. He shed blood, sweat, and tears in the goddamn ring, and he overcame his depression. Rode a natural high of being a world fucking champion. And you know what happened after that goddamn Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder fight? Deontay Wilder showed his motherfucking black ass. He showed his ass. He showed his black ass. He disrespected the game of boxing. He disrespected sports. He disrespected the competitive spirit. He's not a sportsman. He showed no sportsmanship. He showed no respect. As a matter of fact, he said he didn't respect Tyson Fury. After Tyson Fury gave him a goddamn clinic of how you throw hands in the boxing ring as a heavyweight motherfucking champion, nigga. So shout out to Andrew Tate. I think he is a class act. I think that he is an ultimate gentleman. And this is why I can stand behind him, because especially when you watch his content long form, even though I don't agree with everything that he says, that motherfucker is a respectful class act. He's a gentleman. And that's pretty much it. Point blank. Point blank. Cyrus Cherry says, dude, don't think being in live TV with Piers may be a little intimidating. I'm not a Tate fan, but I think he was a little intimidated. For me, no, because I played college football. So I've been in the stands with 90,000 people. And, you know, I wouldn't think it's intimidating. But I can understand Tate slightly being intimidated, maybe. You know, because he didn't want to trip up on his words. But that's the problem. See, you have to uncensor yourself and really speak your mind, really speak the truth, and then let the cards fall where they may. Because when you read the comments, everybody's literally agreeing with Andrew Tate.
I know we're on.
This did more good for Andrew Tate than bad, even though I don't think that he implemented the best interviewing tactics. This did more good for Andrew Tate than bad.
On a show. And I don't have a personal. It is kind of disingenuous to try and sit here and lump me in with something, some school shooting. That's nothing to do with me. That's nothing to do with me on any level.
Let me respond.
On any level.
Let me explain. Like you just said, you've been on this podcast 4 times
in 4 years
since he said the whole thing was staged.
I don't know when.
And I think the fact that a smart guy like you wants me to believe you had no idea that Alex Jones, who's been in the news now for the last 2 years for being sued by these families for the most heinous thing imaginable of pouring petrol onto their grief by claiming that shooting was staged. The fact that you're pretending you didn't know about any of that.
It's not about pretending.
You've been on his podcast 4 times, supporting him and making him money. So damn right I'm going to call you out on it.
When I do a podcast, if you think I spend time analyzing the point of view that
and this is what I want to say. Dude, Piers Morgan is elite, white, whatever the fuck you want to call imperialistic. He's an elite white man. He goes to elite parties, all this other shit. Bruh, you telling me he ain't rubbed shoulders with a nigga who was on Epstein Island? You got to be out your fucking mind. Right? Since we want to go there, you telling me he ain't rubbed shoulders with niggas who been on Epstein Island? Yeah, all right.
That person and everything they
look at Bill Gates. His wife divorced him because of how close he was with Jeffrey Epstein. And you gonna tell me that, oh, if somebody talks to Bill Gates, then they're supporting Jeffrey Epstein? Negative.
They've ever said.
You should.
For years beforehand.
It's not years, it was minutes in most cases.
Years and years.
When did you last go on this? When did you last go on his podcast?
You trying to lump me in and attack me for a person whose podcast I do having a view is absolutely childish. Because I've done a bunch of podcasts with people.
You would do a podcast.
I've done a bunch of podcasts with people who are advocating for things that I do not agree with on every single level. In fact, most of my podcasts are me disagreeing with people. So it's completely crazy that you're trying to lump me in with that. That's cheap. That's cheap.
You are completely misconstruing the point of what I'm saying.
Distant Light says his wife didn't care until Epstein got caught. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. His wife didn't care until the negative press backlash came back on her. Oh my God, how can, and I guarantee one of her billionaire friends, her billionaire female friends who's married to a billionaire, that bitch ain't no billionaire, but she's married to a billionaire, probably called her up and said, did you know that Bill Gates was good friends with da-da-da-da? Like, how could you be his wife? And somebody shamed, insults, guilt, and the need to be righted her. And then she had to cut ties.
I think deliberately.
No, what you're trying is a cheap trick. And I'm just making it clear to the audience.
It's not a cheap trick. I'm just curious where your moral line is.
It's a cheap trick.
Where's your moral line?
I disagree with the points of view with the majority of the people I do podcasts with. So it's a very cheap trick you're trying here. So
when people invent vile things to make themselves rich off the back of families of little kids who've been blown to pieces with a machine gun or a semi-automatic version of a machine gun, I think that is actually a line I wouldn't cross. I wouldn't be.
Dude, the reality is there are plenty of conspiracy theory channels on YouTube, and everybody, like damn near every conspiracy theory channel on YouTube, said that there was something fishy about Sandy Hook. You can't deny that. So just to say that Alex Jones was the only one who did it, yes, he may have popularized the idea, but you can't deny that a lot of people saw something fishy with that situation.
Happy to go on someone's podcast when they've been responsible for doing that. It's not about political views or differences of opinion over facts. It's about somebody deliberately inventing a pack of lies to compound the grief of families. And I'm curious, you don't think you have any need to go down any kind of moral quandary about people like that before you continue to allow them to use.
How about you ask Joe Rogan about his good friend Alex Jones instead of berating Andrew Tate? Dude, you just referenced Joe Rogan, but who's done more podcasts with Alex Jones than Joe Rogan?
Use you for their own promotion.
He didn't use me. He didn't use me.
Why does he have you on the podcast?
Because we disagreed and discussed points like we're doing with you right now.
Did you call him out on that?
Are you using me? We didn't discuss that.
I'm not using you. I'm giving you a platform most people aren't giving you right now to show the world who you really are.
Fantastic. So neither of us are using each other. I'm here on your show. I'm providing you with content. You're giving me a platform. And nobody's using each other. It's mutual. We don't agree on a whole bunch of issues.
That's fine.
And here we are.
I think we've had a robust exchange.
Yeah, just like I've done on nearly every other podcast. And if someone were to come and say to me in the future, there's something, heaven forbid, there's a skeleton in your closet, and someone were to come to me.
Oh, there's plenty skeletons in Piers' closet. Plenty. But we ain't going to talk about that. We going to let the truth come out.
Me and say, you were on Piers Morgan's show. Did you know he's X or he's done X? I would say that's absolutely nothing to do with me.
Right. But
I make the same point protecting you. I don't know what you do. I don't know your personal life.
I can guarantee one thing. I will not be inventing stories about the families of kids.
I hope not. I hope you're a righteous person. But I don't know.
I'm not claiming to be a righteous person.
I don't know.
I'm just saying that I just think it's interesting that you have no moral compulsion about going on people.
It's not about moral.
What the fuck? Are you going to hold Joe Rogan to the same standard? Because he's had plenty of figures that he may or may not agree with on his channel. This is fucking
compulsion.
bullshit.
It's about, I don't know what you do, Piers. You could have a bunch of skeletons in your closet.
What about Sean Hannity? What about Tucker Carlson? What about fucking, I don't know, fucking, what's the nigga's name? The gay nigga? Don Lemon. Everybody has had people on their shows that they may not necessarily agree with. And then later on, something come to find. I mean, he used to work at CNN. Piers Morgan used to work at CNN. It's fucking fake news too. So are we going to say, oh, because you worked at CNN, you're fake news, my nigga? Like, bruh, this is such a fucking bullshit argument.
My friend, I don't have a clue. I'm here on your TV show.
I'm sure we all have lots of skeletons. Let me ask you this. Interesting about the feminism thing.
See, Andrew Tate should have done his research on Piers Morgan because I would have brought up so much shit.
Do you identify as a feminist?
I think that women and men are fantastic. Both of us are fantastic. I think women reproduce. I think women need to be respected, protected, provided for. I think that modern feminism is kind of hard for me to even truly understand.
What do you think it means? What is feminism?
I think that the idea of feminism is that men and women are equal under the law.
And do you believe that?
Completely.
We should be treated completely equal.
Yeah, but we are equal under the law. Wouldn't you agree?
Not really.
Actually, women have way more advantages, i.e. they can get on damn food stamps. They can get on welfare a lot easier than a man. I actually looked up the requirements for food stamps the other day, and it pretty much overwhelmingly benefits women and specifically women with children. So cut the bullshit, Piers. Women have more rights than men. It's not even close. There is no equal under the law. Women have way more rights than men.
I think there are still some issues in the world where, I mean, certainly in workplace, the gender pay gap remains.
Dude, the gender pay gap is fucking bullshit.
They're not treated equally in most cases, women.
Well,
when are they not treated equally? They're fucking, a lot of the women are promoted strictly based on the fact that they're women.
That can be discussed, the gender pay gap. I think that's already been discussed at length.
It's not been discussed. It's been debunked.
I think that there's actually...
You think women should go to work?
I think women should work completely.
You do?
Why wouldn't they?
Because in the parts of the country of the world you were mentioning earlier that have different views
No.
of women, they don't go to work.
In the parts of the world that person from the podcast was from, for the point I made, yeah, they didn't. But I don't live in those parts of the world. I think women should be free to work if they choose. I think it's very important.
Man, let these bitches do whatever the fuck they want to do. Let them do whatever the fuck they want to do, but don't expect men to bail them out. That's my whole thing. Let them women do what the fuck they want to do. Just don't expect men to bail them out. Distant Light says young women out earn men IIRC. Yes, young women are out earning men, especially when you look at OnlyFans and all that bullshit. Like, dude, a bitch can go, once she turn 18 and step off the porch, nigga, she has the whole world as her oyster. Stop it.
Important that the family unit remains. I do believe that in my personal view, the most important and respectful thing a woman can do is become a mother. I think that having children is a beautiful thing. But obviously, if a woman wants to work and wants to have a career, especially now with
and let's talk about that study that Google did. As a matter of fact, when Google did a study and they found that women actually earn 15% more than men. So let's stop this bullshit. And they work less hours, they take more vacation time, they take paternity leave, and they still make more than men. Fuck out of here.
Paternity leave or maternity leave, and she can manage to do both. Why wouldn't I want women to work? I don't know why anyone would ever assume I don't want women to work or think women can't work, because I said that I should keep them safe sometimes.
Good.
No, but it's interesting because you have to look at this, Piers.
Good.
It's interesting how people extrapolate. Andrew said that he's responsible for a woman's safety, and he said that gives him authority to make decisions for her safety.
Yes.
And that's been misconstrued, and he's a bad person. He believes that women are property. So, but now we believe that Andrew doesn't believe in love. Andrew doesn't believe women should work. I don't know where all of that comes from.
Well, that's why I'm glad we've had a chance to discuss
completely. I believe women are sovereign individuals and they can make any choice they so desire. I think that it's important that we remember that a man has a duty. I think I certainly in my relationship have a financial responsibility to provide for my woman. My woman would never have to work unless she wanted to, because I'm the kind of person who works hard enough that she wouldn't have to.
Should young men, though, all aspire to be like you?
Should young men aspire to work very hard, have no criminal record, become multimillionaires, protect and provide for the women close to them, be sovereign so they can stand up and have their own points of view in face of cancellation.
Sure.
Be able to not be mentally intimidated when they go on national TV and there's traps set up for them. Yeah, I believe that confident, strong men who stand.
That was a great fucking answer. That was a great answer.
Up and protect and provide for women are a good thing for the world and a good force for the world. And I don't think that I put a magic spell on anybody. I think there's a whole bunch of men in the world who understands my value. And if men grow up to be like me, you're gonna have a whole bunch of people with no criminal record, dedicated athletes, who protect and provide for the people close to them, are fantastic for the economy. And I'm certainly not the worst influence out here, Piers. You have
no criminal record, and they're trying to say that he's a sex trafficker. This man has no criminal record, no history of sexual abuse. No, but let's go back in some of these motherfuckers. Who is the guy that that pulled his dick out and started jerking off in the Zoom meeting on CNN? Who they let him back on the show? His name escapes me. His name escapes me. Come on, y'all.
Nas twerking on the devil on music videos, which our children are digesting. You have drill artists singing about stabbing people to death in the middle of a knife crime epidemic.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, call it out. And all of this is being promoted in the algorithm. All this is being pushed in the algorithm. If you go to YouTube Music, the top song will be from some murderous fucking black thug, right? Who's promoting killing not only black men, black women, and black children, nigga. So stop with this self-righteous, moral high ground bullshit, because you know you don't care about niggas, Piers. Fuck out of here.
You have
Jeffrey Toobin, absolutely. And he's still working.
Rabid
pulled his dick out and started jerking off to his co-workers, and he still got a goddamn job at the network that you, Piers Morgan, used to work for.
Psychopaths on whether the
does that mean that you're a sexual predator because you work for a company that rehired a sexual predator? Let's talk about Nickelodeon if we want to get into that. We could talk about Nickelodeon if we want to get into that. Do you let your kids watch Nickelodeon? Oh, do you? Okay, then. So you're encouraging sexual predation. You know that they hire they hire and rehire sexual offenders of children nonetheless. Do you let your kids watch Nickelodeon? Okay, then you're a predator. You're a predator.
The right or the left.
See how the logic is flawed? All right, then.
Announcing violence on the other side. You have all these insanities in the world. And because I sit here and say, perhaps. Now you've laid it out and it offended you, I understand.
I didn't say it offended.
Okay, cool.
I just read you the things.
You read things that you said they could be offensive and some people are offended.
Well, some people definitely were offended.
Absolutely. That's fine.
And honestly, I think some of the things you said were genuinely offensive and misogynist.
Okay, so they offended you.
And
like I said earlier. So they offended you,
No,
which is fine. I said they offended you, you interrupted me, and now you're saying they offended you, which is fine.
Facts.
But the point I'm trying to make is this. I'm not the devil. There are certainly worse people than me. And
I don't disagree
and they exist.
with that.
And I'm saying that my core tenets for the people who don't understand me are self-accountability, so I'm accountable for everything I've ever said. My core tenets are responsibility, so I'm responsible for everything I've said. My core tenets are traditional masculinity to a degree, which involves protecting and providing for women. And I'll make another point.
He said, were you the guy that was defending Tubin for doing what he did? Man, what? Sexy baby girl, you are highly mistaken. I made multiple videos on Jeffrey Tubin trashing him. So for you to say that I was defending what he did, dude, get the fuck out of here.
Point here that needs to be said. The number of women who have stood up.
And obviously those videos were demonetized and not promoted in the algorithm. So yeah.
And stuck up for me is ignored. Thousands of women are making videos saying, I've met Andrew Tate. He's such a nice guy. I wish I had a man like Andrew Tate who felt responsible to protect and provide for me. You know what? I do belong to my husband. That's why I married him and I love him. We ignore the thousands of women who stood up and stood by me and said everything I said is true. And we're taking a very vocal minority who have taken the things I've said and are pretending to be absolutely and utterly devastated by them for some reason.
All right. Time out.
Sure.
You've had a good run there.
Sure.
An inquest this week found that a 14-year-old girl, Molly Russell, died from an act of self-harm while suffering from depression.
And here we go with him trying to guilt trip Andrew with a 14-year-old girl who deleted herself, not because of Andrew Tate. Guess what 14-year-old girls delete themselves for? Guess why they delete themselves? I'll show you why 14-year-old girls delete themselves right now. I'll show you why. Because they get on the goddamn Explore page and they say they see all these fucking whores who are way hotter than them. That's why they kill themselves. Because they see these women and they're like, oh my God, I can't live up to these beauty standards. Oh my God, she's so hot. Kim Kardashian's ass, Kim Kardashian's titties. Oh my God, her nose looks so much better than me. Oh my God. And they're fed a perpetual loop of women who are supposed to be the beauty standard, who are getting way more attention than them, who look better than them at their age, and who are grown women, grown adults being pushed to the algorithm for to young women, young children, as this is what you should look like. This is the body standard. And if you don't look like that, you don't deserve a man. If you don't look like this, you won't get a man. So it's not because Andrew Tate, it's because these women are out here setting an unrealistic, and I'm not saying like women who have nice bodies is a quote unquote unrealistic standard, but what I am saying is these young girls are looking up to these women who set the beauty standard, and what they realize is that they're not as hot, they're not as attractive as this girl, and then, you know, not to mention the societal pressures from high school, all that shit weighs on them, and the neglect from her parents, the neglect of love, the neglect of affection from a loving and affectionate father who's not a sexual abuser, okay? Those are the things that make a young girl delete herself. It's not fucking Andrew Tate. So for him to bring up that example is utterly and outright disgusting. Outright and utterly disgusting. Jim says, to be fair, you did post a video of your meat showing in shorts, but other than that, it was compression shorts. But I mean, you can. What does that have to do with what does that have to do with anything I've just said? Okay, let's say yes, you could see my dick print through a fucking video that I posted in compression shorts. What's the problem? My shit looks good. Bitches want to suck my dick. What's the issue?
And the negative effects of online content. The coroner said she was exposed to material that may have influenced her in a negative way, and in addition, what started as depression and become a much more serious depressive illness, and she very sadly took her life.
That's absolutely disgusting.
Right. Her father,
It's terrible.
Her father's campaign for better protections against potentially dangerous social media algorithms.
Oh, so not, bruh, and you're not gonna say her father's trying to benefit off of her death? Dude, get the fuck out of her. Her father should have been involved in her life and gave her words of affirmation that showed her that she was absolutely loved, and there's nobody who can take her place. That's what her goddamn daddy should have done instead of setting and creating a campaign after her fucking death to profit off of. Man, dude, get the fuck out of here. She says, we love our short meat kings. I mean, that's fine. You could say that, but I'm a grower, not a shower. So, you know, any bitch that I fuck can tell you that I blew their back out.
Algorithms, right? It says that the particularly graphic content she saw romanticized acts of self-harm, normalized her condition, and focused on a limited and irrational view without any counterbalance of normality. First of all, what is your response to that? Nothing to do with you.
That's the first thing. Yeah, it is nothing to do with you.
See, and, you know, I want to make an example out of Jim, because these are the same women. These are the same women who will say, stop fat shaming, stop body shaming, stop being a colorist. And these are the same bitches who will come and try and make fun of a man's body, make fun of a man's body part, make fun of something that he can't control, right? These are the same women who will come and try and make fun of a man and make fun of things that he can't control, that are utterly out of his control, in order to somehow take a jab or try and get under my skin. The problem, ma'am, is that I am very confident and very self-assured in my physical appearance. I've got a body like a fucking Greek god. I've got long, coarse, curly hair. I've got great bone structure. I've got a chiseled jaw. I can hang in the ring with the best of them. My endurance is elite. My speed, my strength is elite. The size of my quads, my calves, my triceps, my biceps are insurmountable from a person my height and weight. So for you to come say, oh, well, we love our short meat kings and all this other shit, that doesn't offend me. Nigga, I don't give a fuck if I had a micro penis. If I'm still getting pussy, I don't care. I still fucked. I don't care. Even if it was true that I had a 2-inch penis, if I'm still getting my 2-inch dick sucked, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a damn. She says it's a joke. Yeah, not likely. You were trying to take a jab. It doesn't matter. Sexy baby girl says, and God stopped you. Actually, I'm 5'8". She said he stopped you at 5'7". Okay, I mean, like I said, that's fine. Again, like I said, these are the same women who are, who are trying to shame me for my physical appearance, which, bitch, I know I look good. It don't matter. Like, when I walk into a club, when I walk into a venue, motherfuckers look at my drip. Motherfuckers look at my swag. Motherfuckers look at the way I carry myself. I keep my head straight up, chest up, shoulders back. Men respect me. My peers respect me. The women respect me. I'm getting pussy. So it really doesn't matter. Jim says, never seen your calves or legs, though. Well, that just shows that you don't follow me on any social media platform. If you've never seen my calves or legs, you can literally see my figure in every damn picture I take. Sexy baby girl says, people can't even see you until you speak because you're under 6 feet. That's not true at all. I mean, y'all really think that like 6 foot niggas are really out here eating like that? And I literally go to the club every weekend and see these niggas in the corner waiting for twerk that never arrives.
Me. The fact that a 14-year-old girl took her life is truly sad. The world we live in today is the world we live in. The fact that something like that happened is almost mind-blowing to me. That's truly sad. I actually feel sad inside to see something like that. This fact that they just said it's romanticizing the gory element. I don't know what she was watching, some kind of suicide videos thing. I don't know.
She was probably watching World Star Hip Hop.
Where these things
Do you
are
think
created.
the tech companies should be much tougher about stuff like this?
I don't know what kind of things she watched, obviously. I have to be a professional here.
You know who should be more tough? Her fucking parents. Take the phone away. Take the iPad away. Turn off the goddamn idiot box. And maybe she would still be with us today.
I think that the tech companies need.
See, this is the problem. People want the smartphone to parent their children instead of them actively parenting their children. Let me say that shit again for the niggas in the back who couldn't hear it. People want their smartphone to parent their children instead of actually parenting their children themselves. So why does a 14-year-old girl have access to a smartphone and an iPad and it's not for schoolwork is beyond me.
To do their best to protect people, I guess, to a degree, but it's a slippery slope, isn't it? And then they use.
Sexy baby girl says, does your meat stink? Well, you can come over here and suck it and find out your goddamn self.
This
fuck kind of question is that?
Slippery slope to silence some people and to
right. And I think it's a really fine line, and it's a complicated line.
It is very.
I was interested in when you did an interview with the Times. Hugo Rifkin, he's a very good journalist. We did a big interview with him, and it was interesting to me his conclusion, because he kind of.
Oh, now you're underage. Actually, you're not, because my channel, and this is how I know you're not underage, is because my channel actually restricts anybody who's under 18. So, yeah, nice fucking try, stupid bitch.
He concluded that although he found a lot of the things he said
respectfully
awful and offensive, and he didn't like them, and he didn't want to be that kind of person that would say those kind of things, nor could he actually work out exactly what you'd done, which deserved mass.
Shout out to Cash God. He says trolls. Yeah, I mean, I love trolls because, like I said, I'm smarter than all these niggas, smarter than all these motherfuckers. I can get down and dirty with the best of them. So throw your worst and I will literally embarrass you. Not to mention, if I drop the link, y'all bitches are not camming up. That's how I know you're not bad bitches.
Wipe out by all the tech firms. I thought it was an interesting conclusion. I don't know the answer to that, other than the reason I mentioned the Molly Russell case, not because that has anything to do with you at all.
Oh, wow. So why'd you fucking mention it, you dickhead?
When I reiterate that.
Thank you.
So I simply ask you this. What has come clear to me in the interview is that...
Let me tell you something. Social media doesn't make people delete themselves. Their own perception of the condition of their life and maybe their familial upbringing is what does that. It's not fucking social media. Stop, because you can, guess what you can do? You can turn the motherfucking app off. You can deactivate your goddamn account. Stop with this bullshit and stop taking, she needs to be accountable for her own soul. When she goes up to those pearly gates and faces judgment, I ain't got no heaven or hell to put nobody in, but God is going to judge her decision on taking her own life. I don't give a fuck how old she was.
A lot of things you say you wouldn't say now that you've said before.
But I'd say them differently, perhaps.
Yeah, right. So to me, that's an acceptance. Not just that you want to get back on platforms, because maybe that was one of the reasons you were no platform.
Shout out to Michael McGee. He says, this off topic, so answer when you want, but I'm trying to cuff a girl. But the fact that these chicks slept with other guys disgusts me, even one other guy, then don't cuff her. Don't cuff her. Just let her know, hey, I'm not really trying to be in a serious relationship. We can have fun. We can do the FWBs. But, don't tell her that you wouldn't date a woman who's not a virgin, because then, you might just lose the bitch altogether. But just say, hey, look, keep it a buck with her. Say, hey, I'm looking for something casual, nothing serious, boom, bap, and keep it moving. But I respect that, bro. Cyrus Cherry said, dude, that's what separate you from guys like Fresh and Fit. I feel they not as authentic as you. Appreciate that, man. But, I rock with them boys, Fresh and Fit. I think that, I think that some things that they have done in the past, you can definitely critique them over. I think they're growing in front of everybody gradually. So, I rock with them boys. I rock with the show. But I definitely believe that I'm not saying have more viewers than they do, but I'm saying I think I should have more views than what I get right now, for sure, 100%. She says, if your meat stank, put YP hands up. So if you're underage, let me get this straight. You're trying to convince the whole chat that you're underage, but you're still talking about a grown man's genitalia. Fuck out of here, bruh.
But you've recognized and understood the potential.
And this is what I said. Like, even let's just assume that this bitch is underage. Let's just assume, even though I don't believe it, because there would be no way that she would be able to watch my content on YouTube unless she lied about her age, which her channel, her page should be deleted if she lied about her age. All right. According to the community guidelines, her channel should be deleted if she lied about her age. But let's just say she's underage. Where are your parents? Why are you on a live stream talking to a grown man about his genitalia? I will tell your mother and father on you and get your ass grounded. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Cyrus Cherry says, sexy baby girl is really Piers Morgan trolling. That's funny. Michael McGee says, block this troll. I don't block anybody. So, I mean, it's fine to troll, but I'm definitely going to light your ass up. Michael McGee says they trying to get attention and laughs. Yeah.
Potential harm to the wrong kind of impressionable mind by some of the things you've said. Would that be fair?
I think that's 80% fair. I recognize and understand.
I wouldn't have conceded to none of that shit. Real talk. You are responsible for your own damn self. If you're underage, your parents are responsible for your own damn self. Don't put that on me. Don't put that on no goddamn content creators. Don't put that on nobody but you and your parents. Fuck out of here. Shout out to Mr. Jake the Great. He says, no lie, my account says I'm in my 30s. I'm really 23. I created it in like 2009 though. Yeah, see, shout out to Mr. Jake the Great, keeping it a buck.
And that with massive fame, you have to be more careful about being misconstrued. Like I said earlier, 1% of people misunderstanding you doesn't matter with a small audience. It matters with a very large audience.
Michael McGee says it's kind of like those fake trolls on Snapchat who add you off of search and send some corn stuff. I get them every day. Absolutely. I get them shits every day too. I be chomping them bitches out. I be like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Ugly ass bitch. Your titties too small. Your teeth don't match. I'll just be making fun of their appearance to see if they're like an actual person who gonna chat back. But they always send some generic ass messages. But it's funny.
With power comes responsibility. I still believe the things I say. I do not want to be a negative force for the world. I also understand that I am a man who's lived a very difficult, nuanced life, and I am capable of making nuanced points that may be misunderstood by teenagers. However, that can be said about anybody and everything. Every opinion online can be misunderstood by children. Trying to protect children from the internet is a very interesting subject in and of itself, because I would argue that 80% of the content on the internet can be negative or detrimental to a young mind.
Absolutely, especially the females, especially the women. Dude, I mean, it's hard for me to even name a male content creator who could be considered detrimental to young children, like in the grand scheme of things, right? Like, I'm really trying to figure that out. But the women detrimental to not only young girls, but young boys as well. Getting young men addicted to pornography should not be something that is normalized on social media apps, but it's normalized on TikTok. It's normalized on Instagram. It's normalized on Twitter for sure. Twitter is literally a corn site. Okay. So no, we're not going to do that. There are way more women who are actually damaging, way more women getting BBLs, mutilating their bodies. And like we broke down the Sophie bitch, the Sophie Instagram model, we broke that shit down. How many women do you think she influenced to go get a BBL? And we know that the survival rate of the mortality rate of getting that surgery is over 25. I think it's 28%. So one third of the women who get BBLs not only could get a botched job, but pretty much could die on the operating table. So tell me who's more negatively impacting young people. Because if a woman goes and gets a BBL and then purports that as if she's natural, she's a fucking liar. And she is distorting what an actual woman, grown woman's body image actually looks like. Michael McGee says it's crazy because they send the photos and videos from a snap like they are the ones taking them, but we all know they fake. Absolutely. Sexy baby girl says Darius M is damaging. How?
doesn't understand the world.
Yeah.
I'd argue that all of it. We just talked about music videos and dancing on the devil and,
Listen,
and all this stuff. All this stuff is dangerous.
By the way, I think you make a very good point on that.
Dude, you're full of shit. So do you want them canceled? Do you want them censored? Do you want them deplatformed? Oh, no, you don't, because you're in bed with the fucking large corporations. And probably the corporation that has syndicated your program, Piers Morgan, is down for that cause. As a matter of fact, who is the executive producer of the Piers Morgan show? What conglomerate, what large media conglomerate has, let's see. It better not be a large media company like a fucking Warner Brother or fucking UMG or something like that, or Universal, or it better not, or a Viacom. It better not be. Let's see. Oh, see, this is what separates me from other content creators. I'm smarter than them. I know the fucking game. I know the music industry. I know the corporations that these artists sign to. I know the companies that these artists sign to. Okay, Piers Morgan Uncensored is part of Fox News. Piers Morgan Uncensored is part of Fox News. Aren't they blaming Fox News for the January 6th insurrection? So you work with Fox News and you support the January 6th insurrection? You see how that works, Piers Morgan? When you get caught in logical fallacy, yeah, it doesn't feel too good, does it? See, this is the problem. See, I'm a grown nigga. I'm 27 years old. I know the damn game. I know these businesses. I've studied these Fortune 500 companies. All of these media conglomerates are in bed with each other. So the Piers Morgan Uncensored is Fox News. Okay, let's get behind Fox News now. Who owns Fox News? Fox Corporation. Okay? Fox Corporation. Right? The Murdoch family. Rupert Murdoch. So we can play this little game. We can play this little game, but once you dig deeper and deeper and deeper, it doesn't end well for you. It doesn't end well. Okay? It doesn't end well. Like, dude, it's such bullshit. And AT&T owns CNN. So do you have 5G wireless internet with AT&T? Then you're fake news. We can play this fucking game. You support them. You support them with your dollar. Sexy Baby Girl says he flat out said men are worth more than women. Straight up value, not SMV. You're gonna have to show me a clip of that. But I mean, if he articulated his points and made a valid argument, then you have to take that into account. Michael McGee says, if you were there, you would have caught him in about 200 different fallacies by now. Exactly.
So a lot of these rap stars, the lyrics, the videos, I think far exceed anything that you've been accused of doing.
Absolutely. So deplatform them niggas. You're not calling for the deplatforming of NBA Youngboy. You're not calling for the deplatforming of Lil Baby. You're not calling for the deplatforming of Young Thug, who's literally got caught up in a state RICO indictment where he is responsible for over 50 murders in the goddamn city, the great city of Atlanta, that has been turned topsy-turvy on its motherfucking ass or head or whatever you want to call it because of these spineless liberal leaders. Right? So Young Thug's shit is still on Instagram. He's still tweeting from fucking jail. As a matter of fact, his last tweet was about how much he wanted somebody to send him a picture of a woman on social media so that he could jerk off to her behind the wall. Fuck out of here with this moral high ground bullshit. It's bullshit. If you want to keep it a buck, deplatform all these niggas. Take them. Why can I still stream King Von's music on Apple, on Spotify, on YouTube, when he's literally responsible for killing over 12 fucking black people. God damn, this shit is fucking crazy, bruh. Woo! Lord have mercy, they gonna get my blood pressure up tonight. I'm telling you right now, the game is rigged.
Doing
completely,
because in a lot of cases, some of them promote non-consensual activity with people, right? And I just think that crosses a line. You have, as far as I've seen, you haven't crossed that line.
No, I haven't, and this is the thing. And I've been vilified not because of the things I say, because much more extremist content already exists on the internet. I think the reason I've been attacked and vilified is because of the popularity, because I became so massively famous, not because of what I was actually saying. So as a professional, I analyze that and I understand that, okay, I'm massively famous now and certain things have been taken out of context. However, I still do believe I'm a force for good in the world. And I'm not going to sit here
Have you changed, though?
It's not about changing.
Well, it is. We're all involved in an evolution. How old are you now?
I'm 36.
36, right? I bet you're a different person to what you were.
Oh, wow. Oh, see, now these women expose themselves. Michael McGee says, you gonna go Super Saiyan at the end? Question mark. Probably not. Shit, I've been going Super Saiyan this whole damn stream. Michael McGee says, you got to bring back Tinder swipe breakdowns, bro. Yeah, I might do that. Distant Light says they don't care about black people dying most of the time, only for political purposes. Absolutely. Sexy Baby Girl says King Von was the GOAT. You mad his music is up? No, I'm not mad his music is up. As a matter of fact, I think it's fucking disgusting that you as a woman would say that he's the GOAT when he's literally responsible for killing multiple women. Utterly disgusting, and you don't even give a fuck about the families. I think, Sexy Baby Girl, you're a piece of shit, and you try and practice this righteous indignation bullshit when you lack morals yourself. Because if you can't have the decency to show empathy and sympathy when all these women online claiming, I'm an empath, I'm really good at empathizing people. If you can't show the families of the people who were murdered by King Von the empathy to say, yeah, he was a bad guy, he wasn't a good guy, he was a wicked man, he did evil unto the sight of the Lord. Yeah, he's probably burning in hell right now. If you can't show the family that respect, I think you're a disgusting individual. I think that you're a morally corrupt and bankrupt individual. It's absolutely abhorrent that you would defend this man's action when he's responsible for killing over 12 black people. You're a literal disgrace to not only yourself, but your goddamn family for defending this debauchery. It's absolutely disgusting. Just like the people who defend fucking Tate, just like the people who defend YNW Melly, just like the people who are defending all of these murderous rappers who are responsible for the deaths of black people, who made black mothers go to funerals and have to bury their own goddamn children. Y'all killing me with this shit. Shout out to Distant Lights. He says, think about how many George Floyd type situations happen each year. I'd guesstimate 10 to 20, but it's only an issue during the election cycle. Exactly. Sexy Baby Girl says you must be from 63rd. No, I don't get into that street politics bullshit. I think that's for low IQ people like yourself. Sexy Baby Girl says you generalize way too much. I never said I'm an empath. Yeah, I guarantee you said that before. Get the fuck out of here. Distant Light, you're a feminist, so you probably said you're an empath before. Distant Light said, imagine if King Von was a cop with 12 black bodies. LMAO. Yeah, exactly. Imagine that.
When you were 20.
Imagine if he was a white cop imagine if he was a white gangster nigga, a white boy who got down with the Bloods, the Crips, the GDs, or whatever. Imagine a white boy got down with a black gang and caught 12 bodies of black people. Tell me that wouldn't be a fucking media frenzy. Sexy Baby Girl says, you probably been in the streets before too. Nope. I went straight from high school to university, played college football, and now I'm a business owner. I'm not a street guy.
Oh, that's
and
absolutely
16.
that's
right?
absolutely a
So we all change. And Mike, you keep talking about being a
And guess what? She assumed that because I'm black with dreads. Racist motherfucker.
good person.
Yeah.
I think if you're honest with yourself,
Yeah.
that you can see why people found a lot of the stuff you've said problematic and misogynist. And I think you recognized you wouldn't express yourself in that way again because you've understood that it's caused a lot of harm. And that's really, really what I wanted to get to today was an acknowledgement by you that these things clearly were said in the wrong way, created the wrong impression if you didn't mean them the way you intended them, and can therefore have a malevolent influence when you have a huge following.
Yeah, when you have a huge following, you
She says, thought you've been arrested before, got you in a fallacy. I mean, I've been arrested. That don't mean I was a fucking street guy. I got arrested for a minor possession charge. That don't mean I was in the streets, nigga. I got caught with the shit I had on me. You're always mad at others for playing race card. When you do so, you're a hypocrite. No, I'm not mad at others when playing the race card. I've actually divulged on this podcast that I will play any card that benefits me. Just like the brother who asked me the question about implicit bias. I said, yes, I have an implicit bias toward black people, meaning I want to see black people do better than every other people. Okay. Unfortunately, that's not the reality, but I've already said that I'll play any fucking card that I can play. I'll play the black card, nigga. I'll play whatever card they want to box me into because I know that I can defeat you in a debate because I've got so many different tools at hand. It's not about hypocrisy. It's about resourcefulness. Oh, shit. Let's see. We were right here.
However, I still do believe I'm a force for good in the world. And I'm not going to sit here
Have
and
you
say,
changed, though?
It's not about changing.
Well, it is. We're all involved in an evolution. How old are you now?
I'm 36.
36, right? I bet you're a different person to what you were when you were 26.
Oh, that's
and
absolutely
16,
that's
right?
absolutely a fact.
So we all change. And Mike, you keep talking about being a good person.
Yeah.
I think if you're honest with yourself,
yeah,
that you can see why people found a lot of the stuff you've said problematic and misogynist. And I think you recognized you wouldn't express yourself in that way again because you've understood that it's caused a lot of harm. And that's really, really what I wanted to get to today was an acknowledgement by you that these things clearly were said in the wrong way, created the wrong impression if you didn't mean them the way you intended them, and can therefore have a malevolent influence when you have a huge following.
Yeah, when you have a huge following, you certainly have.
Dude, who has a more negative influence? Black rappers, black street rappers, or Andrew Tate? Dude, get the fuck out of here, bro.
How you get certain points across. That's absolutely a fact.
Andrew, I appreciate you coming all the way from Romania.
Thank you.
It's been an interesting conversation, and I thank you for having it.
Cheers, man.
Great interview.
Well, that's it from me.
Great interview. Fucking class act. Fucking class act. Fucking gentleman. All around. I mean, I'll rate his debate tactics a 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. But I mean, God, that was great. That was great. That was great. Tate is a class act. I'm putting that comment under the video right now. So if you guys go back and watch this without my commentary, which will be intensely more boring and less entertaining than with my commentary. But if you do so decide, I am putting a comment there saying Tate is a class act. And I might even add, and a true sportsman. And, if you guys agree with me, if you like my breakdown, just, reply under it. Show me that y'all here. Show me that we're against censoring. We're against this fucking draconian sweeping of the internet of any voice that doesn't agree with you. We are not looking forward to a 1948 or 1984 Orwellian existence when it comes to online activity. We're actually looking for free thought. We're looking forward to freedom of speech. We're looking forward to freedom of thought. We're looking forward to freedom of expression. We're looking forward to, any freedom to exert your ideas that doesn't inflict physical harm on an individual. Okay, so that's what we support. Let me just make this comment right quick. There we go. Had to drop my crown on that bitch. But yeah, if y'all go watch this back yourself, by yourself, then shit, man. Let's get it. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Legendary stream, LMAO. Sexy baby girl says you're not that muscular. You're lost trap muscles. I'm not that muscular. What? I have 8% body fat. My whole body literally is a muscle. Distant Light said they're doing their best to restrict the internet. Forces are in motion. Absolutely. Distant Light says the right-wing extremism, fear-mongering is their excuse to put those systems in place. Absolutely. Sexy Baby Girl says if someone was online with 500K followers and started tweeting racist things left and right, you wouldn't want them censored? No. And what do you consider racist is also a question. Like, what do you consider racist? Noel D said, I appreciate the wisdom and insight. Excellent breakdown as always, brother. Hey, appreciate that, Noel. I appreciate everybody who came in here and who showed some respect. We appreciate the trolls as well. I'm well versed and ready to, go back and forth with the trolls because I did grow up at a black high school, for crying out loud. So banter, witty banter and joning and going back and forth and making fun of each other and calling each other a piece of shit was pretty much the norm, especially when you grew up as an athlete at a black school. So shout out to Mr. Great, Jake the Great. He says, damn, 5-hour stream. You better get the watch hours for super chats. I know, right? Sexy Baby Girl says, if they said get rid of all black people in more extreme wording, that, I mean, of course I'd be against that. Of course I'd be against that. But I mean, that's just, that's just complete and blatant racism. Andrew Tate didn't say anything close to that. Dude, what the fuck are we talking about here? Anyways, you already know what it is, man. It is your boy Reclaim Your Throne. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Send your relationship card to the email down below with a screenshot of your cash app so I know you're paying your tax, man. Y'all ought to be on your motherfucking game with the BS. You already know. Reclaim your throne.
Hey, hop in my car, swag, get my swag. Niggas mad 'cause I got swag in the bag.